All right, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Worcestery Council Theatre 3000. I'm Bryan O'Donnell. This is Brendan Melican. We are producerless tonight. My tech setup crashed a few minutes before we started, and I don't care. Who cares? Who even gives a good goddamn, right, Brendan?
I give not a goddamn, Bryan.
Who cares? The world's over.
It's ending.
No, it's gonna be it's gonna be a fascinating night tonight.
This is gonna be a shit show. This is gonna be an utter shit show. We're gonna be here till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Christmas is canceled. We're just gonna be here.
Yeah. And I for one couldn't be happier about it. Just gonna be the best time of our lives. We're gonna have a great night. Bill's down there. Bill is on site, and we're gonna see what happens. we're just gonna wait and see what happens. So in a few minutes, we should be getting Bill in here. He'll be jumping on and hopefully interviewing some folks, but just getting the lay of the land about how things are looking down there, how people are feeling, and yeah, we're gonna power through. We're gonna make sure that we stay strong together. We're going to keep an eye on any alien sightings that may or may not be happening. Oh, here we go. Let's bring him in right now. Bill Shaner's here. Bill. How are you okay?
I am. With 500 fucking police officers.
But no sign of animal control, so you're safe, Bill.
Oh no, I think are we getting your sound?
It looked like he covered it with the finger.
That's probably a good call.
No, we definitely did lose his audio.
That's fine. We'll get if he can hear us. Let's just get the sights and the sounds. Well, not the sounds. We'll get the sounds eventually.
Bill,
for now,
tell everybody else to put their phones in airplane mode. You're the only one that matters right now.
There's a lot of people up there, I gotta say. And statistically, if let's say there's 200 people in there right now, statistically, 4 of them have spray paint. That's just the factual numbers that we've been dealing with here. So be careful, Bill. Maybe put your glasses on. Yeah, I mean, you guys know. Does everybody know what the deal is tonight? What's going on? Project Priceless has a number of items on the agenda pertaining to the DOJ report and police accountability in the broader sense. The police union is down there to rat fuck it, let's say.
Sounds about right.
They're demanding that the city manager demand that the DOJ release specifics of the complaints, the reports, the accusations. In my mind, something that one, they know the DOJ won't do, so they're doing it in a cynical bid to undercut the public outcry against the report. 2, they presumably have all this information already because the DOJ report was gleaned from the Worcester Police Department for the most part. So again, I think this is it's going to be terrible. It's going to be terrible.
Take a look at the actual agenda. Did they decide to put to rehash Gaza night tonight as well too?
In my quick skim of the of the agenda. I did not see that,
Okay.
but I also haven't looked at. Let's look at Mike Benedetti's rundown. There, we got your audio
you
back,
guys
Bill.
hear me now?
We got you now, Bill.
All right, cool. Yeah, so the gallery is full, and this is full here. They just did the pledge, and they're starting the meeting. I have no fucking idea what's going on, and I feel like I'm gonna get beat up. So
Cool. Well, stay on camera if you can.
yeah, I'll say kind of this is this sucks so bad. This is like
All right, I'm pulling up the.
Bill,
pulling
mutter
up the-
into the mic. I want to hear the muttering.
what do you mean? I'm just saying this sucks so fucking bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Someone just spray painted Bill's camera lens.
All right, here we go.
Hello, Molly.
Hi, Molly. Do we have? There we go.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we suspend to go to the hour.
Okay, right now, roll call.
What's the motion, Mr. Chairman?
I'd to suspend the rules that we go for at least an hour from 30 minutes.
Okay, Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Mauro Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Basillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. So again, we have a public participation. A person may speak for no more than 2 minutes on any appearing on the agenda. This your name, see your residence, and item number.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Fred Nathan Worcester, 7W, the elephant that everyone wants to talk about. So the DOJ report that it should be noted
Are you my mother?
that the disgraced attorney, the U.S. attorney, Rachel Rollins, had to resign due to other issues. But anyhow, so we're supposed to believe a report that was generated by her and her group, who obviously don't like the police, because they just don't like the police, and they don't like the police, and they don't like the police. So enough of this BS. Let the police go out and do their work. I would like to remind the city people here, we definitely know of 2 murders
Bill, can
in
you
the
hear
last
the
since
meeting audio?
Friday.
And actually, can
But
the
since there
chat
hasn't
hear
been a
the audio? All
report
right.
of 2 murders that occurred like 3 weeks ago, you're talking 4 murders in 3 weeks. We're not Boston. I want to remind people, we're not Boston. So we're
Fred's fired
sick
up.
and tired of being treated like Boston, and you got to start treating the cops with a little bit of respect.
Or what?
If there was really a smoking gun in this report, they would name specifics, but as usual, this
The
report
first, like, 20
generated by
people
the
signed up to
DOJ
speak.
that Joe
Police
Biden
officers.
wanted it reported and sent out has about as much credibility and as much substance as a dirty diaper has more credibility.
Thank you. Next. Okay. Next, it's your name, see your residence, and item number.
Excuse me. Yes, I don't has it. The report had nothing to do with those 4 murders, first of all. The report has to do with allegations of criminal sexual misconduct. And I believe that the people who came forward, it took them a tremendous amount of courage to do that. And I do not believe that we should put them at risk.
What's up? I'm Tim.
And there was a reason
on Twitter.
that
Nice
the
to see you in
Department of Justice did not see fit
Always nice to meet a fan.
to expose their names. And I don't feel that it makes sense. Members of my family for over 50 years have been harassed because they sued the police over 50 years ago. And I don't think that anybody else should have to go through that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean that's to me how you know
So
they're
next,
threatened by
William
this
Gardner,
report.
69 Zenith Drive. I'll be speaking on 7X. My name is William Gardner, and I was a Worcester Police officer from April 4, 1994 to April 4, 2004, before being forced out of the department. With the exception of the reported sexual
he is a good
assaults,
guy.
which I had no knowledge of during my time there, I was bullied, battered, and blackballed starting in the police academy and lasting most of the 10 years that I was an officer there because I refused to behave in the ways described in the Department of Justice's report. As a result, I now am almost completely disabled because of the treatment that I received, suffering from almost constant depression, hyperanxiety, PTSD, and obsessive compulsive behavior. The culture of policing in this country is riddled with this type of behavior, and worse, and the WPD needs to acknowledge that they are not squeaky clean like they make themselves out to be. It's just not possible. I could tell you example after example of the things that officers did to me and in my presence that were dismissive, intolerant, racist, sexist, belligerent, bullying. The list goes on. And it only got worse if you're a member of the BIPOC community, the LGBTQ+ community, drug or alcohol dependent, homeless, not a native English speaker, and so many more folks living in the fringes of our community. Bottom line,
What are the
there is
chances
an
that everybody
unwritten rule
on
that
camera
no matter
knows
what,
they're on
you'll
camera?
make it home at the end of your shift. Loosely translated,
We'll find out.
which is not a bad thing. Loosely translated, though, that means shoot first and ask questions later, or do whatever you need to do to keep the public down and afraid so that they will not be attempted to assault you. I am a firm believer that the type of behavior is not necessary to do the job of a police officer, and there are plenty of good Worcester police officers who have
It's not,
proved
but his
it
name is
time
Bill
and time
Gardner. He
again
was
during their
the
careers.
former Worcester police officer.
The city
that
and the
left,
police need to admit there's a problem,
he claims he was harassed. out of the
apologize
department.
for any part they may have played in it, allow the community to accept that apology through forgiveness, allowing both parties to be able to
can you
move
wrap up your
forward
comments?
through much needed reconciliation. Thank you very much.
thank you. What's your name, see your residence? Item number?
My name's Tammy McGee. 70% more prostitutions and drug addiction women are due to homelessness. There is no women's shelter in Worcester. I was a former program advocate for SMOC for 7.5 years. And one thing I do know is that the women that are staying at the shelter, they end up leaving because they don't want to be there because of men, due to their own traumas and tragedies that they've had experienced. I learned a lot from these women. I live in the area. I advocate for a group which is called Project Priceless, who is a organization for women that is in place for them who are out there without a safe place to be. I want to see the Worcester Police Department publicly apologize and be criminalized to the fullest for abusing and soliciting these women who are not looking to have any type of sexual contact with an officer. These officers put
Be a
these
great
women in
time to go,
situations that they are forcefully demanding, luring and bribing them,
Do some
and they
mayhem
get
on
what
the
they
other
want
side of the city
sexually
right
out of
now.
these women. A badge and a gun does not mean entitlement. It does not mean that these officers should put us in a vulnerable state, leaving us scared to say anything. How do you go to the police to report the police? Women should not be scared to let men abuse them in any way, especially ones who are paid to protect and serve our community. So I want to see Project Priceless get a building provided to provide shelter, resources, and counseling ran by Project Priceless for homeless women. I also would like to see the women affected by these horrific acts get restitution for defamation of character and sexually abusing women without proper consent. These women are given into demands because of the title you carry, but that title does not mean you are entitled. I support the petition 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, 7CC to the fullest.
Okay.
And for the petition on 9A, the city mayor should not get a raise if he cannot manage our city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's your name, city of residence?
My name is Elizabeth Grajales. I'm Project Priceless Vice President. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Project Priceless.
Are you
I
the one
serve
that filed
Project
the
Priceless
petition?
as the Vice President. First, I'd like to say thank you to all the women here to support 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC.
These are your items, right, that you filed?
Huh?
These are your items that you filed?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I believe today is a very important day. Today, we as women in our community are here to show the city, the council, the outrage that women in the city of Worcester are feeling. I believe that homeless women of the city of Worcester are under attack. And as a homeless woman myself, who is already stuck facing the daily challenges and struggles of our homelessness, I am appalled that the DOJ is allowing and backing up the WPD after receiving many homeless women who have already fighting the battle on drugs, homelessness, and sexual exploitation statements. And the fact that you could dismiss those actions of the officers is disgusting and disturbing. So on behalf of all my sisters from Project Priceless and the community, we demand a public apology and restitution for all the women that suffered at the hands of these officers. We at Project Priceless also demand officers committed of any sexual acts involving a woman that is not willing to be fired immediately. Project Priceless also demands that the city open an all-women shelter ran by women. We also demand a continuous fund for Project Priceless to continue operating on helping and protecting our community of women. So please, on that note, approve 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC, because this is also about the future of our daughters and granddaughters. So I beg you to highly consider Project Priceless's demands, because the women of the city will not rest until our demands are met, and until we see change and those convicted of violating our rights as women. So to end my statement, please work on 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC, and 7Z. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Serenity Jones, resident of Worcester. I'm actually here to oppose 7Z, 7AA, and 7CC. I do, however, support 7BB. I do believe that there should be accountability. I also want to support the statement made by Worcester PD, and I'm going to oppose the city managers and our mayor. And also, I support 7W. If we don't know who is making accusations, how are we to fix anything? And I also
He's one of the dumbest people. I've
do
ever met
not
in my
support,
life.
or I would like to see the raise of Eric to be revisited and not just set in stone. Thank you.
Does anybody in the chat know what's happening up in the gallery that people keep looking up at?
Yeah, that is a great question.
Hi, my name is Amy Ebbison. I'm a resident of Rutland working as Worcester Addresses Childhood Trauma. I'm here to speak on the DOJ report. It is imperative that we believe survivors. It has been said again and again, this has been happening for decades. We've heard this about racism.
Great question, Brad.
Racism in Worcester with the Worcester Police goes back as long as I've been an adult. Here we are again. People with mental illness, women that are homeless, that are in the sex trade, have been victimized and are continuing to be victimized. We victimize them more by not believing them. This is about a culture of harm done. This is about power abused. When we look to our leaders and our police to help vulnerable people and they harm them, that is unconscionable. This cannot stand. I implore you to not see this as individual issues, individual bad people, but a culture that allows power to be abused. Please put a stop to this and redress our concerns as soon as possible.
Yeah!
Next speaker. What's your name, say your residence?
My name is Sue Mailman. I'm a Worcester resident and a member of the Worcester School Committee. I want to express deep concern for the findings of the Department of Justice report about excessive force, conduct that violates the rights of some women, and racial discrimination. Our city, in my mind, has a pattern and practice of responding to this report and many reports over the years. The city comes out swinging in defense of the accusations and then tries to walk it back and then pushes the work to a committee and says, see, we are doing something. My belief is that we should trust the public to play stronger roles on a variety of important seats, like the Human Rights Commission or hopefully a civilian review board. Let's appoint people that are serious about creating change, not just filling seats, not just supporting this one or that, but truly working in the interest of transparency and fairness to the residents of our city. This is on items 10G and 10H. I remember calling into the very last meeting of the DEI subcommittee when the committee told the city, you are not taking us seriously, we are voting to disband. That was a bold move, and the city was none too happy that the members were speaking the truth. But it needed to be said and it needed to happen. This Human Rights Committee has excellent leadership under Chair Ellen Shemitz and Vice Chair Liz O'Callahan. They have really worked hard, and other appointed members of this body. I've watched them be stifled in their requests for information, and I hope this city will immediately change that pattern and practice and reappoint serious leaders and let them do for their job. I will be watching, along with many others. The community is watching. Our young people are watching. Our scholars and our schools are full of students, and they are very interested in matters of social justice. And this is a chance for us to take an opportunity and do way better. Thank you.
What's your name, say your residence?
Hi. I am a transgender woman, and I would like to shed light on my story. At the age of 12, I was kicked out due to being a transgender woman that led me to start my survival/in the life. It went from night after night, day through day. In 2022, I was aged out of DCF and put back into the sex trade. I've been even bounty hunted by the Worcester Police Department just for trying to survive in my daily life, even for being discriminated against due to me being transgender. I've encountered assault at the hands of an officer. This is why I am here today, to make a change in the year of 2024. Jennifer Bias.
Anybody else? Or?
Trouble, he can't see it. He can't get in the room. Bill's not in the room right now. It's impossible to get in the room. We can't tell what it says either.
What's your name and say your residence?
My name is Shaun Harris. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here in support of the petitions from Project Priceless, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, 7CC, in response to the Department of Justice's findings regarding the crimes WPD officers commit against prostituted women. The city must apologize for the abuse of prostituted women by Worcester Police, allocate a shelter to Project Priceless to support homeless women, hold abusers accountable while decriminalizing women, and provide financial and mental health support for survivors. These demands constitute a necessary first step towards justice and systemic change to empower women on the streets.
Good evening, everyone. I want to begin by saying thank you to all of those who have come out to support Project Priceless and their initiative to supporting the survival and fight for liberation of all women. This is what solidarity looks like. My name is Imani. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I am here in the support of the petitions 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC from Project Priceless, in the response of the Department of Justice's findings regarding the crimes of Worcester Police Department officers have committed against prostituting women. When this information was released, I was shocked, but by no means surprised, in any way. The findings outlined in the report of the United States Justice Department Civil Rights Division and the United States Attorney's Office, the Worcester Police Department actions targeted women involved in the sex trade and violated their constitutional rights as citizens that they have sworn to protect. How you, council members, respond will tell us everything. Whether you choose to respond or to ignore them, you will publicly display and prove to all of us whether you consider a prostituted woman a human being or not. The city must apologize for the abuse of prostituted women by the Worcester Police Department, allocate a shelter for Project Priceless to operate, hold the abusers accountable, and decriminalize women and provide financial and mental support for survivors. Purposeful change is possible and can be achieved quickly and reasonably if everyone is committed to doing so, and that includes your votes tonight. Do your job.
Names to your residents.
Good evening. I'm here to speak on Agenda 7W. My name is Thomas P. Duffy II. I'm a lifelong resident of Worcester, born and raised on Grafton Hill. I've been a member of the Worcester Police Department for 27 years. As a proud president of Local 911, it is my privilege to speak to you tonight on behalf of Worcester's police officers. The report submitted by the DOJ is a reflection of the person that brought this investigation to our city, a total disgrace. Over the course of recent years, society has disparaged the profession of police in this country to an alarming level. We have local elected officials and some in our community who prioritize disparaging the great men and women of this police department on a routine basis. Being a police officer is an extremely difficult job, and that, along with the disrespectful treatment of the police in our society, is one of the biggest reasons that we have such difficulty recruiting and retaining officers in our city. Let me remind you that some thought defunding the police was also a benefit to the community. That being said, this sham of a so-called investigation is a new low point. With hardly any factual information, authors take it upon themselves to decide when an allegation against the police is credible. How have we come to a point in our city where this is allowed to happen? It's disgraceful and insulting to the great men and women that I'm privileged to represent. There's nothing more important than our relationship with the public. We should always strive to improve as an organization and better serve the people we protect and serve every day. Our officers are not afraid of accountability. We have oversight like no other profession. Posts, BOPs, equity audit, HR, DOJ, health department, human rights, body cameras, hotlines, and nonstop scrutiny and second guessing on a daily basis.
So the DOJ oversight is good?
Tonight, I call on all members of this council and our residents. I especially call on all local unions and their members of our great city to stand in solidarity with our local, to condemn the lack of fact-based material contained in this baseless report. No union worker should be subjected to persecution from reports that are not based on factual evidence as opposed to this shocking standard of proof. We demand that the DOJ provide any and all information it gathered. We also ask for a list of the people responsible for writing this report to include their experience and training. If this criminal behavior they referenced took place, there should be multiple criminal referrals. Why is the DOJ not calling for the immediate arrest of the officers involved in this so-called pattern of criminal behavior and sexual assaults? Because justice is not the purpose of this report. Its sole purpose appears to be a political attempt to embarrass, smear, stereotype, convict our officers in a court of public opinion without our date to defend each and every unproven allegation.
Thank you. Can you wrap up your comments?
There are three words in this report, however, that ring true to me. Outrageous government conduct. Ironically, it describes the actions of the DOJ. I can assure you, as president of this local, we will be watching the response of the members of this council. We all know that there are some who have an anti-police agenda, obsessed with everything they do to try to label us as racist, and we'll use this baseless report to try to further divide our police from citizens. For what they perceive will be their own political gain. Yes, sir. 1 minute. We flatly reject those individuals.
There's no cop in there to stop them.
We encourage a dialogue in relation with our citizens and police that is one of mutual respect based upon honesty and integrity over division and divisiveness. I thank the public for the strong support they show our officers on a daily basis and ask for your support as we move forward.
Thank you.
We will not remain silent in the face of unsubstantiated character assassination, as we hope you will not.
I mean, this is it right here. This is it right here.
What's your name and city of residence?
Hello, my name is Nia. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I am here to support the petitions from Project Priceless, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB,
that applause
and
break
7CC
is the only,
in
that's
response
the
to the
only
Department of
information you
Justice's
need to-
findings regarding the crimes
for
of
the
the Worcester
upcoming
Police
city
Department
elections.
officers
That's all you
committed
need to
against
know.
prostituted women. I'm speaking on
That's-
behalf
that's
of
Joe Petty,
Racism Free
City Council in a
WPS.
fucking nutshell.
And I have a statement. We, the organizers of Racism Free WPS, stand with our sisters and comrades of Project Priceless in the fight against violence committed against prostituted women by the Worcester Police Department. The Worcester Police Department have been allowed to rape without repercussion. The 40-page investigatory document reveals horror story after horror story of Worcester police officers entrapping homeless women and forcing them to commit sex acts under the intimidation of the badge. These men raped while in uniform in their police cruisers that tax money pays for, by the way. These men raped under the full protection of their brothers in the force. In 2019, a police captain even publicly endorsed sexually assaulting prostituted women during stings. He said of our homeless sisters, they are not very attractive, they're dirty, they're sick, they don't want to touch them, they aren't sexually aroused. As a justification for rape, their victims also included girls, teenagers, children. The Department of Justice report also found that the Worcester Police Department tased and used unnecessary force against teenagers, pepper sprayed a mentally ill man while answering a distress call, and abused people with police dogs to the point of tissue damage, scarring, and atrophy. Clearly, there is an ethos of violence that runs deep in the department. So who can you possibly call to protect you? The stakes have never been higher for women in the city. All women in the city of Worcester should listen to this. We implore our community to stand united with Project Priceless and form a front against the violent, class-based misogyny
when
in our
this person
city.
hits 2 minutes,
we
watch
directly
what Joe Petty
call
does.
on the other organizers of Worcester to uplift this work and stand in solidarity. Reject the Worcester Public Department's rape regime. We reject the Department of Justice's recommendations, as there is no DEI training that is an adequate answer to rape. Instead, we support these petitions made out by Project Priceless, once again, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, 7CC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for one thing.
See?
To make sure people have access to come into this room, to make sure people outside here are treated with respect, that they can come in, and please ask people to keep it down so people can hear what's going on in the room. So please allow everybody who wants access to have access. Thank you.
Thank you, because I had to fight my way through the crowd of people over there. My name is Fiona Jatansing. I'm from 37 County Street, Worcester, Massachusetts. I'm here to speak on all the issues that the person before me just spoke on. I won't go through all the numbers, but I just want to say that the police are supposed to hold people accountable for their actions, but the police need to be held accountable for their actions. If they are being the criminals, then they need to be behind bars. Every one of them that was found guilty for whatever was reported in that report, they should be behind bars. Nobody should be letting them go just because, oh, they're nice guys, as I've heard some other policemen refer to them. That's not right. If somebody has done a crime and it's been found and investigated to be true, they should be behind bars. It doesn't matter whether they're police or not. They should be investigated and they should be criminalized just like anybody else who commits that same crime. Thank you very much.
What's your name, see your residence, item number?
Good evening. My name is Chris Ryan. I'm here to speak on item 7W tonight.
Cool jacket,
I'm the
dude.
General President of the New England Police Benevolent Association, which represents the Worcester Patrolmen's Association Local 911. I'm here tonight along with NEPBA Executive Vice President Kevin Carlo in support of the honest, hard-working men and women who lay their life on the line each and every day without certainty they will return home to their family at the end of their shift. These officers are husbands, wives, mothers, fathers, sons and daughters, just like you and I. I'm here to address this careless DOJ report, which alleges egregious criminal behavior up to and including sexual assault and rape. If the DOJ had credible information regarding these instances, why isn't anyone investigated or arrested? Why are the alleged officers still on the job today?
Your fucking job, pal.
Where is the justice
Well, that's
for
a
the
great
alleged
question.
victims?
Why weren't they?
Instead of offering answers to these questions, the DOJ only offers in their report recommended remedial measures. Are you kidding me? Many of the recommended remedial measures are already in
You
place.
ever heard of a thing called
In
the thin blue
2020,
line?
Massachusetts passed the most comprehensive police reform legislation in the nation. The nine-member Post Commission was formed, which is comprised of 9 members, 6 of whom are civilians with no law enforcement experience. They are responsible for the certification and, if necessary, the decertification of all Massachusetts police officers. To date, the Commission has decertified 38 police officers statewide. Along with the Post Commission, programs such as body-worn cameras have been implemented. In February of this year, the National Institute of Justice released a report on body-worn cameras on the City of Boston, stating that the program has had significant reductions in citizen complaints against police and police use of force reports for officers who wore cameras compared to those who did not. Police reform is working. With this encouraging data, I'm asking this council to hold off and reserve judgment till the DOJ provides
you guys fought it until you found
on
a
these
payday in
disturbing
it.
allegations.
Jackasses.
All relevant parties are entitled to the specificities of these allegations that are outlined in this report. To release such an irresponsible report to the public based on anonymous sources does nothing but erode public trust, divide the police and the Worcester community it serves, as well as demoralize the officers and their families. No one wants a bad police officer off the job more than an honest, hard-working officer.
That's not true.
Which you see here tonight.
Hey, can you
All
wrap
of
up
these
your
officers
comments?
deserve better. They deserve your support,
Go.
and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
They have trouble recruiting police officers, yet 100 of them can fucking show up on a random Tuesday night.
What's your name and city of residence?
Thank
and
you.
item number?
Yes, my name is Ramon Roman. I'm a member of the Worcester Police Department. I've been a police officer for the city for 19 years and been a member of the Vice Squad for 11 years. Those 11 years also include the time that the DOJ report supposedly covered in their investigation. I stand here today to tell you that I've never worked with a more professional, dedicated, and loyal group of people in my entire life, aside from my combat brothers in the Army. So it really affected me when that DOJ report came out, claiming several things about myself and the people I work with that I know for a fact to be untrue. In our society today, there are some people that are very vocal in painting the police in a negative light. This DOJ report has given those people a platform and much ammunition. It has done irreparable damage to the members of the Worcester Police Department, and it has done so without evidence or without witnesses to support their claims. It has made us look like criminals to the public and damaged our reputation. And as everyone knows, it is very hard to build up a reputation, but it's very easy to lose it. As a member of the Latino community, myself and all other minority members of the Vice Squad and the Worcester Police Department, this strives as an example. We try to be the best that we can be for our people. This DOJ report has done nothing but put another roadblock in our path. I'm here today to ask the City Council for a commitment to us, to the Worcester Police Department, to stand with us against these false allegations by the DOJ and watch as they are proven to be wrong. In this room, I sit here, as many people have come to this mic and called me a rapist and called me a criminal in front of my 8-year-old son, in front of my wife. What are the questions that he's going to ask me when I go home? Knowing that this report is utter garbage. Please think about that.
You really believe
Thank you.
that?
What's your name and city of residence?
Good evening. My name is Kevin Carlo. I live here in the city of Worcester. I'm also the NEPBA Local 550 president of the Sheriff's Department. As you can see above, brothers and sisters in the same union, they come across this report in the paper. They have families at home. There's nothing in that report that even is credible.
I'll never get over how much
and having
the argument is, what will our families
this kind of a
think?
matter.
Like,
it's unbelievable.
Like
I can't even believe that the paper would even
Is
put it out there.
is your
Except
reputation
for
within your
the
own
one
home
only
that
factor
fragile that
is to paint them in a bad
report that quote unquote is
And that's
garbage?
what I leave you with tonight.
They're
Thank
going to
you.
believe and think you're a piece of shit. I think maybe you should stop being such a piece of shit, and your family won't think that.
Hey, Brian, could you just share the link that I just put in there? That in reference to the
There's your
last,
names here, residents.
person
You might
who-
want to pull the microphone down a little bit.
Hi, my name
No, the one right there.
Oh, put it down? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
My name is Amanda Pelly. I'm a member of Project Priceless, and I stand strong with these women here today. You guys don't see the tears of these women every night as they have no place to go, or as they have been hurt by Worcester PD or whomever.
Interesting.
They're telling you just to get out of whichever and stand in the rain, or...
And then that's a baseless report. What is his family going to think?
Sorry, 1 second.
Take your time. Take your time.
The homeless women of the city go through so much more than any of y'all even remotely think. Like, we deserve a building. We deserve to be able to have somewhere safe to put our head at night. Because the Worcester PD, who's supposed to protect and serve, I, for one, don't think, I don't have a trust in it. I don't think they protect and serve me at all. And I'm sure a lot of these women don't think so either. After what I've seen over the last couple years of unfortunately being homeless in this city. Sorry.
It's okay.
There's so much more to all of us, and especially with Project Priceless and how the good that we do in this city and what needs to be recognized, especially with the demands that we are offering, because it's deserved. Worcester PD needs to be penalized for their actions severely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, here he is.
Good evening, Rick Cipro, President of International Brotherhood of Police Officers, Local 504, Worcester Police Officials. I'm here to speak on 7W and 7 Bravo Bravo, BB. I'm here also to speak that we demand that the city, the Worcester Police Department, and more importantly, the citizens of this city receive the full investigatory report from the DOJ, not this garbage summarized one that lacks empirical evidence, contains known admissions and misrepresentations. This investigation was supposed to be conducted through an objective and thorough examination. However, we must question if this was in fact done. If we do not have the ability to challenge the methods of evaluating information, analyze the credibility of witnesses, and review the incidents and the facts used to arrive at their conclusions. In the DOJ's own memorandum governing these investigations, Section 4 states that the affected jurisdiction will be afforded an opportunity to respond. We must do so, but we can only do so if we, as a city, have all the information and evidence used in this summarized report. Even more importantly, we need a full accounting and an investigations of the allegations of sexual assault alleged to have been committed by members of our department. If the allegations hold true, these individuals must be prosecuted. Anything less will continue to create a lack of transparency and community trust in public safety.
When have you
Let me
ever
be
done
clear.
anything about
Worcester
any
police officials
police
are
officer
about
that has
accountability
been
and transparency.
found
We've been
accountable?
working towards the end for several years, as evidenced by our department's increase of sharing departmental data and statistics.
Just spinning the log to stay on top of it.
Increased
Fucking
in community
horseshit.
engagement. These actions, coupled with our union's collective bargaining agreement, instituting body-worn cameras,
GPS technologies, police review and reform, training, and the possibility of establishing a performance review are moves in the right direction and confirm our commitment for this. Many of the recommendations contained in the report your department has and is working together, and we've been working towards this. And some of those, if not all, can be accomplished through continued work with the city, not by entering into an MOA with the DOJ. That will likely be in place for years to come and will cost the residents of Worcester hundreds of millions of dollars. The unions play a significant role in reaching any type of so-called settlement agreement. Reviewing the effects of these agreements in other cities, we oppose any such consent decree or MOA with the Department of Justice, and will work with our sister union to prevent one from being instituted.
Hopefully,
we say
the
this
amount that
knowing
they're clearly
that there are better
terrified
ways
of
to
a consent
improve
decree
policing
means
in
it's a
Worcester
real
that
possibility.
does not slow the process down.
I didn't think that.
And it is by
I didn't
working
think that was in the
directly
cards
with
at
the
all.
whole
But
community
they're
at
so
large,
fucking scared
and
of
not
it
just
that
the
maybe
few.
there is a
Thank
chance
you.
that it actually could happen. I mean, it won't after 1 month from now, but very interesting that they're like bringing it up.
What's your name for your residents?
Hello, my name is Travis Coleman from Worcester, and I want to say I'm a Worcester police officer in the gang unit. I've been a police officer for 11 years, and I've been in the gang unit for 8 years, and I'd like to address Agenda 7W. I would like to start off by saying that I obviously am a person of color and have the most respect, faith, and trust in the men and women that work in the Worcester Police Department. I think that the men and women in this department treat everyone fairly, professionally, and most importantly, do not discriminate and treat people unfairly based upon their race. As a black man that was born and raised and lived in this city for most of my life and even experienced some racism growing up, there is no way I could work for a department that discriminates, treats people that look like me differently or unfairly. Let it be clear with this. I'd be the first person to call an officer out and speak up if I felt they were discriminating or treating somebody unfairly because of their race. Racism is something that I take seriously, and racism is something that I don't stand for.
I'm sorry.
I think the DOJ's report creates an inaccurate representation of our department regarding enforcement activities with minorities and uses stats that are misleading. There are so many other variables that go into why stats may look a certain way that could be explained. I think the investigators did this strategically to try to smear our name. And they wrote the report in a way that would give people the impression that we discriminate. And themselves, they quote in the report, they say that they do not conclude that these disparities reflect unlawful discrimination by WPD in violation of constitutional or federal law, and that they only have concerns about potentially discriminatory policing. And they say that we don't collect enough data. I think they should have just said that we don't collect enough data to be able to prove or disprove if we discriminate or not. Lastly, I want to say because of these inaccuracies in this DOJ report, everyone thinks that we're racist, that we're thugs, and that we're sexual deviants or predators, whatever you want to say. I want to say that's not true, and I know myself and I know other members of this Worcester Police Department are going to do everything that we can to show that it's not true and gain the trust back in this community. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
What, like, incentive does the DOJ have to do this investigation and this report into Worcester, Massachusetts? What incentive do they have beyond?
Hi, good evening. My name is Jesse Bonatti, a lifelong resident of the city of Worcester. I'm here to speak on item 7A.
Especially
I've
this
already had
president.
an opportunity to meet some of you, and I look forward to
What
working
incentive
with
would they have to like
the
blow up the
others
police
in the
department
future.
in some fucking small town city?
am an employee of the city of Worcester and have been a police officer here for the past 17 years. Most of my time I spent in operations. There I was building connections with the community. Back in August of 2024, Chief Saucier asked me to take over the role of as the LGBTQIA plus liaison for the Worcester Police Department. As you know, Officer McQueen had recently retired, and the chief stated that he wanted to fill this role as a full-time position. Chief Saucier recognized the fact that the LGBTQ plus population was rapidly growing here in the city, and that we had an overreaching responsibility to bridge the gap between the police and the community. You might recall that the Worcester Police Department here was the first police department in the Commonwealth to include a trans member of the community. I was originally hesitant to take the job, to be honest with you, because I had already been working with Officer McQueen, and I knew what the job entailed. I knew that she had worked morning, noon, and night. It was a round-the-clock position, and she was taking calls on nights, weekends, and holidays. On December 9th, the Department of Justice released a report relative to the findings to the investigation that it had launched into the Worcester Police Department. I read the report and I found the report shocking. I was actually rendered speechless. Unlike most ethnic communities, the LGBTQ+ community includes people from all races, creeds, and colors. That community involves veterans and non-veterans. It includes people who are sheltered and who are homeless. It includes members of the addicted community and people who are sober. Based on my role today, I can tell you that report is eroding our relationship with the community. I am cognizant of the effects of a broad report that paints us with a broad brush. Since the release of the report, I am finding that members of the LGBTQ+ community are reluctant or flat out refuse to meet with me now.
Can you wrap up your comments, too?
I'm sorry?
Can you wrap up your comments? Can you wrap up your comments?
I can't hear you.
Can you wrap up your comments?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I'm not here to persuade anybody. I'm here to ask you to release the full report, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Have a good night.
He's talking about gay stuff, so the applause was a little muted from the crowd.
Before, Rebecca, could you raise the mic here so people can hear when I speak? You can't? That's it? Okay. Can we make sure people get access to the room, ask people to be quiet and respectful?
We got Beck shout out.
Thank you. You should name it to your residents.
Brendan Tivnan, lifelong resident of the city of Worcester. Good evening. I'm currently a sergeant assigned to the Worcester Police Department Vice Squad. I'd like to take this time to speak on behalf of the current Vice Squad and all who preceded us in this assignment. Like many in the WPD, members of the Vice Squad and I were very surprised at the DOJ's findings in their summary report. As an investigative unit, we conduct our investigations based on facts and evidence before coming to a reasonable conclusion based on the evidence obtained. At first glance, it appears the DOJ's investigative findings, as they relate to the Vice Squad, are lacking in any substantial evidence, but are rather based on third-party anonymous accusations, biases, and outright lies, and not based on fact. Contrary to the DOJ's report, I'd like to highlight some factual statistics that are, in fact, supported by hard data and numbers. Over the last 5 years, the Vice Squad has made over 800 arrests, executed 190 search warrants, seized over 75 firearms, and $2 million in drug proceeds.
Can we ask people, please, to be quiet and respectful to one another? Can we ask everybody, please, to be respectful to one another? In the room here, please.
Bill, what's going on?
Let's get through the night. Let's be respectful. Mr. Tivnan, sorry. Go ahead.
Just going back to highlighting some factual statistics that are in fact supported by hard data and numbers. Over the last 5 years, the Vice Squad has made over 800 arrests, executed 190 search warrants, seized over 75 firearms, and $2 million in drug proceeds, part of which goes back into community projects like our parks and green spaces. In comparison, during these vice enforcement efforts, Vice Squad officers have received 0 complaints of sexual misconduct, 0 complaints of excessive force, 0 complaints of conduct unbecoming, and 0 complaints total for any violations of law and policy.
Who would?
As a supervisor in the Vice Squad, I was one of 4 supervisors asked to be interviewed by the DOJ. While not being under any sort of legal obligation, all 4 supervisors agreed to be interviewed. In the interest of transparency and honesty, we, the supervisors, requested that the interview to be recorded. However, without giving us a valid reason, or any reason for that matter, the DOJ was the one who refused to have the more than 2-hour interview recorded. Tonight, I implore the City Council in the city to demand the DOJ provide an explanation as to their findings, why they ignored facts supported by data, why they refused to be recorded in an interview, and to demand an apology for the harm done to not only the Vice Squad and the entire Worcester Police Department, but to the Worcester community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know if this microphone's any better, but let's ask people please to be quiet if you can in the back where people speak. If not, we're going to have to end up probably taking a recess. I don't want to take a recess. I want to get through tonight.
Back off the
So
mic.
ask everybody, please be respectful to one another. Go ahead, sir, if you want to know what name.
Hello, my name is Keith Linares. I'm a resident of Worcester. District 1. I'm here in support of the petitions from Project Priceless, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, 7CC. So I'm a father of 3 daughters. I'm trying to raise them to have a bit of a social conscience and care about local government. Imagine trying to explain to them why I'm here. Imagine trying to explain to them if they're ever in trouble. Should they go to the police for help? Knowing what we know and knowing that the city manager, the city council, you all sit here providing oversight of the police. It seems like a sham to me. You should be ashamed of yourselves. It's either that there's no oversight or you're just incompetent. It's embarrassing. And I'm having a really difficult time trying to get my kids to respect this local government. I hope that people hearing this are thinking about things at the national level. With everything going on, it's a time that we need to be thinking about what democracy is really about. Transparency, accountability, and seeing Eric Batista respond to this, trying to squash this, spin it, minimize it. I'm ashamed. It's disgusting. And I think you really should take a look in the mirror, sir, and think about yourself a little bit more and think about what you represent around here.
Thank you. What's your name and city of residence?
Mr. Chairman.
Hi, sure. My name is Diana, and I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here in support of petitions from Project Priceless 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC in response to the Department of Justice's findings regarding the crimes WPD officers commit against prostituted women. I cannot begin to explain how disgusting it is to see this room packed with cops who cheer and clap in support of their brothers, especially when the other people speaking are homeless women who are the ones actually victimized by rape. You want to call these cops bad apples? How many bad apples do you have? It's more than 1 or 2. It's the whole tree. Rape and abuse of women is not an exception. It's how the system was built to function. Are you shocked that cops are protecting their own instead of the people they were sworn to serve? There's no trust to erode, so don't talk about community trust. I'm here today in support of my sisters from Project Priceless. There is no group of women who is subjected to more injustice in Worcester like homeless women, though the WPD would claim that they're the ones who are attacked. These women are my friends, and I've grown as a person seeing the women of Project Priceless consistently show me what resilience looks like in the face of a city that does not care if they live or die. I'm not interested in sugarcoating. The DOJ report revealed something most people in Worcester already know. It's a department that is bound by corruption, bound in secrecy, especially when it comes to abusing women. So was your soul worth it? Was it worth it when you sacrificed your humanity for power? I'm asking all the cops here today. The city must apologize for the abuse of prostituted women by the Worcester Police, allocate a shelter to Project Priceless to support homeless women, hold abusers accountable while decriminalizing women, and provide financial and mental health services for survivors. And in regards to 9A, do not, for the love of God, increase the salary of this so-called public servant who is already one of the most high-earning people in Worcester when there are women sleeping in the street. Pay Project Priceless. Let's go!
Okay, we have our next speaker.
Hello, everyone. My name is Echo Brzezowski. I'm a Worcester resident here in support of petitions from Project Priceless, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC. I have never been to a city council meeting before, but learning about the DOJ report on the Worcester Police Department detailing the immoral, inhumane, and heinous crimes committed by police, I knew I couldn't stand by and do nothing. How fucking embarrassing and shameful. I really hate to say that I'm not surprised at all. The reputation the police have created as a government-sanctioned gang of bullies and abusers is not lost on the public eye.
Somebody should just
and
go
for
down
those
there.
officers who say, oh, it's not me, though, enough. You are all clearly showing your incompetency to prune the rot at every turn, and instead cultivated an environment allowing unchecked assholes to carry guns and tasers, using them on anyone they feel like just because they can.
Do not get us into another
Using their
lawsuit.
badge and power to coerce and abuse the most vulnerable members of our society. You are all responsible for these atrocities. And if the WPD ever hopes to gain public favor again, you can start by apologizing for the abuse of prostituted women by Worcester Police, allocate a shelter to Project Priceless to support homeless women, hold these abusers accountable while decriminalizing the women you've taken advantage of, and provide financial and mental health support for survivors. These demands are a necessary first step towards justice and systemic change to empower all women. For violence done upon my sisters is violence done upon me.
Okay, just your name, say your residence.
My name is Sathi. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I serve as the coordinator of Project Priceless, a collective of homeless women subjected to prostitution in the city of Worcester. I'm here in support of agenda items 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC. I'm here to demand that the Worcester City Administration adhere to the demands of Project Priceless in response to the Department of Justice report investigating abuses committed against women by the Worcester Rape Department. I am here tonight to ensure that you listen to women who have worked tirelessly against all odds to build a network of safety and solidarity between women on the street, to protect each other from the exact findings of violence documented in the DOJ's findings. These women have endured unimaginable horrors, abuse, poverty, violence, hunger, the harsh cold, isolation, trauma, yet they continue to come together to survive, to organize, and to demand justice. They've done this without shelter, without resources, and without any institutional support, simply because they must resist being crushed under the weight of oppression. Their resilience is extraordinary, but resilience alone cannot overcome the systemic injustices that they are facing. We have already lost 4 members since the formation of Project Priceless last September, and we refuse to lose another friend to the streets. We are demanding a public apology from every last one of you for the abuses committed against women that you've left to die on the streets. We are demanding a building for Project Priceless to operate a shelter, since the city of Worcester hasn't cared to fill the void left by the closure of Harbor, the only overnight women's shelter in the entire city. We also demand your commitment to punishing the male abusers while rehabilitating these women and providing reparations for survivors. I demand that you act on these 4 petitions. They are not just requests, they are necessary steps towards justice and liberation for women harmed by the systems designed to exploit them. Without your action, women remain at risk of being raped to death while the city of Worcester remains complicit. We will not let the city live down the legacy of its brutal misogyny. You'll never be known for woo socks. It's pretty embarrassing.
Thank you. You can wrap up your comments,
No, I'm not
please.
done. I deeply care. I deeply care for and believe in this women, and it is an incredible honor of mine to know,
Thank
to
you.
love, and to learn from each and every one of these women. And you would all be complete fools to discard their insights into the realities
Okay, thank
of
you.
the
Can you
world
wrap
that
up
we
your
have
comments,
built
please?
specifically within this city that you,
Thank you.
position yourselves as leaders of,
Thank
while
you.
you leave people on the street to die.
I appreciate it. We have other
I'm
people
not
want to
done.
speak. Can
I
you
know
please-
that this
can you
council,
please-
I know that this council has the power to stand
you
with
wrap-
these women, so it's time to choose.
Oh, and you don't
Stand
cut
with
off
the
the
women
cop's
fighting
mic
for their
because you're afraid of them.
survival, or for the
And this is
systems
what
and the
happens.
men that
Thank you.
exploit, abuse, and
Thank you.
rape them
I
on
appreciate
the
it.
daily.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Bill, can we get a time? Bryan, can we get a time check on the union Duffy's comments versus Suthy's?
Can we get a time check?
Later on, just I'd like to compare the two. Like when
Yeah,
Joe
we
was
should,
putting Duffy
yeah.
off versus how heavy-handed he was with Suthy.
Yeah, once we finish, we can go back and look tonight. But he spoke at least as long as she did. It felt like.
Okay, we have another speaker. Look at. Excuse me. Can we get? Listen, I don't want to close down this part of the meeting. We have other people who want to speak. Can you let other people speak, please? I don't want to close down the public participation, because there's other people who want to speak here tonight. Can we try to keep it to 2 minutes, respectful to everybody else has a chance to speak tonight? Just your name, say your residence and item number.
Anthony Petroni, Vice President of the Worcester Police Officials Union. And I apologize for all this madness that's going on right now. I'm speaking on item number 7W and 7BB. Ask yourselves these questions. Where in this great country can anyone be charged and convicted of a crime without one piece of evidence? How can victims of serious sexual criminal acts with credible sources be left without justice served? Does due process not apply to these victims and the alleged offenders? Does the DOJ not have the ability to enforce criminal acts, or at least turn it over to the Mass Attorney General? We recognize the importance of addressing legitimate misconduct and ensuring accountability within our police department.
We've just never seen
This
it.
summary reports allegation of systemic sexual misconduct within Worcester Police, but lacks the necessary factual support to be credible. The absence of concrete evidence weakens the report's claims and unjustly tarnishes the reputation of the entire police department. The report, 41 pages after a 2-year investigation, alleges sexual misconduct, cherry-picked use of force instances, but fails to provide clear evidence or credible investigative findings to substantiate these claims. There are no document case studies, verifiable victim testimonies, or examples of judicial proceedings involving the Worcester Police to support these accusations. Without this, these allegations become baseless, and it erodes the trust not only in the Worcester Police, but also in the DOJ's process. To uphold its credibility and effectiveness, the DOJ must hold itself to the highest standards of evidence. Based on reporting accusations as serious as sexual misconduct should only be made when supported and verified by evidence. Sweeping generalizations based on limited or unreliable data do not
You're gonna be
serve
so
the
bummed when
cause
they
of
actually
justice.
release this report.
Instead, weakens the public faith in both local and federal oversight.
Wrap up your
They
comments.
really are
Give me
only
another
doing
half
this
a minute.
because they
We
think that it's
strongly
never going to
urge
happen.
the city manager, along with this city council, to ask the DOJ to produce their investigative report that specifically outlines each allegation based on facts, times, dates, location, and most
Thank you.
importantly, the names of the alleged officers allegedly involved.
Thank you.
Anything else is unacceptable.
Thank you. I
The
appreciate
integrity
it.
of our justice system depends on
Thank you.
fairness, impartiality, and accountability.
I appreciate it. Thank
I
you.
trust the DOJ will address these concerns.
Thank you. Please wrap up your comments,
Do
please.
you notice how
Thank
the,
you.
the cops,
We have another speaker
as
behind
compared
you.
to
Come on.
like
Yep.
other
I
people,
trust
like
that
when
the DOJ
other
will
people
address
go, "Oh,
these
I'm just going to
concerns
finish."
to restore the
The cops
confidence
have just
in
steamrolls. They won't
to
look
the
at them.
principles.
They don't
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
They just keep talking and ignoring them.
That's your name, say your residence.
Good evening. We are here to speak on agenda item 7W. My name is Alyssa Duffy. I'm resident of Worcester and live in Grafton Hill. On behalf of my friends and fellow Worcester police wives, we are here to address the council regarding the DOJ investigation.
Oh, live in Worcester?
A police
Weird.
officer will show up when you call for
Apparently they
help,
don't live in Worcester.
when your child
Hell.
goes missing, when your brother gets in a car crash, or when your mother collapses. They see, hear, and deal with things most of us could never even imagine. They show up in the face of danger without thinking twice. They are selfless. And in the same breath, police officers are disrespected, treated poorly, kicked, punched, and spit on. You don't like how a police officer is treating you? Don't worry, you can just whip out your cell phone, go live on social media, and berate them, while all your followers watch and comment how god-awful the cops are.
So?
But they
Who
keep coming
fucking
back for
cares?
more
Like,
day and night.
why is
they
that
miss
the
holidays,
worst crime
birthdays,
you could
parties,
do?
and school events, and whenever you call, they will be there. They knew what they signed up for.
First of all,
It's a
show me a
thankless
video
job.
of people
But
spitting
what
on
they didn't
cops.
sign up for
and I
was
will
have
show
false
you a video of
allegations
people
made
that
about them by the
are
DOJ with
immediately
zero
kicked
evidence
to
to back
death.
up their false claims. Imagine someone going to HR at your company, making false allegations about you with no evidence to back up these allegations, and have every media outlet pick it up and run with it. Whenever he wrote a paper from as early on as middle school, we needed to cite our sources and cite
lot
the
of
quotes
this
we
is a
used.
housing crisis.
So we
There's
are
nowhere to
asking the
live.
council to demand the DOJ release their full report with the authors and each and every so-called credible source. These officers are held to the highest standards with more oversight than any other profession, and the Department of Justice should not be held to any lower of a standard than our officers here in Worcester. So tonight, we proudly stand with and support our husbands and in solidarity with the entire Worcester Police Department. Our children will continue to look up to their fathers, their heroes, and the men and women of our police family and know they are the ones keeping our city safe. We ask that you stand with them as well.
What's your name, city residents?
I'm sorry?
Your name, city residents?
Hello, I'm Isaiah Gomez. I've lived in Worcester my whole life, and I'm a current resident in Worcester too. I'm here to voice my support for agenda items 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC. And to voice my disgust with the systemic abuse women have been enduring by those that take oaths to swear and protect us. Reading the DOJ's report on the city's police department was sickening, gut-wrenching, infuriating, and unsurprising. The Worcester Police Department has a culture of rape and violence which has gone unchecked and unpunished for far too long. Taking advantage of some of this city's most vulnerable people is sick, twisted, and calculated. It is time that this city does something about that. Reforms are not enough. We have a responsibility to protect our own. The police in this city seek to harm this city's most vulnerable. They seek to harm and continue to deny the evidence that has been put forward by the DOJ. And again, I note how this department throughout this entire night has ignored the evidence put forward by the DOJ in that report. We have to support and empower the work of Project Priceless. It is time to take the necessary steps towards justice and to foster a healthier community. The Worcester Police must apologize. The city must allocate a space to support unhoused women. Worcester has to financially support these women that they leave to die. We have to hold these abusers and accountable while decriminalizing the women that are affected by these principles. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, city residents?
Charles McNeil, 7EE. Charles McNeil, I request the city council to request the city manager to look into staffing at all owned sites where there are homelessness services to determine what mental health care is available now and increase funding to direct services as needed. This is an issue that should be a priority. You want to clean up the streets? Let's start by finding a safe place for the homeless. We're asking for help. Please and thank you. There's entities like Open Sky, Everyday Miracles, St. John's, CHL that's helping. We need to have other places. We need to have staff members that's qualified to help the homeless, to help the mental health when they have a meltdown. We just need more funding. We need more help with this, and I'm asking you from bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Huge credit to
right
that
there.
guy.
Just your
coming
name,
in
city
and
residents?
speaking on a separate item.
Hi, my
while
name
all
is
this
Michelle
going on.
Putsch, and I'm a Worcester resident. I'm here in support of agenda items 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC. I'm here to demand the Worcester City Council adhere to and advances the demands of Project Priceless in response to the DOJ report investigating rapes committed by the Worcester Police Department. Every time I read the DOJ report that came out, it makes me sick to my stomach, and I don't understand how some people don't feel the same. And this is information that is just the surface. Our sisters are dying. The least you can do is comply with these agenda items. The Worcester Rape Department is complicit in killing our prostituted homeless women, and people here want to call it baseless? Ask the members of our Project Priceless members here, and they will tell you much different. Screw anyone who thinks otherwise. You clap for people who hate women, you silence women, you kill women, and no one will ever remember you. Okay, good. Cops are the top paid employees in the city of Worcester, and they are paid to abuse the community of Worcester. I demand you comply with these items.
Next speaker.
Andrew Marsh, 212 Main
Yes.
Street in Worcester.
Andrew,
Thank you,
we
Mr.
love
Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I rise in support of agenda items 7Z, 7BB, and 7CC. Like many others in our city, I was horrified and outraged after reading the Department of Justice report exposing a culture of our own law enforcement shamelessly committing some of the most heinous and nauseating crimes imaginable on the most marginalized members of our community. Such a culture can no longer be tolerated, nor should it ever have been tolerated. Granting the request of Project Priceless is the bare minimum this city can do to regain the trust it has lost. But if the city wants to take such meaningful action to permanently prevent such atrocities and corruption from happening again, it should commit to making considerable cuts to the WPD's budget and reallocating it to services that are proven to make a difference in bettering our community without inflicting harm. If there's anything this report has shown me, it's that the WPD cannot be trusted to wield its massive budget in a responsible manner. Until it does, the best way to effect that change is to stand up to their power and deprive them of the resources they squander on bullying the defenseless. If you want to be tough on crime, here's the perfect opportunity to do so. Removing the few bad apples will not solve the cultural root of the problem. Until the department is able to come to a proper change of heart and atone for their sins against the community, they deserve neither their massive monetary budget nor the authority and respect we give them. You as counselors have before you arguably the most consequential decisions of your careers, a chance to truly reduce harm to our most vulnerable residents and create a more harmonious city where people don't have to be afraid of being harassed and abused by the very people who are supposed to protect them. I suggest you do not squander it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Andrew Marsh must be protected at all costs.
Always with the hammer.
What's your name and city of residence?
Yep. My name is Casey, and I'm a resident of Worcester. I am here in support of the petitions from Project Priceless 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, 7CC in response to the Department of Justice findings regarding the crimes WPD officers commit against prostituted women. And I just want to speak as someone who has worked in a homeless shelter for just about a year. I have seen the sexual violence that occurs from the sexual violence not only against women but against children who are on the street and who have to engage in survival sex to, again, just to survive, just to survive. And I have seen many people I have worked with try to make that decision of trying to find access to care, and just the sexual violence is always a part of it and is something I have witnessed many times that I have also encountered myself, and I hope that this council and the city takes this seriously. Thank you.
Bear with me, I wrote this before the entire police union showed up to defend the alleged rapists among them. Bear with me. My name is David Webb. I'm a resident not really a proud resident anymore. I'm an ashamed resident in the city of Worcester. We're the second largest city in New England. Let's start acting like it. Let's set an example. That means accepting responsibility, admitting our harm, and changing our systems so that we don't constantly exploit our citizens. For Worcester to improve, we need to be able to admit to harm, and I see Petition 7X as an opportunity to do just that. I am also, of course, in support of 10C through 10H and 7Z through 7DD. I'd like to particularly note 7EE, adding mental health services to sites with services for the unhoused community. This is a fantastic agenda item, and I'm glad to see it on the agenda. I'm in opposition to 7W. Tonight's meeting is yet another example of a city council agenda where we have both a request for the solution as well as a demonstration of the problem. Brought to us from the people who compared Mayor Petty to Hitler regarding actual public safety, we have a petition to be rape apologists who deflect instead of listen, who always demand more proof instead of ever simply believing the victim. What a great way to show exactly what roles the police unions play when it comes to accountability. I'm also not a fan of 9A, extending the city manager's contract. After I was attacked right outside this chamber by someone who has donated to most of this council, our city manager lied, claiming that there is not a practice of having police at these meetings, ironically this week, and claimed that the officers who were supposed to be there had left to file reports. According to a public records request, those reports do not exist. In the same misleading statement, Manager Batista said he was confident that the Worcester Police Department will be able to bring about justice. That hasn't happened, but really why? How? Why? At this point, why would any intelligent person or our city manager be confident in the city of Worcester or its police department to bring about justice? Maybe he needs to reread the report that was released 5 hours after his new attorney's statement, because the city manager hasn't communicated with the Human Rights Commission since April. There are recommendations from the Board of Health that were made in 2020 that haven't been fulfilled, and in the 2 years since the Department of Justice launched its investigation, Councillor Kate Toomey, chair of the Safety Committee, hasn't had one meeting to discuss the matter. If half the people who showed up tonight gave a shit, we wouldn't be in this position.
Okay.
Wolfpaw, we love you.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Merciless Indian Savage, and I'm a resident of Nipmuc Territory. So my little sister, a few years ago, she passed away as a federal marshal. She was a single mom. She busted her ass, and we were so proud of her, and we still are. But there was a time when I was here. I was homeless for 8 years here, and I don't do drugs. I don't drink, so I got to see everything HD. But when I saw some of the stuff I saw from some of these police officers, I didn't want to tell anyone what my sister did for a living. And that's pretty sad, because she was a great community officer when she was a police officer. She went above and beyond for the community. And she also did believe that when police officers should get in trouble, they should be doing community service too. So, because we're held accountable. But here's something that happened to me too. I was sitting at home, 9 o'clock. I had 2 FBI agents come to my house knocking on my door, because I volunteer for reintegration, EPICA, ex-prisoners organizing for community advancement, jobs, not jails. They wanted the information because everyone came to us when we were on King Street. We were reintegration for this place. We were the only ones. They kept coming to us. I've seen stuff myself when I was first homeless before I got into this. It made me sick to my stomach. So for those that are in denial, you think these officers aren't doing stuff? You're sleeping. How do you know? You're not even out here doing outreach, but how do you know they're not? How do you know what they're doing? Honestly, how do you know? Because when there's one, that means you're all guilty if you're not speaking up.
Hi, my name is Betsy Grande, and I'm a Worcester resident. I'm here in support of agenda items 7C, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC. I'm here to demand that Worcester City Council adhere to and advances the demands of Project Priceless in response to the DOJ report investigating rapes committed by the Worcester Police Department. I honestly have a huge fear of public speaking, so bear with me. When I first heard this, I was not surprised. It was disgusting, but it was not surprising. It was stuff that we've heard before. It was stuff that we know. It's stuff that Worcester has ignored, and Worcester can't ignore it now that it's coming from the Department of Justice. This is a time to finally take a stand and say no more. We are here as a united front in the feminist fight against male violence. Women are not for sale, prostitution is not work, and it is survival. Cops get away with abusing women because it is a system that protects men. Male violence must be disciplined, and we cannot let predators keep getting away with this. I rest my time.
Good evening. My name is Avery. I'm a Worcester resident. I've lived here nearly my whole life, but I've never been to a council meeting before. Frankly, I'm nervous, but this is important. I'm here in support of the petitions from Project Priceless, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC, in response to the Department of Justice's findings regarding the crimes WPD officers commit against prostituted women. When I heard the DOJ report, I wanted to cry. I felt sick. I wanted to throw up. You can't read something like that and not be horrified by it. Not only is this report an embarrassment to the city of Worcester, but more importantly, it shows that people are being hurt. They have been hurt and will continue to be hurt unless we do something. The DOJ's findings highlight a complete and utter lack of humanity on the part of the police. There is a culture of rape and violence within the police department that is so deeply entrenched it cannot simply be fixed with a few reforms. In the report, they said that some officers admitted to doing stuff in their arrest reports and nothing happened. So even if it's just a few bad apples, everyone in the department is complicit in protecting rapists and upholding rape culture. Greater action is required. The city has a responsibility to protect its people, something that the police have staunchly refused to do. You can do better. The city must apologize for the abuse of prostituted women by Worcester Police, allocate a shelter to Project Priceless to support houseless women, hold abusers accountable while decriminalizing women, and provide financial and mental health support for survivors. These demands constitute a necessary first step towards justice and systemic change to empower women. Thank you.
Tom Marino, Worcester. We don't agree with all the claims in the report, but taken in totality, along with numerous concerns expressed by residents of the city over many years, we must face the systemic issues in our police department. That starts today. Our residents and the many officers that seek to serve their city with honor. That's how tough it was. That's what I expected from competent leadership. And we got a gaslighting campaign, which, whether intended or not, has resulted in witness intimidation. When you scream every day in the media, we're going to get the names, the time, the date, location, you're threatening to expose victims of sexual assault who don't want to be exposed.
Yes.
They went to their federal government believing they would remain anonymous, and the whole city's out here threatening to out them. It is fit for an episode of The Sopranos. It is gangster behavior. Stop it right now. Stop it right now.
That's Tom Marino. He writes This Week in Worcester.
Now, what we got in response was the most poorly organized disinformation campaign maybe in the history of human civilization. It's his lawyer. He hired him. He saw it. He approved it. It was published because he allowed it. And it is chock full of lies. There have been 78 of these investigations before Worcester. Worcester is being treated no differently than any of them. The full report will be out in 90 days because that's their process. Do some research. So to vote for this man's contract tonight, I realize that no bold action will actually come from this. But, I mean, you're just co-signing, lying to the people of the city. Lied to your faces last week. Nobody says anything about it. He's been shut down. The only place where this stuff got talked about in public, that the only thing that gave anybody in this city comfort that at least some police stuff was aired in public, and he's violated the ordinance that establishes the Human Rights Commission for, what, a year and a half? Nobody says anything. Nobody wants to deal with it. I don't know, maybe check your guy, because he's breaking the law. Now, we're told
Wrap up your comments now.
over and over that the vast majority of the Worcester Police Department is great. Sure, okay. But how come we never seem to find anybody that's in that minority who's a scumbag? There's 2 cases in the report, who of course we'll never talk about. A violent thug beat up a pastor in his church in front of his kids for saying a word. There's video footage. The beer garden thing was the most atrocious thing you could possibly imagine.
Can you wrap up then?
They tried to have that kid deported, and they did nothing.
Thank you.
Where are they both?
Thank
Both of those violent thugs. They are Worcester police officers right now.
Thank you.
So you're not going to fire anybody. You have sucked all hope out of me that this city can ever change.
Just stop it. Stop.
Name and city address. City residence.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Bertrand. I live in Worcester. And I'm also speaking in support of the petitions made by Project Priceless. I think it's a cruel irony that what people feared would happen when they spoke up is happening. Denial is happening. All the things that people were quoted in the DOJ report as fearing is becoming reality. And I think that's a sign that we need to work towards accountability and asking that we please take those petitions seriously and work to represent constituents not by spending money on lawyers and lawsuits, but on true community safety and real accountability. Thank you.
Hello, I am Jason Turner. Live in Grafton, and I grew up my whole life here in Worcester. I left for some period of time, and I've come back. I didn't come here planning to say anything, but listening to what the officers stated, denying and defending and rejecting and turning a blind eye to all of the different specific matters, saying, oh, there's no these are just allegations, there's no evidence. Okay, well then what's going to happen when evidence is presented in 90 days? When there is evidence, when they're all defending all of what happened, trying to turn away from it, what's going to happen when evidence actually does come out, when the DOJ does release their full report? Are you going to say, oh, okay, sweet, we said that we would do it once we had evidence? Okay, sweet, is now the time? And what is this council going to do between now and when the DOJ's full report comes out? Because it is coming out. Nobody on the police force that I heard, and I had headphones in the whole time listening to the Zoom recording, I didn't hear a single person say anything about what did or didn't happen. They all just said there wasn't evidence. There is something to be said for that. So pay attention. They are not saying they didn't do it. They said there's no evidence of it.
Yenny,
and there's going to be evidence
they said
in
what
about
this guy
90
is
days.
saying.
So what is this council going to have done between now and then?
Gaslit.
And what will the officers who were not perpetuating these things, what are they going to do? What is the police chief going to do about these things between now and when evidence does come out, whatever it says? I'm not privy to it, neither is anybody in this room, but what are we going to do when there's evidence?
Hi. I wasn't planning on speaking either. My name's Alana Gordon. I come from a family of high-ranking police officers, and the one thing I was taught was accountability is necessary. I am standing up there in tears because I'm looking at you guys, and you don't even look moved by what everyone has said here. These are people's lives. You have to care. This is your job. I don't have a whole lot to say, but I am so devastated because I grew up believing in police officers, and this isn't okay. You have to care more than this.
Oh,
That's
thanks
all I have to
for
say.
following, Maggot Colony.
My name is Jonathan Residor. I've lived in Worcester for roughly 21 years. I will say that a thing I've noticed is very little talk about what's in the report from the police. I've talked to quite a lot of people here, not just police, I've also talked to police, and it seems like everyone is kind of cagey. The clearest thing I've heard from anyone is due process, people saying, when we look into the allegations, there should be accountability. That is nothing. That is, if anything, a postponement. That is putting off addressing what's actually going on. This is a thing you see all the time. When a company gets sued, they'll postpone the lawsuit until this person suing can no longer afford it. If we do not stay vigilant, this isn't addressing any of you. If we as a citizenry do not stay vigilant, we'll be prey to such things again and again. And even if such things aren't happening, our vigilance is important. And if we aren't keeping our eyes on those in power, we will be prey again and again. And that's not how a country works. Countries aren't supposed to have prey and predator. It is about people serving each other. It is not about cops above citizens. It is about citizens serving citizens. And if we do not ensure that these people are listened to, if we do not ensure more than just accountability, that transparency. If things are found out, it should be more than just shown. It shouldn't just be put on some website. This should be headlining news. Anything less than that is an indictment, not just of Worcester, but just the general malaise of, I don't know, Massachusetts, America. It is important that we make this known, that we fix what is done, because words mean nothing. Actions are what we need.
Hi, my name is David Coyne. I'm a resident of the city of Worcester. I'm also a person who, by virtue of my presentation of skin color and gender, lives with great privilege in this society. I don't worry every time I see a police car that I'm going to get hit on, but I know people do, and I understand that. I'm here to speak tonight in support of the resolutions put forward by the Priceless Group and to make a couple of suggestions. I don't think every cop is a bad cop. I have an uncle who's a New York City detective, okay? There are good cops. There are overwhelmingly good cops. There are also bad cops. Bad apples slip through in every system, no matter how careful you are. The problem here is the thin blue line, the mentality that says it's the job of every cop to protect every other cop and to make sure that no cop gets in trouble because of anything you reported, okay? It's impossible that nobody knew about any of this stuff. It's impossible. I want to make two suggestions. One is we got a systemic problem that requires a systemic solution. The systemic solution, in my opinion, and I realize this is up to negotiations for future contracts, is that any penalty the city pays through court order or through agreement for police misconduct needs to come out of the police pension fund, not out of public funds. That would inspire cops to think twice about covering for one another, okay? And then the second thing I want to suggest is tomorrow the Department of Justice is holding a meeting at the YW at 5 p.m. So I got the time right? 6 p.m., sorry. Yeah. And I want to suggest that the chief and that the city manager, in their capacity as manager of the police department, make sure that every officer is ordered to not attend that hearing so that people can speak without fear that they will be doxxed by our own friggin' police department, okay? We need to protect the ability of people to speak to Justice Department officials without running the risk that the police department will put their address and their name on the web. Thank you.
Okay, seeing nobody else, we have your names to your residents.
My name is Ali Ibn Adam, for better or Worcester. I'm from the city of Worcester. Both sides of my family have been here for 400 years, and I have nothing to share other than to amplify the voices of the women who have already spoke. The evidence is clear. The knowledge is within the people. It's not a matter of discovery. As far as the people know, we know what's happening. It's been happening. It's not a secret. You need to catch up to reality. All I have to do is share a little historical anecdote. In 2001, September 2001, the whole world came to a small
Wait, what happened in September of 2001?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. The whole world came to a small town in Newfoundland called Gander in September 2001, a town of a few thousand people. All the planes that were crossing the airways in the Atlantic Ocean had to land. Remember, September 2001. And that whole town, they opened up their schools, they opened up their houses, and took care of thousands of people who stayed for weeks and weeks. Everybody was fed, nobody was homeless, simply because there were enough people who cared. There's no reason for women to be homeless in the streets other than we don't care. It's not a matter of money, it's not a matter of resources. The whole world came to Gander in September 2001, and everyone was taken care of. It's just a historical anecdote. Again, I have nothing to add. The people already know what time it is. Catch up.
Well, since I've been making so much noise over here, I might as well talk, right? My name is Casey Panarelli. I live in Shrewsbury. But all I want to say as a mental health clinician is just because it isn't happening to you doesn't mean it's not happening. So people need to take a little perspective class, right? Because just because, again, it's not happening to you doesn't mean it's not happening. So the way to prevent these things is by funding in our community, right? The Worcester Police already get way more money than they need. It's very apparent. But you guys are continuing to add to their budget and take away from the community, which is perpetuating these issues. So if you continue to vote the way you have in the past, it's clear, again, you don't care.
Right there, the lady, the person in the back right there.
I'm the person in the hat. I'm Judy Diamondstone. I live in Worcester, and I did not intend to speak tonight, but after listening to the testimony that I heard when I was up in the gallery, I could hear it. I couldn't hear it when I came downstairs. I feel it's important to point out that virtually the entire police department was here, and the entire police department was unanimous in condemning the report, in silencing the voices of the women, refusing to consider that any account of misconduct could have happened within the force. And I also want to point out that there is a difference between an employee and a human resources department and a homeless and powerless resident and the police force. There is a profound difference in that relationship.
Yes.
That people are afraid to speak out because what they say will be denied, because they will be gaslighted. This is not news.
Toomey just dropped her gun.
And I wish that the police department, because that report did not condemn all of the officers. It did not. I wish that the police presented a more credible face to the community.
Yes, right on.
It is heartbreaking that they did not, that they did nothing to win the trust of the community, that they condemned the community for not trusting them, for criticizing them. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Helen O'Hara.
Helen.
And I'm an educator, not here. I'm talking because I know so many young boys who want to be policemen. I know so many. And then I come here, so all these little boys want to be cops. And then all the big boys here come and laugh at us. I'm severely disappointed, and that's all I have to say.
Yes. To intimidate. They come to intimidate.
Okay, we are going to go, we have people on, we're going to close this part of the meeting and go online. You'll be the last.
With consideration.
Hi, I wasn't planning to speak either. My name is Margot Barnett, and I'm a resident of the city of Worcester for about 35 years. So we have an investigation that was done by people who know what they're doing to investigate. All right, so I'm speaking about 7W, but I'm also speaking about the proposals by the group, Project Priceless, sorry. So we have an investigation that was done by people who know what they're doing. it's true that police officers, many of them, have not committed these acts. The conversation tonight has been almost all about the sexual abuse, and that's really important. But there's also a lot of stuff in there about people being bitten by dogs, people being punched in the face, people being punched in the head, people being tased when there was not a reason to, when people were providing no threat. And so let's say that 90% of the police officers don't do this. But if 10% of them do, and it's not investigated, and it's not turned over to the Post Commission, then all of the police department owns it. Yes. You own it. Yes. You own it. And city manager, you also own it. Yes. Because it needs to be addressed. There needs to be accountability, and there needs to be a reconciliation. There needs to be a recompense to the people who have been harmed by this. So I ask you as a city council not to support 7W, because it's just important not to take this thing and flush it down the toilet. This is a serious thing that you need to look at, and if we don't remedy these things, we all own it.
Mr. Cork.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to start with Chris Robarge. I'm going to try and meet the resident now. Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're calling on.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Chris Robarge, City of Worcester, speaking on item 7X through 7CC. I've been coming to this council for more than a decade to speak on patterns and practices of misconduct and abuse committed by the Worcester Police Department. I have provided these comments while councilors in chambers talked, looked at their phones, watched the Little League World Series on their phones, or just walked out. So my expectations of most members of this body as currently constituted are pretty limited, as is frankly my respect. The DOJ has spent years, thousands of hours, probably hundreds of interviews, etc., to generate this report. This report contains several other very serious pattern and practice allegations, but let's just focus for today on what it says about prostituted women. I have read hundreds, me personally, I have read hundreds of police reports myself of the officers who make arrests on the statutes that cover prostitution. If anyone in the city would like to know who they need to be looking at, the names are right there in those reports over.
Somebody was
and
asking
over
before
and
what Kate
over
Toomey
again.
was doing.
I would
during
also like
the
to remind everyone
public
where the
testimony.
police union representatives and all of
Good
labor,
or
where police
old brother
stand
face.
on everyone else's strike lines. Where will you find the police
Awesome.
on your strike line in the labor movement? You will find them on the strike line, facing that line, ready to harass that line and arrest it, ready to protect the bosses. I have walked many strike lines, and I have never seen a cop on the right side of that line. Police are not friends of the labor movement. It is very rich to hear WPD calling for the Department of Justice's data when for years and years, WPD and the city have fought tooth and nail to withhold data, disciplinary records, and so forth. The TFG, among other media outlets, have tried to sue to obtain this data from WPD, but WPD feels entitled, as they often do. So they'll get their data immediately when they ask for it. We were late to so many basic accountability measures because WPD themselves and this city and this body fought them tooth and nail. You've had many chances to do something about the abuse and misconduct that they commit, and you've done nothing. Here is one more chance. Today is a new day. Do something about it. Meet the demands of Project Priceless, Black Families Together,
Can you wrap up?
SEI, and many other organizations who have to respond to the harm that has been done and is still being done. Do it, or history will judge you further for not doing it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have someone on the phone. So the last four digits of the phone number is 6714. I'm going to try to mute you now. Please unmute yourself, state your name and city of residence, and the item you're calling on. So, Mr. Mayor, I think you're having an issue unmuting. I'll move on to the next calling user. Kathy Esperanza, I'm trying to mute the resident now.
Good evening, everyone. Kathy Esparza, District 4,
Gina
Worcester
and
resident,
George.
calling in support
Fuck
of
you both,
7C,
you fucking
7AA,
losers.
7BB, and 7CC. As a longtime community organizer, public health practitioner, and former City of Worcester Health and Human Services staff, I want to remind you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, and City Councilors, that this is not the first time that we are hearing about this horrendous abuse of power, racism, and violence enacted by the police. This is a conversation that I remember when working at the Main South CVC, witnessing Nikki Bell fiercely advocating for accountability and resources for prostituted women. I remember this conversation coming up when facilitating community conversations for the 2015 Community Health Assessment. And I remember Dr. Castiel, along with the HHS team and many community advocates, working with Senator Chandler to continue to bring visibility and to advocate to address these public health crises through allocation of resources. As a former city staff, I know that you, Mr. Manager, as part of the former administration, and frankly, all of you are well aware of these matters. It is embarrassing and frankly ridiculous to witness your back and forth of statements condemning the violence and behaviors portrayed in the DOJ report, while you all approving other statements put out by your staff discrediting the same report you condemn. We are watching your performative behaviors. This is a public health issue. Ultimately, as the DOJ report states, the ways in which our women who are in the sex trade and or prostituted are raped, dehumanized, brutalized, and stripped of their dignity by the police is horrifying and a matter of human rights and ultimately a public health crisis that we cannot ignore. Let me remind you all that during the COVID-19 pandemic, while we were working to get emergency shelters in place, we were once again reminded and faced with the reality that co-ed shelters are not the safest for our most vulnerable community members. Co-ed shelters are not safest for unhoused women vulnerable to prostitution, even less safe for those at the intersections of being
Can you wrap up
unhoused,
your comments,
BIPOC,
please?
and part of the LGBTQ community.
Thank you.
We are not even in a place to have a real conversation around this
Can you wrap up?
intersection. But with that said, the way we choose to address the brutality endured by the women who share their experiences in the DOJ report, our community outrage and our call for accountability matters. A clear,
Appreciate it.
transparent, and not performative apology is long overdue. And let me be clear, this is not
Can you
learning
wrap up,
enough.
please?
Today, I urge you
Okay.
to not only address these atrocities in an apology, but to reparate by allocating resources to establish a women's shelter that is
Thank you.
equipped with the
They cut you off.
So the next speaker is A. Spring. Try to meet the resident now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, is your name and city residence?
Ashley Spring, City of Worcester. I'm calling first in opposition to 7W. As I sat and listened to this city council meeting, just the public comment for the past 2 hours almost, I saw the most aggressive attack toward potentially victimized women that it's more than I expected to see from the police. That is terrifying. And council, I'd like to address you and tell you that we citizens, we are terrified. We are terrified. You saw how they showed up today. We need your help. We need you to see what's happening and to understand that there is a problem. I would support all of Project Priceless's proposed proposals, but I would also ask that we seriously consider implementing, and I demand that we implement a citizens review committee that has subpoena power. We need transparency here. We are afraid, and we're tired of being afraid.
Everyone go check
So
those Blue
thank
Sky.
you. Thank you for listening. And
The most
councilors,
perfect
please, when I say that we need your help, we do.
illustration.
Thank you.
Bill got a bunch of videos of them yelling at Rick Cipro, and I can't get the upload in this, which sucks. But they'll be up online,
Hello,
I'm sure,
Noah
later.
Rose. I'm a registered voter in Worcester. I'm calling in to use my voice to express extreme support for items 7AA, 7BB, 7CC, and 7Z. Worcester elects, you have an opportunity to redeem yourselves and work towards becoming a city that holds the police accountable. Anyone who defends the actions of these perpetrators, Joe, are in denial and are afraid to give up their perceived power. I would like to reiterate what Casey said. Just because it isn't happening to you doesn't mean it isn't happening. Please believe victims. Also, Eric, please get over yourself. You don't need more money. Thank you.
The best part about that is it's going right up his fucking ass. You know it too.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Esther from District 5, and I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm also here in support of the petitions from Project Priceless, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC in response to the DOJ investigation on the WPD's complete abuse of power and crimes committed against prostituted women. The WPD has committed crimes and need to be held accountable. I've been watching the Zoom tonight, and I think it's clear that the WPD is one of the biggest gangs in the city. The way that they protect each other, they deny all the reports and still don't take accountability. It's upsetting to see homeless women be cast aside and shown through numerous accounts that they don't matter, but it's more upsetting that I'm not surprised. The homeless women of Worcester deserve to be safe, they deserve to be protected, they deserve to have shelter. To the people saying that there was no evidence shows how quickly people devalue what women say, especially prostituted homeless women. The evidence is in the lived experiences of these women, and now is the time to listen to them. It's the city's job to apologize for the abuse of prostituted women by the police, allocate a shelter for Project Priceless to support homeless women, hold the WPD, the abusers, accountable while decriminalizing the prostituted women and compensating them financially and through mental health support. Thank you.
Mayor, the next speaker is Monique Gerke. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please state your name and city of residence.
Okay, thank you. My name is Monique Garapy, and I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here in support of the petitions from Project Priceless, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, 7CC, in response to the DOJ's findings regarding the crimes WPD officers commit against prostituted women. It's been difficult, and I can only imagine how much harder it's been for the woman who's spoken tonight. To hear members of the police department, all men by the way, dismiss the findings of the DOJ as not credible. You all have women in your lives, and how do you think they feel? Hearing you turn a blind eye to and disregard their fellow sisters' voices. It's not only upsetting, but beyond disgusting that the people who swore an oath to serve and protect have instead turned their heads or turned their positions into tools of oppression and corruption. We should be able to turn to those who wear the badge with the expectation that they will uphold justice and that they will stand up for what is right. But instead, we've witnessed countless cases where this power has been used to intimidate, exploit, and harm innocent people. It is important at this time to hold these officers accountable and demand true justice for our survivors and our community at large. If we don't stand up now, abuse and injustice will continue, and we can't let this be the norm. Our survivors deserve better, and we have the right to fight for it. I will never understand how anybody in a position of power in Worcester can sit by and watch as their most vulnerable population struggles in a city that once promised to protect them. The city must apologize for the abuse of homeless and prostituted women by Worcester Police, allocate a shelter to Project Priceless to support homeless women, hold any abusers within the department accountable while decriminalizing women, and provide financial support and mental health resources for survivors. All these demands constitute a necessary first step towards justice and systemic change to empower women. We need to believe survivors first, always. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Natalie Gibson. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Hi, good evening. To the chair, I just want to say that I noticed that the mic was cut off for the person on Zoom, and I want everyone to remember that that happened. It happened, and they did not cut off the mic for none of the Worcester officers that were there, especially the one that was yelling very loudly and was way over his time. Now, to the unhoused women, unhoused people and sex workers who came out tonight and showed your face, you need to know you matter, your voice matters, your stories matter, they need to be heard, and you deserve justice. Worcester Police Department, your department is under fire, and the few bad apples have shined a spotlight on your department because of systemic issues and some jaw-dropping allegations. To the honest, hardworking, innocent Worcester PD, I thank you sincerely for all of your honorable services, and please continue with that good work. That said, this report isn't about you as an individual. However, you are part of the entire department or the tree. It is the bad apples you should be upset with.
Wasn't
The
that Bill? It
DOJ
did kinda sound like
investigators
Bill.
spoke with Worcester PD staff, including
Sounds like
supervisors
Travis,
and the previous chief, victims' testimonies, and obtained reports, including videos, unedited videos, and open records were obtained by journalists, which were released to the public before this report. So all of this stuff, a lot of this stuff was already out there. Lest we not forget civil lawsuits already paid and some that are probably pending now. Why are we actually paying those lawsuits if there was no there? To the Worcester PD officer that asked, where can anyone be convicted of a crime without evidence? Here, in every single corner of United States of America's judicial system, and it happens every single day. And I know you know that. I am in agreement with 7W, 7X, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB. 7CC I'm in agreement with as long as when we're talking about reparations. Sure, reparations in the form of suing the individual officers. 7DD, 7EE, 8.37A and B, and 9A, unfortunately, City Manager, we should not be paying $1,500 a month for the maintenance of your car, which is $54,000 for 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Mayor, the next speaker is Eric Stratton. I'm trying to mute the resident now.
Here we go.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Eric Stratton. I'm a resident of Worcester. $4 million in settlements for police misconduct. 27 officers under investigation for fast-forwarding mandatory training. $1,300 stipend for wearing a body camera because we can't hold our police accountable. I'm absolutely shocked by the volume of officers that are coming in tonight saying that they support accountability, yet it seems that at every turn they do absolutely anything and everything they can to basically just skirt this responsibility. Further, the city's response to the DOJ report that came out, I think, was appalling, shocking, and absolutely unacceptable. I am incredibly disappointed in the actions of the city manager, and it seems that this follows a pattern that the city will continue to deny any and all allegations, which may be a smart legal defense maneuver, but it is neither right nor ethical, and it is not in the interest of the citizens of the city. I'm just shocked by the fact that we have been stymieing our Human Rights Commission, and what we need, and people have called for, is a citizen advisory board. Yet, we continue to get pushback from the same officers that say they want accountability, and from city administration and city councilors who state that they are here to support the residents. It is absolutely shocking that we have to keep coming back for these conversations. And as others have said, this is not something new. This has been going on for decades. So why does the WPD claim to be accountable, and what actions are we going to take? Because they aggressively respond to any and all allegations, yet they clearly do nothing to actually hold their own accountable. It is the responsibility of this board, this commission, or the city councils, as well as the city manager, to make sure that any interests like the police are working for the residents. I believe the victims and the statements that they've been making. I am not shocked at all by what I read in this DOJ report. And I'm very saddened as I raise 2 young daughters in the city that I do not believe that if they were in trouble, that I would want them to go to the police, that I would tell them, find a mom, find another woman, because they are probably going to be your best bet.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Yes, I can. And last but not least, I would ask, please hold people who are there in person accountable for their time. It seems that this is something that you are essentially invoking just, here and there. And again, this comes back to the issues we had with regards to when protesters came to city council. There's a clear problem here with what is and is not being allowed.
Thanks for following, Egon.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Fred Taylor. I'm going to try and meet the resident now.
Thanks for following, Dream Noises. I just want to let you guys know I do have to check and see when you follow us if you are
yes, please state your name and city of residence.
Secretly a piece of shit.
Yes, Fred Taylor.
Gina and George LeConte or whoever that is Mark Peabody. So
I'm calling on I'm calling in to speak about the
I am
Department of
double
Justice
checking.
report here in
So
Worcester.
if I say thank you to a
I'd like
piece
to
of
start
shit,
by saying that
I'll
what was
retract it later.
displayed inside the city council
Great
tonight,
job, Eric.
the aggression was definitely uncalled for. I can understand why some witnesses are reluctant to come forward after the aggression that was displayed tonight. But I'd like to just say, as president of NACP, I find many of the charges in this report to be very troubling. The concerns and fears expressed by the women who have spoken here today are deeply concerning. But I want to address the issue of excessive force highlighted in the report. I've heard some people express a desire to see names of those who have committed these offenses mentioned in the DOJ report. For decades, many have filed complaints, and those names are in those documents of those complaints. Some people here spoke know about excessive force, and some of those people here today did nothing to stop it. This is a systemic problem that must be addressed. I've heard that no one hates a bad cop more than a good police officer. I urge anyone who is charged with serving and protected to hold bad officers accountable for their actions. It's time to dismantle this protective culture, often referred to as a thin blue line, ensuring that everyone's safety and fair treatment, regardless of their race, gender, or financial situation, is a collective responsibility of all of us. We need transparency and accountability. Enough is enough. The city manager and the city council must listen to those who have been not heard for far too long. The NACP has advocated for a long time for a civilian review board, but I truly believe in that. I truly believe in a civilian review board, but I'm also a realist. A civilian review board will only be effective if the administration and the city listen. Please listen. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Yanni DeRoche. I'm going to try and meet the resident now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Yanni DeRoche. I'm a resident of District 5. I have a couple of things that I want to comment on. On 10J, Mo Bergman seems to be asking for information that is and has been in the reports out from the city the city. There have been multiple presentations about this, and there's even a thing on YouTube, so please, I recommend you go watch it. The city put out a whole video on Vision Zero, the whole report. In terms of 7Y with the non-single families, I believe that should be non-owner occupied, because there's a big difference there, and there's a lot of seniors that have a second unit that helps them out. And then in terms of 7DD, I highly doubt that we have been in contact with any other cities. If we have, that's awesome. I wouldn't expect it, but the thing from last week that I put on the agenda with the State Department Subnational Diplomacy Unit contacting Ambassador Nina Hatchian would help with that, because she can directly connect us to cities that have processes that are helpful to learn from. In terms of 7X with the T and G, part of my question is why Kelly? Why him as the lawyer? Why did we need to hire somebody who has a record of being so bad in the courts? We already have issues with the solicitor losing cases. Kelly loses cases constantly in terms of supporting Trump and things like that. We should not have hired him. In terms of 7W, it is absolutely disgusting to dox victims. In terms of the HRC related things, please give them back their powers and add to them that they are already an existing thing that we have neutered based on its original
Can you wrap up
contract.
your comments, please?
10E to H, please support. 10D, please support. 7EE, please support. And in general, I have been sexually assaulted and raped in Worcester, and I refused to go to the cops because I knew I wouldn't be listened to properly. It is immensely difficult knowing that when I have a stepbrother who works on the New York PD, who was in the department that had the Eric Garner case happen, and he forced that group to go through additional trainings. It is disgusting that the other police officers who are not the culprits are backing up the people that do these things, because it is for reasons like these things that people like me do not report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Kit Abaga. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Shit. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hi. My name is Kit Abaga, a lifelong resident of Worcester, Massachusetts, and I would just like to say that with the rise of this report in regards to the Worcester Police Department, that there's no surprise coming from me at all. That the police have gone out of their way to rape and be violent towards women who are homeless and who have turned to prostitution as a means to survive. And that seeing that these violent actions play out
back yet?
on our streets and to the women in Worcester who are trying to just live and exist, it's horrible to watch it, and it's horrible to know that this is the standard for Worcester PD. And watching all the police and their allies line up with them in this court tonight has been truly something to behold, because they truly choose to uphold violence in every way that they can. And I think that watching this play out over and over and over again,
Thank you for speaking.
with little to no
We love you.
change, because a change would mean an upheaval and an actual implementation of human rights for people that all deserve it, you know? It's a sad and horrible thing to watch, and to let it continue over and over again. The women of Worcester, homeless, whether they're homeless, they're addicts, whether they have turned to prostitution, no matter what, they deserve to be treated as people, because they are people. And I just feel this absolute disconnect from Worcester PD and its citizens, and the councilors here tonight who have chosen to remain neutral in the face of systemic oppression that they uphold with things like increasing police budgets and actively doing nothing against the police officers that continue this violence over and over and over again. And I just wish that I could see a world where these people who have raped grown women, teenagers, homeless women, prostitutes, get held accountable. But until we make that change happen, I would like to see a world where those women can be made safe. And this isn't a radical position. This is just basic decency. And if Worcester chooses not to uphold basic decency, I can't even say that I'll be surprised.
Can you wrap up? Thank you.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next calling user is last four digits 1144. I'm going to try and mute them now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, this is your name and city of residence?
Hi, Hi, my name is Emma Narkowitz. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I'm also a survivor of sexual violence. I'm calling in tonight in support of 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, 7CC, and in opposition of 7W. I want to say solidarity with the members of Project Priceless, solidarity with Nicole Bell, who I know brought up a lot of the information in this report pertaining to sexual violence years ago and was treated horribly by city leadership, and solidarity with all prostituted women and survivors of sexual violence. I believe and I stand with the survivors of abuse by the Worcester Police Department, and no matter how this council and the city chooses to respond, does not have a reflection on the validity of your claims and your experiences. Survivors owe the Worcester Police Department and the city administration nothing, and despite what the men with guns and power who came here and yelled in front of this body tonight might make you think, they are not the ones who have been harmed here. I don't judge or question anything anyone needs to do to survive sexual violence or the aftermath. I know that you're doing the best to stay alive during an impossible situation with no good choices. I almost didn't survive the aftermath of violence, and I know many survivors have not. The criminal legal system is not a place for justice for survivors of sexual violence. There's so many good reasons why many people, including myself, choose not to report. People have everything to lose and almost nothing to gain going forward. So for people to suggest that survivors of sexual violence who are promised anonymity for their safety from the DOJ should be forced to have their names released against their will and face further violence and re-traumatization is despicable and violent. No means no. I've watched blame, shame, disgust, denial, silence, apathy that I faced in the aftermath of my assault. It's easy to think that sexual violence is one bad person no one knows, but it is husbands, it is brothers, it is neighbors, it is friends, it is coworkers, it is faith leaders, it is police officers, it is athletes, it's school committee members, people that you know and you like. And the reason sexual assault continues to happen is everyone else who looks away, who stays silent, who makes excuses and doesn't do something. You have the opportunity tonight to do something. I started watching these meetings after June 2020. I watched a live stream of Worcester Police Department officers beating my friends, saying racial slurs, and threatening to rape them. Then I came to my first city council meeting, and I watched city councilors, the city manager, the police chief say that these officers showed tremendous restraint. So I won't be surprised if this goes how I think it will go, but we still are here, we believe you, and we bear witness.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next calling user is 6714. I'm going to try and mute the call one more time. Can you please state your name and city of residence?
Yes, Colleen West, I'm Worcester.
Oh, here we go.
I just want to say
this
that
ought to
I'm
be
calling
good.
to support 7W. This DOJ report, it's full of anonymous authors. It relies on anecdotal and third-party accounts of unnamed individuals. If we're going to smear an entire department without any empirical evidence, the DOJ must identify all the experts, researchers, and others involved in developing their findings. It's also important to note that this report was done by President Biden's corrupt and weaponized Justice Department. It was launched without explanation by a disgraced former U.S. Attorney, Rachel Rawlings, who was forced to resign because of her own severe ethical violations. She even had her law license suspended. I don't trust a thing in this report. Our police officers are begging for transparency.
But you asking to see it.
And the usual cop haters want to deny them that. I also want to support 7EE. We should assess staffing and mental health services at city-run shelters. To go a bit further than that, we should also have an independent investigation into the sexual abuse and violence in our city shelters, since a former director at a Massachusetts migrant shelter recently reported that an illegal immigrant who raped his daughter numerous times was given a taxpayer-funded lift ride to a Worcester shelter. And he's now sitting in that Worcester shelter to rape more children. This made national news. It's amazing that this city council and our local media haven't even brought up or addressed these findings.
Where'd you hear
I
it?
guess sexual assault only matters if it's an allegation against a police officer. So let it ride, and let it slide if it's an illegal immigrant. Thank you.
Okay, we got a final speaker.
Mr. Mayor, the last speaker is Nina. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Colleen West, what must your life be like?
Can you please state your name and city of residence? Mr. Mayor, I think not hearing from that resident, that is the conclusion of online participation.
Mr. Chairman.
Just hang on for 1 second. We have a couple petitions that don't include the DOJ report. We just do those collectively. One
So
is,
bummed. Colleen blocked
Michael
me on
Grandone
Facebook,
requests
so I
the
can't
council
mix it up with
requesting
her,
and provide council
the Burncoat
report
Facebook
concerning
groups
the
anymore.
legality of establishing the real estate tax
Mr. Chairman,
classification.
Nina was unmuted.
What's that?
Nina wasn't unmuted when Nico said they were unmuted, so they re-raised their hand.
Oh, Nina's there. Okay, we'll go back. Go ahead.
And there's another person.
No, we're moving on after this last one.
Mr. Chairman, what is suspension of rules? I'd like to hear from the public.
Go ahead.
So, Mr.
Bill, can you hear us?
To the council. So basically, Nina, you're unmuted again. I did try to unmute the resident twice. So, Nina, can you hear us? Nina, can you hear us? Mr. Mayor, I think there's a microphone issue with that calling user.
Okay, we'll go to the next one.
Councilor Nyan, as probably can see, I've tried to mute the resident twice at this point.
Go to the next one.
Mr. Mayor, the last speaker that I have is raising his hands is Kyle Dole. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, this is your name and city residence.
Kyle Dahl. I'm a temporary Worcester resident as a student at WPI. And so I'm speaking on 7C, my petition to install a sidewalk along Gold State Boulevard along a few properties. So the listed area covers some 850 feet near the intersection of Gold State Boulevard and Grove Street. This provides many people with access to a variety of stores and businesses along the corridor. While small, this gap in the network forces pedestrians to trudge through dirt and grass while 4 lanes of cars whiz by, or they can take a massive detour that requires crossing some 14 different lanes. The route's popularity is clear. Decades of foot traffic have worn a dirt path into the grass, a path clearly visible even in the first Google Street View from 2007, and it's a route I rely on as a college student biking to my climbing practice north of I-190. Now, I know there's a much more important topic today, but this is still important. By actually addressing the needs of so many that are disregarded, by acknowledging and not belittling, by supporting those who can't take a couple hours out of their night to ask for a simple sidewalk, by not forcing those in wheelchairs to cross what's practically highway, we can make the gradual steps towards building a Worcester that works for all its residents alike, no matter how they travel or where they live or what they look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go back to the petitions.
Thanks for the call,
Try to take these all
Kyle.
collectively.
It's
If
Gold
anybody
Star
has a
Boulevard,
question.
so
7A is
get
referred to
out.
the planning board, 7B to 7D is referred to the public works committee, 7E to 7T referred to the traffic and parking committee, 7U to 7V set a hearing date for January 7th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. Then we have some that don't pertain to DOJ report. We have 7Y, Michael Grandone requests the council requests the city manager provide the council with a report concerning the legality of establishing a third real estate classification for housing
I think we can
units.
hit the over on that one, Chamber.
Motion to file.
Okay, and, okay, so we'll do the other ones first then. The other ones collectively on approval? Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merle Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, we have 7E. I mean, sorry, I missed that. We have 7Y, motions to file. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merle Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 7E, and was Charlie McNeil here? No, he's not. Requested council request city manager look into staffing at the city-owned sites where there are homeless services determined, where mental health care is available
Were you not
now,
paying attention,
increase
Joe?
funding and direct services as needed. Send it to the manager.
So strange.
Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council
Yeah,
Haji?
yeah, that was
Yes.
great.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merle Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, so that leaves us a 7W, 7X, 7Z, whoops, sorry. 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, 7CC, 7D, and also we have the manager's report on 8.40.
Mr. Chairman, can we recess for 5 minutes? I have to take care of some things. We've been sitting
Okay,
here.
that sounds reasonable.
Thank you.
We'll recess and we'll come back, and the manager would like to make a statement, I think, and we'll move on from there.
Christian's gonna take a shit.
So 5-minute recess? Thanks.
So, Mr. Mayor, on a roll call,
Make it
Council
8.
Bergman?
Roll call. Okay.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merle Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Wow, what a fun time.
Okay. Good. Do you need a roll call?
Bill, can you see? Does Christian need to take a number 1 or a number 2?
He's giving us more of a number 2 energy. It could just as well be a number 1, but I'm going to assume it's a number 2.
All right. How's it going there now, Bill?
Well, it was really something watching K2 Me nod ahead in agreement when Colin West brought up some rape-a-classy propaganda. That's something you don't get on the cameras. That's something you really got to be in the room for. You know what else you really got to be in the room for is watching the entire police department leave on cue after the scariest Marine you've ever seen in your life gives a military hand signal. That really makes it feel like we're not dealing with something that's necessarily reformable. Yep, they all left right on cue after they had their Magda Goebbels figure give the last address. And they got tossed out by Project Priceless on the way down the stairs.
Yes.
Which was also really sick to see. Rick Cipro especially was getting absolutely screamed at by the Project Priceless.
Bill, we got a special guest I'm going to bring on now. And maybe we can get his thoughts on what we saw from public comment before. Kevin, welcome to the show. Thanks for coming on. How are
Kevin.
you?
Hey, everybody. Good to see you.
Likewise. Thank you for joining us, man. You know, I know it's brought up a couple times by commenters, both call-in and in person. But there was some conversation about the Civilian Review Board, and I know that's something that you've paid a lot of attention to over the years. But I thought it might be helpful for some of the folks in the comments, in particular, to maybe go over some of the history, like you've been doing on Twitter lately, about the Human Rights Commission and its relationship with what we've always strived for, the Civilian Review Board.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, the Human Rights Commission was created to be a civilian review board. A lot of the power given to it was based on oversight of the police. One of the things a lot of folks don't know is the history of lawsuits against the police. So probably the first lawsuit against a police department in the United States was brought against the Worcester Police by Senator Chandler's husband, Burt Chandler, here in Worcester. It was a terrible case of just police beating down a group of black men. A long-time standing Worcester family and stuff. So it's a good case to know. But that was kind of beginning with the push for human rights commissions in Worcester and across the state. And I did notice on the agenda last night, even for the Human Rights Commission, they're planning on having the chair of the Cambridge Human Rights Commission in January to speak. So assuming the city manager doesn't shut the whole thing down before then and block it, they'll have that speaker in January.
Kevin, what this goes back to the McGrath administration, right? Which I know probably doesn't mean much to almost anybody, but like, I mean, we've been working on something involving civilian oversight for pretty much as long as we've had the plain form of government, correct?
Yeah, it's too tiresome for me to try to list it. I'd say there's been organizing efforts larger than others. From all different corners of Worcester, from Latino community, from organized labor, even community folks. It's just been nonstop, and it's always been blocked. And then to the extent that the Human Rights Commission took the city to court back in the 70s because the police weren't showing up for meetings. It's the same playbook over and over. And we're still fighting it. I want to believe we're a little closer this time with the DOJ on our side, but a lot of us have lived through this 2, 3, 4, 5 times.
Do you have any sense that the most recent push for subpoena powers for the Human Rights Commission, has that shown any sign of movement at all from what you've seen?
I think on the organizing side, I think everyone's consistently recognizing that the subpoena power is needed, that just having a civilian board that has appointees from the police department and the city is not going to move us any further than the City of Worcester Public Safety Committee. So there needs to be civilian control, there needs to be subpoena power so that folks have to come in and speak. And again, this is what happened back in the 70s. The Human Rights Commission took the city to court because police weren't showing up for meetings.
Kevin, Sally's question here asking about shutting down the Human Rights Commission. I mean, the likelihood is that they just continue to try and neuter it, right? Not instead of outright shutting anything down. They can't shut it down, right?
Yeah, I think it's strangle it and suffocate it. So I think that was the most painful part turning in last night and listening to the meeting, is just how bad how hard the city's working to just stifle that committee. You could just hear the frustration on committee members. So folks probably remember back in November, there was this incident of hate graffiti at Chandler Magnet School. So one of the first things that came up on the Human Rights Commission agenda last night was a request of asking why the city administration still hasn't approved the press release that they drafted and wrote to send out against the hate graffiti. Now that's just crazy. Like, a Human Rights Commission wanting to write, I'm sure, a press release that's probably 5 or 10 sentences just saying how bad hate is, and we shouldn't be allowing this in our community. We should all stand against it. Like, that press release has gone out 100 times from all different corners of the city. But here is the city manager's office is withholding the permission and not allowing the Human Rights Commission to send out just basic press release around that, which has absolutely nothing to do with police documents, has nothing to do with police excessive force or anything. It's just control, and then the second thing that came up right after that in the meeting was a question for why there's been no one appointed to fill the vacancies on the Human Rights Commission. So the chair, Ellen, brought up that she knew that there were 2 applicants, both of which have human rights experience, and that they were rejected by the city manager process to approval and what have you. So, here you have the Human Rights Commission with seats vacant, people applying with experience, and they're not being approved by the city manager's office. So it became very quickly clear in that meeting just how hard the city's working to just stifle that committee and make it feel to the members there that like they're not going to be allowed to do anything.
Interesting. Kevin, another question I had for you too, because I say this a lot, and it's based kind of on an assumption, but my reading of our charter, it labels the city manager as the head, the de facto head of public safety. And I know that when we have these conversations, which we seem to have at least once a year, oftentimes it's poised like it's the police department versus the public. But I think it's important for people to keep in mind, if I'm not wrong, that it's actually the city manager versus the public in many regards, that ultimately the manager does have control over the police department, right, in terms of high level executive decisions. So something like a civilian review board, the police department could fight to the end of days, but the manager still has the final say on that, correct?
Yeah. The city manager is supposed to be in charge. The city manager is supposed to be making these decisions, and no one else is supposed to be making different decisions.
I promised to those in the chat that love to label me the in-house liberal that I'm not being the cop apologist now, but I think it's an important distinction to make that oftentimes we have these two sides pitted against each other when oftentimes it's the party that sits in the middle that is quite literally responsible for the decisions that are made for public safety. And I feel like that not enough responsibility is ever put on the manager's role.
So the last thing I wanted to make sure I shared was just what's going on with documents at the Human Rights Commission. So I think we're lucky right now. We have multiple organizing tracks playing out in Worcester. I think that's the best case scenario where different folks from different corners are asking hard questions, pushing, trying to move things forward, trying to get information out to the public. So it was brought up at the meeting last night that the city manager's office is now refusing to post the backup documents to the city's website that have historically always been posted. And the staff member that's supposedly working for the Human Rights Commission is now refusing to send that information to city councilors. So historically, the minutes in the documents all went to city councilors, and now they're saying they're not going to do that. And it's all cloaked in mumbo jumbo, and it's wrong for us to do that. And there might be something in the documents we might need to redact, so we don't want to send them out until we review them for redaction. And this is all documents that are going to, the Human Rights Commission to discuss. And everybody needs to know that all documents created by municipal government are public documents automatically as soon as they're created. Some may be withheld. A city can choose to withhold them. But as soon as something's created, it's a public document.
Based on what you just said, Kevin, and Sally had another question related to that. Can a commissioner just take those documents and make them public on their own?
I would think.
Okay.
I would think. It's unfortunate we're getting to that point that this is how the Human Rights Commission needs to operate. So it did come out last night that they do have a pro bono attorney that has sent a letter to the city manager asking the city manager to immediately release all the documents and data that's been requested over the last year plus, and to explain why he's withholding it. So we're now at that point where community groups and public citizen-led organizations have to get attorneys to get public documents out.
Kevin, I just had one last question for you. I know you pay a lot of attention to what comes in and out of the Human Rights Commission, and this report had a lot to do with that, or what hasn't come through the Human Rights Commission, I guess is better to say. Do you have any sense as to whether or not we'll actually see a consent decree come out of this DOJ report? I know that the timing is just odd with this one, that we're in the middle of a presidential cycle and or a changeover. And I don't want to be conspiratorial, but
I think the presidential question and how that's going to affect things is I don't think any of us know. I think it's clear, especially after tonight, that the police department is not going to agree to anything. Mm-hmm. And so this is going to drag on and drag on, drag on. We all know the city council is not inclined to side their little pothole circle. And
We're gonna do a
so
roll
this is
call.
where we're
Council
kind of stuck
Bergman?
right now. So
Here.
I'm
Council
hoping
Colorio?
tomorrow's meeting,
Here.
the
Council Aguirre?
the DOJ is part of the announcement for that meeting. Said that they wanted to be about resolutions too, and not just,
Nguyen?
updates. So I think we all need to be asking the DOJ that we need help. Like, we need help. We can't do this by ourselves. We've been trying for 20, 30 years.
So take those items along
Yeah,
this evening.
Kevin, I can't thank you enough for your time. That was perfect timing in the break that we had there. It looks like they're getting back to it, and I know you want to pay attention too. So just thank you again for popping in, man. I really appreciate that explanation.
I'll be right here listening, and keep up the good work, guys, all of you.
Appreciate it, brother.
Kevin,
Be
we
well.
appreciate you.
No, we can take them separately, but once we get for a vote, yes.
And again, that meeting's tomorrow at the YWCA at 6 p.m.
Mr. Manager, go ahead.
Great.
Which item is he speaking
If
on,
people
Mr.
can
Chairman?
attend, I think it's important to
Thank you.
show up and show out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the chair, to the council. The report that we have in front of us, like I stated in my statement, it's shocking, it's unacceptable, and it's something that
What about the statement that you paid
that we
to
as a
get
city,
released, though?
as a community, are trying to, I guess, digest everything that's in it. However, I do acknowledge and I want to recognize the fact that there are survivors in this space that
Oh, gee,
came
is that
tonight
true?
that spoke valiantly
We got to get another flex if
of
that's the case.
their experiences.
Shirtless. This is the
And
last
so I
meeting.
want to recognize and acknowledge
Get that meeting on a proper
because
note, brother.
Yep.
that is something that's unacceptable at all levels, at any space, for people to experience the things that they experience. I also want to address something that's extremely important. And I know that that is probably what's created this sentiment tonight, and also created the sentiment that has brought so many people to this
Bill, we
council
got to try and
chambers
get
and
a Marco flex
engagements
tonight.
in social media.
It's
And is that
imperative.
of the statement of the outside counsel hired by the city of Worcester, by my administration. I do understand that that statement was harsh. The statement provided some information that it took people by surprise, but it also at the same time tried to acknowledge that there are potentially some inaccuracies and some things that are factually inaccurate. Again, this was a statement that, yes, I did approve. I had a conversation with the outside counsel, and through his
you're so
leadership
bad at
and
this.
his advice and recommendation to me as the city manager, I approved because his professional recommendations and his expertise through these 2 years in working hand in hand with the DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's Office, he felt as though through his review that there were some inaccuracies and inconsistencies that it was important to
So we've had him on retainer
contest.
for 2 years?
Not to discredit
He wrote that statement
the
2 years
survivors in
ago.
our community. It was mainly to defend the city's position in terms of facts related to the actual report that was before us towards the DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's Office. This is a process that it just started. There's a long, long process here that's going to take time, that's going to involve us engaging with DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's Office. That process starts tomorrow, not only with community, but the DOJ, U.S. Attorney's Office is meeting with our legal team to start that process of negotiation. And that is what this due process would entail, and our outside attorney is fulfilling that role in doing that, in defending the city of Worcester in terms of some of the inaccuracies that he strongly feels are in this report. However, I do acknowledge, and I want to publicly apologize to anyone who felt that the statement from our outside counsel was dismissive. I want to say that again. I apologize for anyone who felt that statement was dismissive. It is not the intent of my administration for anyone in this community to feel dismissed whenever they bring up issues. And that's important. And I know, and I have all the confidence and the chief of police and my administration that we will honor that and respect that, but at the same time, we acknowledge that we got work to do. We've been very vocal about that. We've been vocal about the things that we've been able to do and accomplish as a city in the last 2 years of during my administration, things that are historical. One example is the removal of the chief of police and deputies from civil service. That is a historical, transformative change for the city of Worcester that was done by this administration and this council body this year. That is huge, huge. And we're one of the largest community in the state to do that. That is transformative change to try to change the systems within our municipal government and the police department. However, I cannot, as an administrator and also as a leader, that I have employees who spoke here tonight, I can also not discount their feelings, their emotions, their sentiments as employees who also want justice. We all want justice, and that's been the message here tonight, that we all want justice. And it's gonna take time, and it's gonna take our responsibility as an administration, at a police department, to work with community and the DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's Office to seek that justice. The justice of finding who are the individuals and working. And I have, in conversations with our outside counsel and the police department, are open for a third-party investigation to come forward and investigate some of these matters so that we can take action, whether it's, and confirm some of these findings that are within, or defend some of these things that are within this report. Again, it is my responsibility to listen to the council, listen to the community, but also validate my employees. There's 3 entities that takes a lot of work, but again, I take full responsibility as a city manager to do that, and I look forward to working with this body, with the community, and our police department on continuously improving the way we work, our policies, strengthening those policies, strengthening our systems, because since day one I joined this administration, I've been talking about the importance of challenging the status quo, doing things differently, looking at business practice systemically. I've been talking about this since day one, and we've implemented and put forward a lot of those things, and the chief and I, in his year and few months that he's been in the role, he's been implementing some of that and working towards policy and training development. And we look forward to that, because I know that the only way forward is to work collectively, not continue to fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian?
Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. Mr. Manager, I appreciate your comments, recognition of people who have been abused, and so I appreciate your comments on that, and sexual assault, and your apology for the way you handled that. So thank you. I appreciate it. And when the DOJ began its investigation over 2 years ago, we anticipated that they would issue a report that we, as a city, we as a city council would need to respond to this report. Tonight, the community is looking to us for that response. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the serious accusations made in the report. I also think it is important to acknowledge those who have been impacted by this report and those who have been impacted by the findings. Our community deserves a response that is professional in nature, reflecting an experienced and deliberate elected city council body. Our community deserves compassion, acknowledging those who have been impacted. We deserve answers. Our community deserves that we seek clarifying information from the DOJ in the form of backup documents, as well as detailed response from the city administration that reflects the leadership of the city manager and the Worcester Police Department Chief Saucier. Tonight, in the form of a motion, I ask the city administration to follow a thorough response to this council in regard to the DOJ report no later if practical, 30 days from today. I am mindful of the holidays approaching. Some flexibility might be needed. I know you're going to have discussions with the DOJ, and maybe you can't do this, but I'd like to get something back so we can go back on the community to discuss this. I further move that this response include 19 detailed sections, one for each of the 19 DOJ recommendations. Those responses should note, if the city has already addressed a specific recommendation, I look forward to a thorough explanation of what we have done and its impact with any data to support these claims. If the city believes that a recommendation has merit, we'd like to know if the issue was one of policy, practice, or procedure, and how we plan to address it. If the city believes the recommendation is without merit or simply a miscommunication between the city and the DOJ, I'd like to have a detailed explanation of the basis of our beliefs. If the DOJ shares the identities of the officers who allegedly abused their power and took advantage of vulnerable population, specifically whose alleged abuse people victimized by commercial sex trade and sex workers, I'd like to ensure that we have an adequate roadmap for holding these officers accountable, and the city will not tolerate the gross abuse of power. In an effort to ensure that our communication to this community is transparent and accessible, I'd like to know if the DOJ has any further quantitative, qualitative data. Now, I know you meet with them. Someone mentioned they come out with another report. If that's the case, I'd like to get that report out. But I'd also like to explore the feasibility of sharing the report's data to the city's Worcester dashboard, if practical. When the administration reports within the 30-day window and posts a response on the city website for public to view, it's my intention to dissect the report and its findings together. Our community deserves a response that uses the collective talent of the entire council of this body. I'm proposing that we table this item. Instead, I'd like to request that we have a special meeting under Rule 5, where I can have a special meeting that's just dedicated to this issue, and not like a city council meeting where we have 1,000 different issues. That we have and this doesn't have to be like tomorrow. When we get more reports, we talk to the district councils, we'll talk to the council, we can figure out a schedule on how to do this. And so that way we have meetings for the entire city council, that we just don't hand it off. I've been asked by some councils that they'd like to be part of this, and I think it's important that we proceed collaboratively in that effort. In closing, I have full faith in both our city manager and our chief of police. We have so many talented and dedicated men and women who serve with distinction at the Worcester Police Department and keep our city one of the safest in America. I want to mitigate the impact on the honest, kind, and hardworking members of the Worcester Police Department who do not exemplify the behavior indicated in the report. I also want to recognize those in the community working to ensure that folks stay informed as we work through the process. Hope we can work collaboratively to find solutions, work to ensure that our law enforcement can continue to protect and serve safely. As already said publicly, the DOJ report is concerning, and no police department in this country is above mistakes in practice or in judgment. We need more information. I hope that my motions will provide that so we can work collaboratively to get through this together. This will be difficult. We're going to have difficult conversations and ongoing conversations. But I believe that we only be able to get through this together. We will not work well if we stay in our own silos.
Every
As a
conversation
political
with Joe
legislative
Petty
body
is
of the
difficult.
city, it's our collective responsibility to get the answers for the people of this
It's hard to
community.
understand.
And I ask you to support my motion tonight to begin the process of crafting a response to this community. Thank you.
District 5 City Councilor Telhajian.
Mr. Chair, just a quick clarifying question. Are we certainly support the motion to get as much information as possible? I just want to make sure that I'm understanding your motion correctly. Is your motion to hold district-wide meetings regarding additional findings of the DOJ, or is it your motion to hold district-wide meetings to discuss what we already have so far?
So hold future meetings with future information. And we can have either way. We can talk about this, and my intention is
Joe really gave this a lot of
to
thought.
listen, which we have tonight, but also when the manager provides additional information, to review that information as a body.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. And when you say that,
Oh, what happened?
that the councilors have asked you of this, I just want to make sure I didn't ask for this, so could you share what were the concerns of the counselors that asked you to take this motion?
The concern is they'd like to be part of the solution.
Okay.
And be part, they want.
Totally.
The concern is that we all should be part of the solution here. That we all should.
As opposed to part of the problem, which we always have been.
I certainly support the notion that we should be all part of the solution, and hopefully the things that those of us who decide to speak tonight will speak to that. I am just going to reiterate my concern that I don't feel as a District 5 City Councilor that right now I would support going to community meetings because there is still a lot of unclarity. There's just a lot of fog around what the next steps are that hopefully the city manager will share. And so I would like to just make sure that you clarify that when we have a more clear picture of what the next steps are for us as a city, as a collective, that then at that point that we will take the steps to
Agreed.
certainly hold meetings for the residents.
Agreed.
Okay, thanks.
That's how you work somebody.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, what item is before us?
We have all the items. We have the manager's report, and we're going to take each individually the item.
Oh, I think we were about to get a flex right there.
Mr. Chairman, I thought we were speaking on 8.4A. I asked for clarification.
Yeah, we
of
are.
that.
Then we're
Okay.
going to go back to the petition.
We're on 8.4A right now.
Yep.
Okay.
Marco, flex. I believe in you.
Sorry, 8.40A, correct?
Correct.
The biggest fucking flex you ever gave in your life, man. Let's see it.
Stand and deliver.
I want that shirt to explode.
I don't think anybody has any idea what's happening right now.
No.
A lot of paper shuffling.
Councilmember Carlson?
Mr. Chairman, I know that through you to the city manager.
Please stay on
you
this shot.
Tonight
need-
about that you're meeting with the DOJ tomorrow. Are there subsequent meetings that are set up? That you
I have
can
to
share
know
with
which
us,
way to
or
Muscle
is
Beach.
The meeting right now, one meeting that is for tomorrow.
We should get a flex train
Mr.
going.
Manager?
Through the chair to the council, it's only one meeting right now. We
You
have
guys get a hype
scheduled
train going
meetings.
and Marco flexes.
They are
I will
coming
give
in,
him
or
whatever
I don't
money
know if
is
it's
raised during
virtual
that
or
hype
coming in
train.
person. But the purpose of the meeting is to start the discussion on our position where we find and we think that there's some inaccuracies and things that need to be clarified.
To take into his
And
new
that is the
position that
process
he
begins
is
tomorrow
not announced
in
yet.
discussing that and negotiating that with them.
Through the chair to the manager, so any additional meetings that you would be having, how would that communication come to the council? And then second question is, with the discussions that you're having with the DOJ, is that something that you can release to the council?
Hope you guys can hear me. It's a public meeting.
Each time you have a meeting, or are we looking
Can't
at
really hear you,
you're
Bill.
going to wait
It's a public meeting.
collectively
It's not
give them?
a meeting the
Just
city
trying to
manager.
get a handle on how
Right.
is
The way
it
that she's talking about this
we as a
is
council, at
crazy.
least for me,
Just say it's a
when
public
is that
meeting.
information going to be shared
Yeah,
with
it starts
the
at,
council?
it starts at 6.
I will do
Are
my
there
best
two
to
meetings,
share as
Bill?
much
Because
information
it
as
sounds
I
like Eric
committed
is
to
talking
based
like
on
he's
the
meeting
law.
with them privately
The
as well,
reasons I
too.
say that is because
Yeah, I don't know.
there are
I
investigatory
think they did say that.
conversations and things that are happening based on some.
And if that's the case,
information that DOJ
I would
has
love to hear
put
the
forward, and so
manager articulate
they're gonna
what
have
he
some
finds
So
inaccurate
let
about
me
the report.
Ask the question.
Right.
Right.
What you can share with the council.
Yeah, based on what I can share with council, I would definitely come back to the council and make sure that the
So
council
when you
knows.
say you, and I, just trying to get clarification. So when you say you'll come back to the council, are you coming back to the council in terms of when council meets? Or would you be able to share what information you're able to share with the city council through email?
Through the chair to the council, if it's information that can be provided to the public, I would do that through the council body. I know that the mayor just stated the idea of potentially a special meeting. Maybe that's the avenue where that could be able to provide that information.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is good for the report then. So, so motion of Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to begin by saying tonight's proceedings, I am concerned that they have chilled folks, women, people from coming forward when they've been harmed, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate the hotline that was established, but that's simply not enough.
Like a panic
Systemic
move.
change we must have, Mr. Chairman. Well, I can appreciate rooting out individuals who have perpetrated acts upon the people and upon the bodies of people. I want to be very clear. Legal pursuit is a must minimum standard. It is a must minimum standard. Sure. There's a number of folks, a number of officers that serve the right way. There's a number of officers that have given the ultimate sacrifice. We've heard folks tonight, we've heard loved ones. We had children, wives, testifying on behalf of their personal law enforcement officer and the impact that this has had. The women that have come forward in the midst of institutional presence, influence, and power to speak their truth is extremely impactful, and I give them much respect. We know that officers must protect the integrity of the badge. This council must protect that integrity of the badge. The administration, the mayor, the people, the public, and our officers. That too is important. That doesn't paralyze us or prevent us from moving forward in the work of accountability. It does not. It should not paralyze us from focusing on systemic change. It should not require us to have the highest standards procedurally, operationally in the police department. We know that this report was not just based on fiction. They talked to the police department. Members here indicated they've been talked to, they've been spoken to, Mr. Chairman. We know that they culled information from police reports. It's referenced in there. I'm a social worker. Reports that they culled showed that there was excessive force with regards to folks who were suicidal, who were in the process of being sectioned, hospitalized, Mr. Chairman. There's questions of accountability. I'd like to make a motion that we have a performance audit through our auditor, Mr. Chairman, perhaps using the folks that we usually contract with, performance audit based on this report, since we're fact-finding. Performance audit relative to body camera footage and the reconciliation of disparity in reports and whether or not oversight occurred and if there was any subsequent disciplinary action, Mr. Chairman. That would be my motion. Through the chair to the administration, I appreciate the responsibility and accountability. I disagree with regards to the statement that was made by the contracted attorney. That too has had a chilling impact on our community. To the chair, to the administration, prior to that report, that statement being released, is there any elected official that you shared that document with through the chair?
You're talking about the actual statement?
The draft, the statement, however you want to term it, the language contained within the idea, whatever it is. Is there any elected official that you had conversations with in regards to this particular statement and the engagement with the attorney prior to the release on Monday morning through the chair?
To the chair, to the council, this statement was reviewed by our internal legal team, the outside counsel, myself, and the mayor.
And at any time did the mayor that you referenced object to the release of that statement, through the chair, to the administration?
Through the chair, I think that there was a lot of conversation between all of us in terms of providing feedback on the actual draft. And ultimately, the decision at the end is my decision to make.
I'm going to ask you again through the chair. Was there any objection from the mayor to releasing the statement that was released?
Through the chair to the council, no, there was no objection at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are we in court?
I like it.
We have a number of things at play here. We've had race dialogues over a decade ago. We've had an equity audit that's been brought forward. There's a lot of overlay and repetition with regards to these concerns, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the mayor's leadership on this tonight. We have to have that in a sustaining way. I've stood here advocating for close to a decade for civilian oversight. And there's a contingent on this council that has repeatedly voted in opposition to additional transparency and oversight. I hope folks are going to take another look at that. Mr. Chairman, there are many officers.
You're in your second 5.
Thank you. There are many officers who serve, again, with honor and integrity. And those officers know the officers who do not. They know the officers who do not, Mr. Chairman. And I'm hoping that there's continued engagement with those folks that were here. I'm not optimistic. What happened tonight is not a step in the right direction. We need our folks in our local unions to roll up their sleeves and get to work with reform. We need our acting police chief here to step up and not just defend the officers. I have no problem doing that. I'll take the pledge you're supposed to take, okay? Great police department, one of the best, okay? That's what we have to say. I respect the police department, okay?
That's what we have to say.
There needs to be change. It has to be impactful, it has to be consistent, and it has to be unequivocated. Mr. Chairman, we had testimony tonight from sworn law enforcement regarding baselessness, discrediting this, and saying we need more information. Sure, more information leads to a potential culture shift in that department. More information, absolutely, of course, but not to the detriment of the women that have come forth, not to the detriment of those suffering from mental health, not from the detriment of the disproportionate impact that we've had on the Black and brown community, Mr. Chairman. The report is very clear. It does not say that the Worcester Police Department is racist. Doesn't say that. It says, for example, 94% of Hispanic folks are arrested for low-level offenses, more likely to be arrested for low offenses. 63% of black folks are more likely to be arrested for low-level offenses. But it does not say that in and of itself is racist. It says it needs more information and more study. But it's okay to say both. Two things can be true at the same time. That we have concerns that must be addressed, Mr. Chairman. We really do. Supervision, accountability. Sure, I'd like to make a second motion, Mr. Chairman, that the immediate action steps that will be applied, that there's timelines associated with them. You know, there's some things that the Department of Justice did recognize that the Worcester Police are doing correctly. They did. I'd like timeframes on those so the city can see what has been done, Mr. Chairman. But tonight,
oh, he loves Smashing Pumpkins.
Could push things a little further back. I've been on the record stating that Acting Chief Saucier has been responsive in my experience. 1,000%. 1,000%.
I haven't.
However, the
Don't
public
Google
statement
me.
that was made fell short. Leadership in this city has been insufficient in these few days. Insufficient. To let that go out ahead of everything. I don't care what the recommendations were.
I mean, it is fucking
We as
wild.
councilors had no idea. We had 2 leaders that did. Mr. Chairman, when this matter comes before us, when we
It's
get
a very
to it,
broken system.
I will have an amendment to
gotten
the
much
Brotherhood
better
of Local
about the way they
Officials and the
process
New England
the actual
Benevolent
applications and
Association
whatnot.
911
The
and
system itself
504's
internally is
petition.
just silly.
I support holding this. I do not support, Mr. Chairman, doing the same old, same old. We know that our neighborhood groups and our districts are not comprised of people who represent this city. We have on our website, if the manager executed what was requested by this council, what those groups look like. And they do not represent this city. And repeating that is a mistake. I support having this, Mr. Chairman.
Can you wrap up?
Yes, I will wrap up. The last thing I will say is this. What some people don't know, Mr. Chairman, is that I do have law enforcement roots in my family. My brother was a city solicitor representing police officers for 9 years in the city of Philadelphia. I lean on him. I spoke to him. Never in close to a decade has he ever had to represent an officer who thought it was okay to put their hands on women. Ever. And if that happened, they would have been disciplined up to and including termination, Mr. Chairman. Our union needs to come to the table. There's collective bargaining that needs to happen. We must have language in our collective bargaining that's initiated by this administration that speaks to false statement during the course of duties. It must. When you look at some of these things that have been in the media and these folks are still walking around, our job as a council isn't to tell the manager what to do. Our job as a council is to evaluate if his response to those matters are appropriate and sufficient. We need a rubric to do that as well, Mr. Chairman. I support holding this, and I look forward to continued discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing nobody else, so we'll...
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Councilman Nguyen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm severely disappointed by the lawyer we hired to represent us, as noted by the city manager, as he was dismissive of the DOJ findings and disregarded the people who spoke up, especially those courageous enough to share their experience to governmental institutions that historically did not serve nor protect them, especially involving power dynamics involving police officers. Mr. Manager, I am even more disappointed in you for having an active hand in approving it, and now learning that our own mayor is actively involved in it too. I'm also disappointed in you, Mayor Petty. You either believe and support survivors or you don't. You either want to lead and want police accountability, or you intentionally and actively support the patterns of excessive force used on Black and Latina folks, the escalated use of violence on people with disabilities during crisis moments, and the sexual assaulting of sex workers / prostituted women. There is no playing both sides here, and I am severely disappointed in the both of you as leadership in Worcester. And I have a few questions to ask. Through the chair to the manager, why are you refusing to give the Human Rights Commission data? It's been over half a year, and in your statement, you mentioned working with them, and yet yesterday, after 6 months, they have not gotten the data they requested, and yesterday, you are taking away the transparency of their agenda and minutes on the city's website. Can you clarify this choice that counters your statement of working along with them?
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, through the chair to the council, I'm going to try to take all the questions that you just related to. With regards to the Human Rights Commission, since day one, I've not told or said we will not provide X, Y, and Z. There has been
I just haven't provided it.
and even statements that are provided to them. I've asked them to, since the beginning, whether it was a year ago or a year and a half ago, I asked them to focus their efforts on issues that at that time were pertinent, related to housing, related to investigatory process. We had created a new Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and our investigations team that the city's had for 2, if not 3 years, there was no process for community to engage with them. That's why we've announced the hotline and the process that people can now call and access the investigations team by providing any civil discriminatory complaints to them for any employee. This is something that I had asked the Human Rights to focus on, and it was a statement that I provided to them. And however, they wanted to focus on policing. There was a number of issues of reports that they had requested. We provided that. We made it publicly available. The other reports that they were asking us were reports related to cases within the department. These are the reports. It's thousands of pages that we've provided to the DOJ for the DOJ to use as part of this process. I've asked them that not to put their efforts into that, but to put their efforts in what I've asked them to do previously, because the DOJ was doing this work. Now that the DOJ has finalized the work, now it's an opportunity for them, and which I want since the beginning, and to enhance their powers, their authority to work with the administration and others to do the work of the DOJ, but also help and support on policy and review, which they have done. They have worked with the chief since he took the office of providing feedback to some of the policies and reviewing that as well. The chief has been very welcoming to come to the meetings with his staff, et cetera, to have those conversations. The reports, again, that they're asking that I have not submitted to it's thousands of pages that at this time I'm evaluating the capacity of the Human Rights Commission to look through 1,000 pages of case reports, and also the capacity of our legal team to be able to redact all of that information when we have a DOJ report that did exactly that and provided some findings related to it. That's something that I'm evaluating, and that's something that, again, I will be making a determination soon.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure I asked you to share the data with them a while back, like 6 months ago. And I think, one, it is important that you keep saying to me, especially during our meetings, that you feel like they are working with you, and yet, from my understanding, there is a clear there is a clear barrier. And so if they don't feel like they are getting the data from you and they don't feel like you are working hand in hand, I feel like a statement in which you're saying you're working with them feels very contradictory. And so once again, I will ask you to continue to work with them, and I will motion for you to keep the Human Rights Commission going and provide transparency in the work that they are doing online and accessible to the public, and to not take down their minutes and their agendas. And I also think you need to honor their priorities. Their priorities is not to focus on things like unhoused folks in the library. They have been very active on wanting to investigate the things that are happening in our Worcester Police Department, which is also in line with our public, as you could see today. And so I'm asking you to continue to let them do their work and not be a barrier, because you being a barrier for them is also, once again, creating this clog of a barrier for our community. And I want to thank you for mentioning that we also provided data to the DOJ. Could you clarify that we provided data to the DOJ?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, as part of the DOJ investigation, they requested and had access to all the data related to the police department, policies, et cetera, to be able to come up with these findings and conclusions.
Thank you. So these conclusions that are constantly being considered, oh, it came out from the sky, it is not. We also gave them data, and our folks from our community also gave testimonies. And so those two combined is the findings of our DOJ. So I'm tired of hearing things like, oh, this is just made up anonymous testimonies. They are not. They are literally body cams from our own data. And so we have the data. We have the data to do our own investigation. From what I am hearing is that we are preventing our Human Rights Commission to actually do the work. Correct or not? Could you clarify that we have the rights and ability to investigate our own Worcester Police Department?
Through the chair to the council, the Human Rights Commission does not have the authority to investigate the police department. They have a right to investigate individual complaints, but they cannot investigate any department, municipal department.
So if I did a complaint today, they would have the right to investigate that. If each person who wants to ask for an investigation and complain, they would be able to. Is that what you're saying to me?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the councilor. Through the chair to the councilor. Part of the authority that the Human Rights Commission has, which they have subpoena power authority in the ordinance, it's investigative matters related to individual complaints, whether it's a complaint on civil discriminatory issues, whether a city employee, or a civil discriminatory issue related to, for example, a landlord and a tenant relationship. Those things, individuals can submit those complaints to the Human Rights Commission, and the Human Rights Commission, through the investigations team that they now have, which they didn't have before, are able to either investigate or utilize MCAD, the state entity, to investigate these matters.
Okay, you're in your second 5, Councilman.
Thank you. And so my question to the council and to the public and to the police and all that is, how much detail do we really need? We have the pastor on video being tased by the police officer, which aligns with the DOJ report. And yet we want to keep pretending like these findings are coming from nowhere. And once again, our community members know too well that this happens in our city in different variations. Sexual assault on women happen in different variations. Being tased by the police happens on different variations. Police brutality, excessive force by Black and Latina folks happens to people in our community in different variations. And that's why this is not shocking to anyone. And if it is shocking to you, like the people said, follow up. This is what's happening. Catch up, all right? And so I just want to say that we have the right to rectify this. And I also want to say that I am concerned because when I was at the Black Families Together meeting for the racial equity audit, I was there with the manager, the mayor, and the interim chief. And the interim chief kept saying how trainings and policies don't work in reality when officers are on the ground and needing to make an arrest. This shows the mentality that we need a commitment of mentality to change. It is not just about trainings. Multiple community members pushed back on our chief interim saucier. Even myself, I pushed him back on it. And he said to me, why don't you come to the training? I am not a police officer. Police officers should be able to be trained to not tase, to not use excessive force, and to not assault our community members. So I will end with that to say that it is your task, Mr. Manager, to make these shifts real in the mentality of your police departments and in material changes to our community. That is your task, and anything less is not tolerable. Thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, I just want to go back to the question related to the minutes, the agendas and minutes related to the Human Rights Commission. By law, we have to post agendas and minutes for every board and commission. What's being requested here, it's not about us not allowing to post minutes and agendas. We have to do that by law. By open meeting laws, we have to do that. What's being requested here is that as part of the agenda, there's a request that we submit all the backup information related to the agenda. And that is where we have stated that typically that falls within the minutes. Anything provided, any documentation that's provided during the meeting, it's included with the minutes, and then it's provided as part of that process. And so our equity officer will be looking into working with all of our boards and commissions to see what that current process is. What does it look like, and if there's any opportunity for us to consider other options. But currently, that is the process in which we were articulating, or were hoping to articulate last night, that it seems that folks needed some clarification on that.
Okay. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I think, I don't think I'd be doing my job if I didn't talk a little bit about my reaction to this report. And my reaction to the report was when I first
I don't like, you guys doesn't matter whether or not we're friends with, or I'm personally friends with somebody, like how you should think about them. I don't care if you have an issue
that was the first thing that came to my mind. I'm not looking for
with Jenny
applause,
about any of this
please
stuff.
don't give me any.
I've had issues with some
There's
other votes.
something
I've
that
had,
the conversation that I had with the administration,
doesn't
that I've had with
have
my
anything to do
colleagues that
with,
have talked to me about it.
whatever. It's fine.
And
You
I'll
guys can
say
think
it
however you
again.
want. You can say whatever you want in this
And
chat.
the comments that I'm hearing
anything
from
to do with
the
it.
community.
I will say that on the
and from
Palestine
the
thing,
offices,
she
is
did
that
vote
they feel the
correctly
same way.
on the important issue,
That head should roll.
which was to suspend the
That
rules
if
to
there are
allow people to
offices
speak.
there
She voted
that
correctly
have
on
done
that.
these
Once that
bad
failed
acts,
and couldn't be brought up
that they
again,
should be
she
fined.
voted to
I think one of the
end
comments that the
meeting
chief
along
made
with everybody
publicly
else. I think
was
as,
along the
like,
same terms. And I
you
was
know,
happy to see that.
just what else could you do?
Mr.
Like,
Chairman,
the rules say that you
but
couldn't. That was it. That it was
for
done.
one,
You can have an issue with that. I'm fine with
I
you
was
having an
sitting
issue
at
with
home
that. But I think it's
watching
important
TV,
to say that she
and I see
voted
comes
to
on
allow
the screen, on the TV screen,
the protesters
City
to speak. She
of
voted
Worcester's
correctly on the more
response
important item, and so
to the
don't take
DOJ,
credit away from her
and it
for
was
that.
a statement from
By
an
all
attorney
means,
that I've never met.
talk as much shit about
And
her as you want.
I
But
got
let's
on
get
my
let's
city
get the let's just
issue
make sure we're
cell
accurate
phone,
about that part.
and
I
I
don't
sent an
want
email
to.
to
I don't want to
Amy
go
Peterson and to the
call her
city
out for the
manager.
wrong things. Call her out for whatever you want.
I asked for to see that whole report,
I
that
call
whole
her out all the
statement
time.
that was put out on behalf of me.
She's a real piece of shit.
As a city
Listen.
councilor, on behalf of this whole.
I
city
actually,
government.
to be fair,
I asked
Jenny,
to see
like on
that.
this one as well too, like
And I received
I would
a
make the
response from
argument
Ms.
that
Peterson
there's nobody in that room
saying
right now
it came from the
who
lawyer, and that
this
was it.
isn't above their pay grade, which
We've
is
got this
precisely
big
why
press
entities like the
press
Department of
office
Justice exist in the first
that
place.
always is-
Like we can all have
is doing a
opinions
good
on
job
a report
on
like
getting
this, or
information
like
out.
how to deal with like huge
And
institutions, because
that
like
information
this is
should
another
have
what's really
been
important.
out
Like this isn't
ahead
unique
of
to
time
Worcester.
to the councilors.
Right, like Bill and I were
It
talking
should
today.
have
The
been
Washington Post
at
did a
least
huge
vetted
piece over the
somehow,
summer on
if not at least giving us the
massive
heads
amounts
up
of
that that was
resource
the intent
officer
of this
abuse on children
administration
nationally,
to come
and
out
like
with
how
that.
little is being
And
done
for me
about
as
it
a
in
city
communities across
councilor,
the country.
to be denied
Like,
that
overreach
actual-
of power
that-
is a
just that press
wild
release
thing
that
to
I
be able
asked
to
for
deal with,
is
like
not right.
as a part-time
just
city
not right.
councilor. That's why I mean, when this
Mr.
came up
Chairman,
initially, I was thrilled that the Department of
I
Justice
just-
was
I
actually
just
getting
wonder where we're
involved
going
because,
from
like,
here.
yeah,
And I
you
think
need
with your
a bigger
leadership and
entity
your comments
with
that you made
actual
tonight,
powers that supersede
about
anything
having it be
the
the
city
whole
manager
council
or
that's
the city
involved in
council
this
could try and
process is the right way to
run
go.
interference with.
It's a suggestion.
Also, not
a
apologizing
suggestion
for
that-
Jenny.
that you
That's
made.
just like,
I don't
I don't want
get what
anybody
you
in
were
that room,
talking
like
about
in
when you were
charge of
talking
like
about
coming to
district
the
stuff.
conclusion
Because
about like
I
what to do
really
with the
don't
Worcester
think
Police
this is the
Department. That's
kind
like a
of
really
thing
fucking
that we
heady
need to
issue
bring
that
from
requires
district to district
some
and
like
to have
teams of
conversation. I think
lawyers
this
and teams of
conversation
people with
needs to be
understanding
on this
of
council
current
floor,
federal case law.
Similar to what we do at
Right,
Finance
and
Committee.
I think it's
We've heard from the
totally
public tonight.
like
We've heard
I think
from,
it's
from some
totally
of our employees
fine
tonight.
to
Now
want
it's time
their,
for
your
the city
counselor to
council
vote a
roll
certain
up our
way or
sleeves
to,
and
to
ask questions
care about certain
and
things
to deal with it like we
and
do
all,
in
and
the
all that.
subcommittee,
So you know,
like we do in the
yeah,
finance
like-
committee.
And I want
For all
everybody
of
to
us
speak tonight on
to be
this because I want to know how to fucking
because it's
vote
that
next
important.
November.
Exactly.
Like
It's that
I need to
important
hear
for all of
everybody's
us to be
opinions,
involved.
but quite frankly,
So
I don't want
support
anybody in this
your-
room in
your
charge of like
recommendation to do
actually
that.
making
I just wanted to
decisions.
clarify that.
better.
I presume when you said talk to the district councilors about
Figure out a tax
conflict
rate first.
of time, I didn't. Were you inferring that it should be brought from district to district? Maybe I misunderstand.
No, if it's
Yeah,
warranted,
I mean,
yes,
I
but
think
we'd
it's
start right
a
here
lot
in
of it
city
goes to
council.
like just the
I'd rather not do the districts, but if district
sheer
councils ask
like
for it, I would.
I think it's
mismatch
important that
between like what
we have
this
all hands
council
on deck.
is set up to do
All
and
hands
what
on
it's
deck on
what
this,
is
and
Right.
the
necessary
hands of
for it to
the
do and
elected leadership
different
in this.
thoughts about
and I'm
like
willing to support your motion
what
to do that.
you're supposed
and I
to
look
do as a
forward
city
to that
councilor. I
action.
think if you
Thank
talk
you,
to
Mr.
Jenny, like
Thank
her,
Okay,
I
so
think
we
me
have
and South Mom said
Council
it
Kings to
before.
my
Like,
motions.
there's a lot of
collectively.
stuff that she is fantastic.
time is
on,
up, Counselor.
like as a city
I'd like to
councilor
speak
about
on the motion.
stuff
that
we would
was
never
filed.
see
My
because it
time's
doesn't come
up
up
on
on
that
the floor
motion, Counselor.
here. And again, this stuff is also really fucking
Yen
important
filed a couple of
too.
motions.
But
I
her
haven't spoken on
philosophy
those.
is not that this stuff is the important part.
What's the
Her
motions
philosophy
that
is that
Council
the other stuff is the important part.
Oh, about the
And you can disagree with that, and I think I think a lot of
Human Rights
times
Commission?
I've had arguments with her about it. We've had like
Go ahead.
hour
You got
long
a couple
like
minutes.
semi fights about it.
Mr. Chairman,
But
I just wanted
at the end
to
of the day,
support that motion.
it's the fault of this like
And if it could
system
just
that
be
we have in the
clarified to the
city.
clerk exactly
No,
what the
absolutely.
motion is,
This
so I
is-
can know if
this
the
is what you get with a
I
planning
know
form of
I
government.
support the first one.
Right, like,
What's the second one
This
was,
is it.
so that
You
I
get
can
a part-time
figure out
group
if
of
I'm
counselors,
opposed to it or not.
some of whom
to
are
the
doing the
council,
absolute best that they
Councilor Yang,
can,
jump in if I
and some of whom are
correctly.
overqualified for this job.
But
The majority,
purpose of Councilor
just kind of
Yang's
there as a high
motion
school
was to
popularity
redirect the
contest.
manager to work again with the Human Rights Commission.
So I mean,
and
yeah,
provide
like,
information
again,
that the Human Rights Commission has requested of the administration.
I never want
Thank you,
to.
Mr. Chairman. On those two
I never
things,
want
wanted to make
our
this statement.
personal
I wanna
relationships
reiterate
with
what I
anybody to
said
come
some time ago,
between us and the
one of the
chat.
first
You know,
acts of
you guys
this
can
administration
freely
was
criticize
to
whoever you
sunset
want to criticize.
Diversity,
That's in this
Equity,
room.
Inclusion Advisory Committee, Mr. Chairman,
and
after
I'm not gonna.
suspended their work under manager.
I'm not going to
Augustus
argue with you.
due to lack of communication.
You
and
are
due
all
to,
as informed as we are for the most part. You guys are smart people. You know why you think the way you do.
Diversity,
And
equity
I,
officer,
like,
or whatever the
I
name
enjoy
was at
that.
the time.
This isn't just and
I would like to
100%
make a
pile
motion
on
subsequent to
any
that,
given
that the
situation.
city manager
We're allowed to have
revisit that. I had asked at the time that
subtle
there be
and
nimbleness
nuanced positions,
and
and
flexibility.
that comes into like
and the reason I
the
said
people that we deal
way
with
back
in
when
city council too,
has come
because
home
this is a small
tonight
fucking city,
from the
and legitimately we
discussion here
know
from the managers
almost
own
everybody
statements
that we talk about every week,
capacity of the
or
Human
know
Rights
people that
Commission.
are very
At
close
the
to them.
time,
It's just
the Human
it
Rights
just
Commission
is what it is.
was
So,
inundated
talk
with
shit.
work.
It's all good.
And then we added the responsibilities and oversight of the matters pertaining to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee that also, in part, was about the workforce. And I would ask that the city manager consider, by way of a motion, decoupling or returning to that formation of the resuming a Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee so that the Human Rights Commission can do their work, Mr. Chairman. That is my motion on that. It's extremely important. I know that when we we talk about communication, it's important that in those meetings of the Human Rights Commission, if it's the Board of Health, one of the things that doesn't happen, I have orders on later in this regard, is that the city isn't always appraised because the information goes to the manager. And I'm looking forward to gathering additional information regarding reports of that commission and others, and what their recommendations have been, and to what degree we've followed up on them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So take all those motions collectively. Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, we're also tabling 840A. Councilor Bergman, Yes. Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King? Yes. Councilor Member Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Go back to petitions. The first one take up is 7W. This is Rick Cipero, Anthony Petroni, Thomas Duffy, on behalf of the International Brotherhood. And
I love that
police
they
official,
didn't stick
Local
around for
504,
this.
and New England Police Benevolence Association.
They don't give a
request
shit
that
about
the
this
City
item.
Council requests the manager request the Department of Justice release and present a public forum, the full investigatory report, specifically to what the DOJ states as credible allegations of criminal.
How is this
sexual
petition
misconduct allegedly
not
committed by
unlike
members of the
any
Worcester
other
Police Department?
petition the
Further,
city council has
the
no
City
purview
Council
over?
requests
Is it
the
rule
manager
11?
requests the
Is it
Department
what rule is it that they
Justice
violate? Like
stakes
Right.
time
the city of
and
Worcester
danger
can't
of
order the
individuals
Department of
alleged
Justice to do anything anymore that it can argue for nuclear disarmament
Right.
or a ceasefire. It's
Right, didn't we just have a big fucking fight about this?
What's that? No, go ahead.
Oh, I'll go. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm very concerned about what I witnessed tonight from trained law enforcement who's focused, based on their testimony, leadership of unionized folks, about evidence. We all know that there'll be additional information coming. It's been testified to by the manager. He's been working with Acting Chief Saucier. So there's more to come. This response, Mr. Chairman, was a rush to judgment.
Yeah, I guess you'd hope they
Call
would,
this a
but no
basis
one.
report, although it's
know,
a summary. To say that there's no facts is a concern. I can tell you, I have spoken with law enforcement. I know people who were here. I know people who applauded. I've known them for years, Mr. Chairman. And what I hear people say is that there's no truth to this audit. I'm sorry, to this report from the Federal Department of Justice. There's no truth. They bring up Trump. They bring up elections. There's no truth to this whatsoever, but yet they haven't seen the facts yet. I trust the process, Mr. Chairman. I trust the process. I've been told nothing in there is true.
Classic
by law
Sixers
enforcement.
fan.
We've heard that from just about a number of testimonies tonight. That's concerning. That's a culture indicator. Mr. Chairman, we've heard tonight we provided data, we provided reports, we provided statistics, so much so that it was overwhelming for the Department of Justice. I filed items over a number of years regarding improving our data collection.
Thanks, Jess.
What happens when we stop folks? What happens when we stop folks and nothing happens and it's, what have you? How do we track that? We don't, apparently.
Some holiday cheer.
Mr. Chairman, I will make an amendment to this particular position, and I'm going to hold it. The amendment to this petition, Mr. Chairman, we know that if there's officers named, that will be provided to the city. We also know the importance of protecting women who have been harmed, and we can do both. My amendment to this particular petition, Mr. Chairman, which asks for names of individuals alleged to have committed misconduct and or potential criminal, I'm not sure because I can't read the rest, that we amend this, Mr. Chairman, to state that under no circumstances will we do anything to violate the confidentiality of women who reported their experience, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much.
I'm a father of 3 girls,
Thanks, man.
aged 30, 18, and 8. 3. And young people are watching. brothers, sisters, cousins, aunties, uncles, everybody's watching.
That's true. We got 46
And to
viewers still in the
that
chat.
your disclosure
Thanks.
of what
Thank you for
you've
staying with us.
experienced
Yeah.
to be a sexual assault is going to be exposed without your permission after the government has committed to maintain that confidentiality is un-American, Mr. Chairman. I'll be holding this item on a personal privilege. I welcome all the folks that were here tonight and who left early.
Thanks,
Come back.
Bryan. Ho, ho, ho. Happy
Oppose
holidays.
That amendment if they see fit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So you're gonna hold both under privilege? Okay. You're gonna hold both under privilege? Okay, the amendment and the item.
Point of
I love doing
clarification,
that
If
this far into the
If this
meeting.
item is held under privilege, does this mean that we can't speak on it at the moment, or we can?
Yeah, it's open for everybody. We spoke on it, yes. You can speak on it, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to very briefly speak on it before we vote.
Go ahead.
Just super quickly, I support Councillor King's motion. I do have to say that fundamentally, I am not comfortable at all having this petition voted on the principle that it starts from a basis of discrediting, and I'm going to speak more on this when it comes to the petitions, but it starts on the basis of discrediting not only the allegations and the stories of the women, but discrediting the entire premise of this report. I heard loud and clear on the radio and tonight from the comments of the police union that they do not intend to work to implement the process of even us going towards a consent decree. So what that tells me is that these folks are coming to this community, this audience tonight, not in good faith. And so on the basis of that, on the basis of having credible allegations put in quotations, I'm sorry, but the women in our community are not quotations. They're not an afterthought. So for that reason, I am very uncomfortable and I'm gonna vote no, even though on principle, I do support Councillor King's motion to do absolutely anything and everything in our power to protect the identity and to protect the women and those who haven't come forward yet. And I will speak about that in my comments next.
Okay, so that one's going to be held, those two items.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Nguyen?
Yes, I'll be brief on this since it is being held. I would also like to just amend it to say people who are victimized in this, just because we do not know if it's just women. So I would just like to be on the safe side. And I also just want to add that, this is a tactic. This is like a very standard tactic of abusers to really intimidate and force people to be exposed and weaponize sexual violence and to linger and control the narrative and to keep holding what desperate control that they can do. And it's so abusive and disgusting to me. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Okay, let's go to the next item.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor King?
Thank you. After conversation with the clerk, if he could just clarify what has to happen with the petition and my amendment, whether or not I can hold it or not, so that folks know what's going on through the chair.
Through the chair to the council. So my understanding is because it's not the order that was filed by councilors, a petition brought by a resident, you have to accept an amendment first, and then you can ask to hold it, or you can hold it, this petition, and then make a motion separate with what you just asked.
Mr. Chairman, I'll hold the petition, and I will make a separate motion as I stated, if that makes it easier. I'm going to hold, on my motion, we'll vote on it. unless someone holds it, I guess.
No. So the item is being held is 7W under privilege.
Right.
Councilor King has put an amendment forth, so he's asking to vote on.
Mr. Chairman, can we get the detail on that amendment? Because I really don't understand. I don't understand the specific verbiage. So before we vote on it, I'd like to see the verbiage. I will stand and agree with the council that we shouldn't
Let's
be
keep words
exposing
under 3
names of
syllables
victims.
tonight.
And that should be a priority. But other than that general statement, I'd like to see the verbiage before we vote on it.
Okay. Do you have the exact language, or do you want to just hold that for the next meeting? Okay. So Councilor Russell's holding the amendment. Okay. So under privilege. Okay. Next item up is X. Request of public apology to
item
the
X.
comments made to the Telegram Gazette about the Department of Justice investigation. And send that to the manager.
Can you read that again, please?
Request a public apology be made regarding the comments made in the Telegram and the Gazette about the Department of Justice investigation.
Oh, motion to file, Mr. Chairman. I think that was done.
Yeah. Roll call.
Motion to file 7X, Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji? Council King?
Yes.
Council Moro Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay, we did the next one already. Next is 7Z, request project price list, request city council, request manager issue public acknowledgement, commendation, and apology for the sexual abuse of prostituted women by the Worcester Police Department officers as detailed in the Department of Justice report. Councilor Haji?
So I'm adding this new line because, to be frank with you, I was really puzzled by the power. Oh, I'm sorry. I was really puzzled by the power disbalance displayed in the chambers tonight, just like Councilor King mentioned. So let me start with making something very explicit and clear in response to some of the comments that the union officials made. In case you haven't noticed, thus far, my agenda is justice, accountability, and transparency. That's what I said before getting elected. That is what I've said while governing, and that is what I say until the last day that I am elected. So let me just start by saying thank you to Project Priceless and all the women survivors who have come forward, and those who have done the work in the community for a very long time. I just want to be very clear to those of you who are here, to those of you who spoke, to those of you who are listening. Your humanity and your truth matters. Your humanity and your truth matters. I believe you. And I thank also those of you who have personally reached out to me since I made very public statements about the deep disappointment in all the statements that came out from the city government. And by the way, I don't care if this gets me in trouble. It is very telling to me that all those statements were made by men. I have had people who have reached out to me, I should specify women, who have personally reached out to me in the last few days and have trusted me with their stories and their pain. Those women, to those of you who are listening, you know who you are. I will protect you with my life if I have to. You have shared with me the fear of coming forward, of not being believed, and the repercussions of reporting your experiences. And Mr. Chair and Mr. City Manager and Interim Chief Saucier, I was terrified tonight as a woman. As a woman who has experienced violence before, I was terrified. And if I was a sexual assault victim, there was no absolute way that I would have come forward. So to those of you who spoke tonight, thank you. I personally understand the risk that women, whether they are trafficked prostituted here or in any other settings take when they come forward. Let me talk about what this report tells me. First of all, I was sickened when I read it. I had to put it down, I had to read it again, I had to put it down, I had to read it again, I had to call friends, I had to call women. I was sickened. When I read it and reread it and reread it, I thought about all of what I just said before. I thought about Nikki Bell. How dare they call her disgraceful? How dare they call her disgraceful? How dare they call her a nuisance, an anecdote? How dare they discredit this woman? She is one of the leading national experts on women exploiting in the sex trade, a survivor, a mother, and a proud District 5 resident. I thought about the burden that she has carried with and on behalf of survivors. I thought about how she is the reason we had a women's shelter for exploited women during the pandemic, something that I personally worked on. Because she and her team knew that women experiencing homelessness weren't safe anywhere. Also, though, this report isn't just about exploited women. It's about Black and brown leaders in our community who have asked for decades for police reform, accountability, transparency, and constitutionality. In 2015, many leaders of the Worcester community, from Black and brown communities, issued a report from the Communities United Collective. I believe that was shared with you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that was shared with the former city manager. And one of the recommendations on the police reform included the following: improve community and police relations predicated on 3 principles: accountability, constitutionality, and transparency. That is the agenda that I have. That is the agenda that every city council member should have. That is the agenda the city manager should have. And that is the agenda that the interim chief of police should have. This DOJ report isn't about one woman or a singular story. It is about a tapestry of stories, patterns, and behaviors previous administrations and chiefs of police have heard before. And yes, the statement by the interim chief of police was not good in my view. I want to have faith in you, interim chief, I really do, because we depend on you to get buy-in from your employees. This has been, Mr. Chair, decades-long testimonies of community concerns that are reflected in the pages of this report. It's been about some men in power who feel comfortable adopting a your body, my choice behavior towards women. It's about Black and brown members of our community who have begged for change to be heard and taken seriously. I would like to remind the public and the city council that just in the past 7 years, before this city manager was appointed, under previous administrations, we have had race dialogues, recommendations submitted to the previous administration by the collective of Black and brown leaders that I just mentioned, testimonies in front of the Human Rights Commission, 3 chief diversity officers, and now a DOJ report and a racial equity report. And so while it may be true that it's just a handful of men in the police force that have abused women, and they do need to be held accountable for actions without the victims who came forward being harmed, let's be explicit. Accountability and justice does not begin and end with just placing cuffs on them. Accountability begins with admitting, investigating, and committing to completely transforming policies, attitudes, and practices, and whatever culture of silence and acceptance that has injured our residents. It's about building what you, Mr. Manager, and what you, Mr. Chief, and the Human Rights Commission have already started. I think we're at a point of transformation right now. We're at the precipice of what could be a truly transformative path forward. I want to be part of that. I would like you to be part of that. I would like the chief of police to be part of that. I would like the community to be part of that. A future for me that trusts, I'm asking for suspension of the rules.
No, you got 5 more minutes.
A future that trusts survivors, repair the harm done in real, tangible way. The committing to a women's shelter shouldn't be negotiable. And I have faith in you, City Manager, that you will make that happen. I have faith in you, I have faith in you, I have faith in you, and I will be with you every step of the way until that happens. My vision for the future, in conclusion, includes 3 main priorities. Implement reforms that center survivors, Black and brown communities, and people with disabilities. Do not allow anyone to get in the way of us doing that. Report to the community and council progress made, support the recommendations of the Human Rights Commission, maintain continuity of their existing members. They have built a good relationship with the chief. I think it's imperative that their institutional knowledge, relationship, and their work they have done so far continue uninterrupted. I would also like to mention Chief Saucier has implemented a policy review committee. I support that fully. I think we need to understand more. And I think, and I hope, as we spoke today, Mr. Manager, that that policy review committee will also work in tandem with the Human Rights Commission. And finally, even though I know some members of this council might have disagreements, might not believe in this next step, I do want to say that you, Mr. Manager, have heard from the community over and over again that the establishment of a civilian review board with a community process involved is imperative. It's imperative. It's not about punishing the police department. It's about bringing them to the table. It's about forming a community collaborative that truly moves us forward in the path of justice and accountability. Lastly, I'm just going to add this last piece. I think it's okay. It's totally okay for us to sit with discomfort. It's okay for all of us to sit with the discomfort that transformative change brings with it. It will take time, community. It will take time, and it will take a lot of work and repairing of trust and building of relationships for us to get there. But Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, community members, members of the City Council, Interim Chief Saucier, we owe it to our residents, to our survivors, to our Black and brown communities, and our young people to build a community where all feel safe and not a single person in this community feels disposable. I'm ready to work with you.
So we'll send that to the manager.
Damn.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I wanted
Mr.
to
Chairman.
touch on this. Yenny's comment. I mean, that's the biggest thing. In any interaction with police anywhere at any time,
Life, sex workers.
the difference between
it's varied.
saying something, speaking up or asserting
One thing
yourself
we
or
do
anything
know,
like that is the fear of reprisal.
one
It is
thing
present
we
in
do
every
know
interaction with police.
Is that it's men
It is more
who primarily
in like getting pulled over, whatever,
purchase
just
those
seeing a
services,
cop
Mr.
somewhere.
Chairman.
You're always afraid, at least a little bit,
This
of how
will not stop
of what they can do to you. That
until
implicit
men
threat
stop.
of force is always there.
This will not
In
stop
this
till men
situation,
stop.
when we're
I'd
talking
like to
about
make a motion,
the victims
but I appreciate
of,
identifying
that are listed in this
funds for a
report,
building.
that is so
I'll
much more
support
intense.
7AA, but I also
And I
like to
know,
make
again,
a motion
it's not that police don't know. It's not
this
that
council resolves
but to
support
still
and
show
to
up and
see
speak the way that they did
the
tonight.
establishment
Like when
of
you
a
know, when they
homeless
know
shelter
what they have
dedicated
over
to
everybody,
women, Mr. Chairman.
especially in this scenario, is so fucking
That's my motion.
inhuman.
That being said,
Right.
I appreciate again the fact that we're going to be coming together as a body to participate in this, because we have a public safety committee, Mr. Chairman, that's impotent. That committee and that chairmanship
Absolutely.
is at the discretion of the mayor for probably over a decade. Let's be part of the
Roast his
solution
ass on this.
together.
Please cut to a shot of Joe Petty
Mr. Chairman.
in his face right now.
The one thing I do know is that when folks came before us tonight, again, I'm so concerned about the narrative and what's the reality and experience of law enforcement here in this city. that they sat here tonight and asked us as an elected body to oppose any sort of memorandum of understanding, memorandum of agreement, or consent decree with the federal government. That, Mr. Chairman, in the face of their own assertions that they don't have enough information, that's hypocritical on its face. Mr. Chairman, heads rolling, not enough, falls short. Again, putting folks in cuffs, great, falls short. There's systemic changes in civilian oversight that is required here. Mr. Chairman, how does that culture change? Well, it begins with supporting things like Project Priceless Ask. Mr. Chairman, it begins by the motion that I'm going to make to ask the city manager to work with the leadership, the union leadership, the acting chief and his administration towards educating and informing all of the law enforcement that came here tonight regarding the facts that were shared with the federal government, each and every one. Because if that department is dismissing this, their leadership is dismissing this, and the union's not supporting the reform, doesn't matter what you or the chief does.
We always usually do it around
It's the rank
St.
and
Patrick's
file.
Day.
They must know the facts.
I'm very excited for it this year. I'm going
And
to
when there's errors,
probably
they
be
should know
killed.
that too. But it's very clear, based on that testimony, there's no truth to this, it's baseless. Chief's been involved with giving out reports, data, the manager, the mayor, they all know. I'm not confident there'll be no change without that buy-in, zero. And I'm asking by way of a motion, Mr. Chairman, that you work to provide a thorough review of the summary, because it can't wait, and the facts that were provided that led to that. And I don't know how you're going to do it. I don't know if it's that roll call. I don't know what it is. It needs to be done immediately because those folks walked out of here uninformed. There's nothing to see. How can we say there's no room for change? How? We have all sorts of concerns regarding a whole host of things. Whole host of things, Mr. Chairman. We've got to lift the veil. An impotent committee.
I seem to recall that, Yanni, but honestly, I'm not sure.
An impotent committee. If you'd like to speak, come down on the floor. Come to the floor.
Here we go.
Point of order.
Come to the floor.
Just a point of order.
Come to the floor.
I'm asking for a
If you're going to speak, come to the floor.
I don't have to
Follow
come
the
to floor.
rules.
I don't have to
Follow
come
the
to floor
rules.
for a point of
Follow
order.
the rules.
Don't threaten me.
Follow the rules.
I don't.
Follow the rules.
Let me explain.
Come down.
No, I'm not coming down. I'm just asking for a point of order. It's a point of order. Don't threaten me. Don't intimidate me.
Marco, we need you to flex right now.
For close to a decade, Mr. Chairman. A decade. And I know well enough. I won't know well enough that if not intention, there's no change. If there's not intention, there's no change. That's my motion that I made, Mr. Chairman.
What's your motion?
What was your point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hold this, please.
Of course.
There's an awful lot of information there and some allegations that were personal as well that I'd like to address. And I think this should be held. Thank you.
Okay. So are you holding his motion?
Yeah.
Okay. So take Z and double A.
Mr. Chairman.
What's that? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda, followed by Councilor Ojeda.
I love that she takes
Wait,
that
so who's going
personal.
first?
Yeah.
Can't even begin to wrap her head around the idea that she's incompetent professionally. That has absolutely nothing to do with your personality. That's
So first I
garbage
want
too.
to say
That's actually not
thank
what's up
you,
for debate
Hannah,
tonight.
that I'm grateful for Project Priceless and the women who came forth, as well as the community, for holding us all accountable here on the council floor to work towards ending the harm of WPD and to hold them accountable for the harm that they've caused. I want to acknowledge that, you know, there's so many folks who are triggered, and that's just really heartbreaking. And what else is clear is that we're not a safe space. We're not a safe space because at the end of the day, these discoveries are not new discoveries, but are the realities of so many people. And it's disgusting that we are allowing this to play both sides right now. We are clearly not a safe space for people. When, you know, as someone who's done work with domestic and sexual violence survivors, it's so important to believe them. And we failed miserably. Just that basic human decency of believing in people. So I want to state that very clear, that we are not a safe space, and that I'm going to swear, we fucked up. We fucked up. And we need to condemn the act. What? Can I continue?
Yes, go ahead.
He just
Okay,
needs
then.
to scold.
We need
It's
to
really
condemn
funny. He
these
knows he
acts and
can't do anything about it.
protect our BIPOC
You can't do anything
folks
about
with
it, but he still
disabilities, and
has.
vulnerable sex workers
He has
and
to
women
scold.
who are being prostituted, who are clearly suffering and harmed by the patterns and practices of WPD. And for the public, you know, the historical context of these findings is that it's not new. It's been known for over 5 years. It was brought back up in 2019 before I was elected, with previous counselors, officials, our former human rights director, our current health and human service director, you know, the mayor. You were the mayor during that time too. There's so many people who knew about this. And so for us to act brand new is just a disservice and dishonest, to be quite honest about this. It is so dishonest because we know the administration knew about this. And so to not believe them, to just straight up say we don't believe when we knew, for me, it's just disingenuous. And we need to rectify this matter. And we need real systemic and material changes for the people in Worcester and those directly impacted. This did not come out of nowhere, like I said before. It's time that we, the people of Worcester, rise in solidarity to affirm that we believe you. We believe Nikki Bell. We believe victims and survivors of sexual assault. We believe sex workers and prostituted women. We cannot stand by and continue to allow these patterns and actions to continue without any accountability from our city and WPD. And so through the chair to the city manager, are you committed to ensuring that we meet the demands of the petition set forth by Project Priceless, such as committing to a building for a permanent long-term women's shelter and funding for harm reduction programming, rehabilitation, and support the women who came forth?
Through the chair to the councilor, one of the things that my administration has been working on since I've gone on is to find ways in which we can expand homeless shelters in the city. We've tried to do overflow shelters. This is the third year that we've done that. We've provided some funding for the Day Resource Center. We are working with community partners to try to identify providers that can step up to try to take this on. So I am willing to meet and have conversations with Project Priceless, as I have with Nikki Bell as well, to try to identify ways in which we can find resources for women's shelter. We not only have a need for women's shelter, we have a need for senior shelters as well, LGBTQ, and even youth. So there is a significant need in different spaces. And so these are all the conversations that we're having to try to figure out solutions to these.
Through the chair, I wanted to hear if you are committed, not just that you are willing. I want to hear a commitment that you will do this.
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the councilor. If that's what you want to hear, and that's what it is. I am committed, as I've proven through my 2 years in my administration, to working with community to find ways that we can find more opportunities for the unhoused.
I want to be specific through the chair. Are you committed to ensuring that we meet the demands of the petition set forth by Project Priceless, such as committing a building for a permanent long-term women's shelter and funding for harm reduction programming, rehabilitation, and support for the women?
You just
That's
said
the
that.
whole thing.
Mr. Manager just said that.
Through the chair to the council, I think here is not the platform to start debating back and forth. I've already committed that I'm willing to work with the organization and members of the community on identifying spaces that are important for women, and I've already begun that process.
So I would like to see that happen soon, and I would like to hold 9A. I would hate to see the reality that our council just agreed to renew your contract for you to make $300,000 a year with $1,500 car allowance a month and tell the public that this will not happen. And I hear your commitment, and so I hear that these two things must happen. It cannot just be your contract being renewed with all this financial benefit and nothing to the women who came forth. Thank you.
Councilor Ojeda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's been a lot tonight, obviously, and obviously, reading that DOJ report.
King sitting with his back to Joe's. Fucking fantastic.
Really disturbed by it. So, to be honest, a lot of stuff was really disgusting to see, to read. But in speaking on a few things, just quickly through the chair to administration, this report due back as a 90-day report, is that correct? Do we know when that is?
To the chair, to the council, what we've received in communication from the DOJ does not indicate 90 days an additional report. Again, that is left to the process to continue. Is there a possibility? It could happen. They have not communicated that they definitely will be submitting a different report other than what they've provided to us.
Okay, so just to get a better understanding, because I know we're definitely going to be dealing with this for quite some time. We're trying to get more factual information. Do we know when that will take place? Is that within the next week or two? I know you have a meeting tomorrow, but just to get a better understanding.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, that would be part of the discussion with the DOJ. It's up to the DOJ to provide any factual information that they would have that proves some of these findings, and that would be part of the process in which we will engage with them.
Okay, thank you. So on 7AA, as the chair of public health, I think it's important to take that to public health. I really want to be able to work with Liz Grajales and Project Priceless to at least begin the conversations, right, of providing a shelter. I know that's going to take some time and a lot of effort. But in the meantime, what can we do in our committee to be able to provide critical resources that they're asking for harm reduction and peer support? So I look forward to taking that on in the committee. But I really want to address Councilor King's statement regarding public safety. I understand his frustration. Obviously, you've been at this much longer than I have been, and I understand your frustration. But I promise you, as a counselor, as your someone that I, to be honest with you, I look up to you on this floor. I know you've done a lot of work, and I respect your work. But when certain things are said, I don't try to take things personal. I understand where it's coming from.
I mean, he's not talking about you, dude. He's talking about fucking Kate for not
I'm in
holding a meeting.
So I want to promise you that we will work towards that. And I think we all need to.
This is the perfect question. Nobody knows because when's the last fucking time we saw that committee?
Right? Someone mentioned it's time to roll our sleeves up. Over there.
Can't defend the fact that they barely meet.
This has been going on for a long time. I've seen things affect my family growing up, and I think everyone else can agree to that, right? To whatever issues they've had.
It's just ocean sounds.
We're in a place now in our city where we just need to make changes and make changes now, right? We can't say down the road or whatever. We need to make changes tomorrow, and I'm glad that that meeting will take place tomorrow, and I look forward to
Bill playing lap slide, SpongeBob music.
I really look forward to be able to work with that.
Seagull.
And Councilor Merrill Carlson is interested as well, and having those conversations and taking it the next step forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pasillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just want to take a moment to express my gratitude for the groups and individuals who have been advocating for these changes long before the report was issued, often without the full support or recognition they deserve. Moving forward, it's imperative that the city provides these groups with the resources and backing they need to continue this essential work, which includes a shelter for women. Progress begins with recognizing the need for action. Tonight's discussion has been heavy, as it should be. The findings of the DOJ report are serious and require a thoughtful, bold response. I'm grateful for the members of the public who participated tonight. Your voices, your concerns, your hopes for the city were heard. We should never discard insights from women. We should never devalue victims. Prostituted women are human. It is our collective responsibility to listen to the unheard, and this is an opportunity to make it right. My colleague said two things can be true at the same time, and I agree. Residents also spoke about bad apples. Others said the report doesn't condemn the entire department, and there's an overwhelming number of good cops. I appreciate Chief Saucier's work over the past year to make improvements. I know my experience is that as an elected official.
Gee, it's more that the unions
got
trust
elected,
Kate
I
to a
don't
degree,
think I
greater
was
than anybody else. They own her, and they tell
viewed
Joe what
as
to
a
do.
number one, supporter of the police, which is unfortunate, and he has always taken the time to have conversations, and they're not always pleasant conversations. We've dug into things, and I appreciate that. I just think it's important to acknowledge that there are good cops who are doing the work.
Who was she saying that was a good
It's hard
cop?
to build the trust back, and I look forward to all the officers who serve with kindness, compassion, and integrity being a part of the process. That being said, the path forward is clearly not going to be easy. We do all need to roll our sleeves up, and I do want to work together with the community, with the people who came out tonight, with my colleagues, and I just want to make sure we listen to the voices of those who've been impacted and ensure that our policies and practices reflect the values we want to see in the city. We can all do better. Everyone can do better. And we just need to be committed to moving forward. Someone called and they said this could be an opportunity for a new day. And I agree. And thank you so much.
I think the best thing Christian said during his whole thing was calling out that it's
Councilmember Carlson.
that you have to say it. It's the pledge. You have to say it.
Yeah.
Right.
So I just want to follow up on Councilor Pasillo. This has been a heavy night. It's been a heavy week. It's been heavy years for lots of things that have taken place in this community. I think that everyone on council said that when this DOJ report came out, sure, were there some things that maybe some would say there weren't surprises because of over the years and the different
I know. Yes, I agree.
committees that have
Obviously,
been
I'm
set
saying
up.
they, for some reason, think they have to. I mean, we know why they think they have
Did we
to.
wind up reading in the newspaper about the attorney putting out that statement? Yes. And we can all talk about what's gone wrong, but I think what the community is asking for us tonight is how do we work together to recognize the changes that need to be made. We know that having Chief Saucier come on board in the last year, he probably thinks he's been here 10 years in this position. He's made several changes, which are great changes for us as a city council and for our city. Is it enough? I think everybody has recognized tonight that no, there needs to be continued changes. But for us to tonight look at each other and tear each other down, we're not going to get this done doing that. The only way we're going to get this done is by working together and showing the community that we can make those changes that people are asking for. And again, my hat's off to the chief for all that he's done because he
I mean, they
do
do that. We know they do that.
respectful.
I mean, Bryan,
Please let her finish. Go ahead, Councilman, go ahead.
You were
You
talking
know,
about reprisal,
um,
Brian. I
I
mean,
think
you
that
go back,
all
what
of
was
the
it, 10 years?
changes
Clive
that
McFarland
he's
couldn't leave his
made,
house without
we
getting
look
pulled over
forward
when
to
he started
working with
writing
you.
columns
I
for the
don't think that
TNG. I
there's a
mean,
counselor here,
if
and
a
I'm certainly not
journalist
speaking for
can't
people
can't go through their normal day
that
without that kind of
hasn't
reprisal,
said we welcome
just for saying mean
him
things in
as
print,
a
yeah, what is
new
somebody without a
chief
voice going to
coming
actually have
in,
to deal
which
with?
won't be
I mean,
until
listen,
March.
it's
So I
like
think we
we
just
talk about
need
it for
to,
ourselves.
as a
We
council,
definitely a consideration
make that commitment
for
to
all of
work
us.
together to make the changes and
Again,
not
like
be
we're the
tearing each other down.
we're the most
Thank you,
privileged
Mr.
fucking
Chairman.
people in this city.
Thank you.
You know, cis white
we
men
are on
who know plenty of police
Councilwoman.
officers, who grew up knowing police officers.
Thank you, Mr.
Now
Chair.
they all fucking
I
hate me
just
now,
want to
but
publicly
still, I
state
have, you know,
that
I've been arrested.
it is my
I've
intention
felt that
to
privilege.
work collaboratively
But
with the
yeah, it's a
community,
consideration
with the
for
police
me.
department, the
So
administration,
you
to
know,
make
I'm not
sure
gonna
that we
I'm
all
not gonna sit here and say that it's not a consideration
moving forward
for
together,
Yeah.
making
city
sure
councilors. It
that
sucks. It's
everybody
it's
is
infuriating. It
respected.
drives me fucking
It has been
crazy.
very
But
difficult for
it's
all
part of the
us. Many
equation,
of
and it
us,
just sucks that it
many
is.
people
And you
have had
wish
negative
that everyone
triggers from
would
this
stand up
discussion.
and say "fuck that."
I
But
have been abused myself, not by an office, by someone I know. So it's hard when you
You know,
talk
I don't know.
about these types of things. We all take it personally, and I'm trying to make sure that I listen to everybody. And I want to make sure that people know that I will listen, and moving forward, working collaboratively with my colleagues, not tearing anybody down, but working collaboratively, we will persevere to make sure that we have the best city and that we offer a safe environment for everybody. And that we respect the people who do the work as well. Thank you.
So I'm going to send Z and double A to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Mauro
Mr. Mayor.
Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
I'm sorry, you said double A to the manager or to public
Oh,
health?
I'm sorry. Okay, Z, we'll amend that. Let's start over again. Double A, you want that to go public health?
Yeah.
Double A to public health. Roll call.
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Point of order, is it not going to both? Because it says request to the city manager.
And Council Ojeda's asked for an amendment. He'd like to have that in public health.
Both.
But we
Both?
decided, yeah, we probably should send it both. This is not from a counselor, so we can't amend it, so. Okay, we'll do it to both. Roll call.
So going both to public health and CM. Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council
talking to me,
Agia?
Taylor?
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mauro Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Also, that's not my
Council
name.
Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, BB, request city council request the manager commit to criminalize abusers, including sex buyers, pimps, and cops who abuse women, while the dissemination
Joe, don't say
of
pimps.
rehabilitating abuse.
Point of order.
And send that to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King? Council Mauro Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yeah,
Council
that was.
Pasillo?
Yes.
Council
She,
Russell?
of course, that's what she was gonna
Toomey?
say.
Yes.
And Mayor
She
Petty?
made it about her
The manager
her
allocate
being
financial,
like
reparations
attacked
and
by
mental health
Councilor
support to
King.
women harmed by systemic
For the most
abuse
part.
detailed in justice report, and send that to the manager.
She was never gonna address it head on.
Council
She's
Calorio?
never gonna
Council
address it head on.
Agia?
That's not what. That's not what
Council
she's.
King?
That's not in
Yes.
her
Council
nature.
Mauro Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council
I know,
Russell?
Yanni. I was
Council
trying.
Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, request the manager provide council to report concerning the steps taken by the city collaborative with other cities and human rights organizations. We'll send that to the manager.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mauro Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, we have two non-city council confirmations, transmitting information communication for the appointment of Anthony Mangini as the constable of civil. and
Oh, just
criminal
because you guys have waited
justice,
around so long, I want to do
appointment of Cassie
one of my special
Tortorici
snack
for the seat.
reviews.
Worcester
Yeah,
Arts
Anyone
Council.
tried these Snickers Christmas trees yet?
I didn't even know they
File,
existed.
roll call.
Dude,
Council Bergman? Council Calorio.
It's a great
Yes.
form
Council
factor
GA.
for
Council
a
King.
Snickers.
Can you hold that in front of your face
Council
again?
Carlson.
Yeah, it's
Council
screened
Ian.
so that it's
Yes.
it's,
Nice.
it's chromaing out.
Council Solo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, can we hold 8.9?
8.9?
Yeah.
We're 8.4 right now. Let me get that in a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Recommend approve the conservation restriction 305 Belmont Street. Motion is approved. Roll call.
Council Bergman. Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Haji. Council King.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson. Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda. Council Pasullo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, 8.9 is held under privilege. By Council Russell. We are on 8.13, transmitting information communication of the unfilled details. Send it to public safety. Roll call.
Council Bergman. Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Haji.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson. Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda. Council Pasullo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Transmitting information communication relative to the quarterly update and the use of small unarmed anti-craft system, drones. Send that to public safety. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Great. Now we're never gonna fucking hear
Calorio.
about it because it's
Council
impotent
Haji. Council
committee.
King.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson. Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasullo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yeah, I don't like
Yes.
I don't like
Next
the
is, I believe,
trees
is
either.
8.33A,
The ratio's off,
transmitting
but
information
I like the
communication with Queen
nutcrackers.
Streets Collective Power
I think
Company.
any holiday version of Reese's is inherently better because the peanut butter tends to be
Bergman.
fresher.
Council
That is
Calorio.
true.
Yes.
That is
Council
very
Haji.
true.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Merrill
Except for
Carlson.
sometimes Halloween. Halloween, you'll get that weird, dry, crumbly.
Council
Because
Ojeda.
because not enough people buy them. They
Yes.
they
Yes.
save them
Russell.
for the
Council
last year.
Toomey.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
I think the trees, the
Yes.
chocolate's too thin on them.
8.36A
Yeah.
through J, 8.37A through C. Motions adopt on the roll call.
But the skull, at Halloween time, the tiny little skulls and the tiny little nutcrackers at Christmas are
6B.
really good.
B?
B.
Okay, every item. Okay, once you stay in the room, we'll hold that one out. We'll vote for the rest. Okay.
Where are
We're
we?
going to hold 8.36B out, and then Councilor Ojeda will recuse himself on 8.36B.
Council Bergman. Yes. Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Haji. Council King.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson. Yes. Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasullo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. B
Mo's getting heckled.
is roll call. Councilor Ojeda has recused himself. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
He must be so
Council
pissed that he
Calorio.
has to sit the
Yes.
closest to the
Haji.
gallery
Council
when
King.
he
Yes.
is the most
Merrill
susceptible to
Carlson.
people talking
Council
shit to
Nguyen.
his face.
Yes.
Council Ojeda recused himself. Council Pasullo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. We are on
What is everyone's favorite holiday candy?
communication.
Like Christmas, like December holiday
Authorizing
candy.
execute employment agreement with Eric Batista.
I held the item.
Excuse me?
I held the item.
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't think they can hold that item that's already voted on.
Gio, I did
Last
see
one.
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's embarrassing.
This is just the authorization to sign the contract.
Yes, and I'm holding that action.
I don't think, I've been told by the clerk, we cannot hold the item.
So through the chair to the council, Mr. Chairman, this is only the procedural documentation that took place at the last meeting, so the council already took an action on this.
So why is it on the agenda?
Because we didn't have the final contract language until now.
And so now that we have the final language, I would like to hold it.
I don't know if the solicitor can jump in, but my understanding is only the time you can hold an item is if it's come up for the first time in city council. This already came up in city council.
I believe I could hold anything that requires an action forward.
I think so. Madam Solicitor?
Through the chair, the council already took a vote on this item at the last meeting. We were just providing a clean copy of the contract with the council's recommendations.
Okay, so do we need to vote on it then, or?
No, you already took a vote to sign the contract. It's just a
It's an
transmittal,
FYI
a
type of thing.
clean document of the contract and the salary ordinance.
Motion to file?
Okay.
Wait, so hold on. You're saying on here it says advertise proposed ordinance and adopt on a roll call, and you're saying we don't need a roll call, is what you're telling me.
Eggnog
Are we making up inconsistent rules?
She's answering your question.
Through the chair, you've already taken a vote on the contract. It's the salary ordinance that you're taking a vote on to advertise.
Oh, so we are taking a vote to advertise.
To advertise a salary ordinance. The contract, the city manager's contract has been voted on.
Oh yeah, Terry's chocolate orange.
Through the chair to the council, let me read Rule 29 for the record. Rule 29 says, single member holds under the City of Worcester Charter, Section B, on the first occasion that the
I
question
know it's
or
not like
adoption of
really a
measures
holiday
put before
candy,
the
but I
city
don't think they
council,
exist outside of
except an
December.
emergency
Like I'll
measure,
eat a sleeve of
if a
Thin
single
Mints. Like
member
it's
objects to
no
taking
thing
a
at all.
vote,
Oh,
vote
yeah,
shall be
dude, I love
postponed
Thin
until the
Mints,
next regular or special meeting of the city council. This vote has already taken place at the last meeting. If the council wishes tonight to hold the salary ordinance, you can certainly do so. But in terms of the contract, that has already been taken a vote of. What I brought for you tonight is the entire packet. If you want to split that packet, you can tear it down and break it piece by piece.
Andy's candy's also solid.
So you're gonna
So-
hold.
Candies are good,
So you're
yeah.
gonna hold the ordinance, right?
So if my understanding correctly is. if
Jolly
Councilman
Ranchers,
Yang wishes to hold the salary
candy
ordinance,
canes
they can
are
certainly
pretty
do so.
fantastic
But
as
in
well
terms of
too. I'll eat
contract,
any kind of like
that's already
fruit flavored
been
candy
voted by
cane.
the city council.
Yeah, me too. I love blueberry candy canes. I'm a little freak.
Okay, so you're gonna hold that then or not?
Yep.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, my recommendation at this point is I'll have to read the communication for the record, and we can hold the salary ordinance, so you have to bear with me.
Okay. All set?
So I just have to read the terms, so everybody's in agreement. So we'll take a vote on the revised contract and hold the ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, it's when you get
Chairman, point of
the
order.
cherry only lifesavers.
Yeah, dude, I love those. I love what is it, butter rum
Just reiterate,
lifesavers too?
I
That feels
thought
like a holiday candy.
Said that there was a hold on the ordinance, and that the contract was already voted on, and therefore could not be held. But now, are we saying that there does need to be a vote on the contract? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the council, what I'm saying is the salary ordinance, you can hold on it, because that's a salary ordinance that has to be
Yeah, my mother
advertised.
does
You can
too,
hold the
Ms.
vote to
Bishop.
advertise that salary ordinance. In terms of the contract, you already taken a vote on the contract.
So then there's nothing to vote on.
In
Through the
terms of the
chair.
salary ordinance.
No,
you
not
have
the
to-
I saw them.
salary,
I saw them
talking
at
about
the
the
other day. I
I
haven't
thought
seen
you
them in a
said
long time.
that motion's, just clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Sometimes I'll
So,
completely forget that
hold
my mom got
salary
me one for
ordinance,
Christmas, and I'll find it in
then we're
August
not
when like
voting
the
on
roll
any
has
other
become like
aspect
one
of
thing
this.
of
Is that
candy. I'll
correct?
just eat that.
Yeah.
Again, procedurally, this has always been done this way. I don't know what to tell you.
We
at
don't
this
know.
point,
This isn't.
but-
This is slightly off
What he's
topic,
saying
but
is
one
that we're
time when I
gonna
was a
hold
kid,
the ordinance.
I was
That's new
riding the back of
Correct.
my
The
mom
ordinance
borrowed
is
our
a new item
friend's
because the
station
ordinance is
wagon.
a vote to
I was
advertise.
riding the back and
There's
I
no
ate
real vote
just a
required.
shitload of
There's no
Starburst
vote
like, all at
through the
once.
chair?
Way too many Starburst.
Motion to file
I
if there's
threw
no
them up.
real
I like
vote,
made her
no
stop,
real
and I
vote.
threw them up out of the back
We might as
of
well
the
go
station
for it.
wagon,
Move on.
and it was
Okay.
all one like
And we don't need a
congealed thing
vote.
together,
It's
and
not
she
a vote.
thought
We
I
voted
threw
it.
up my
Motion to
guts.
file.
Okay. I'm not
I love how
saying
nobody
so.
is in charge right now. There's not
I
a
have
single
no-
adult in this room.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, at the last meeting, the city council voted to enter into a contract with the city manager. It was it had the terms.
I'd love to
Right
get these
now, we're
folks
bringing
together
you
to
the
assemble a
clean
1,000
contract,
piece puzzle on
and
the
now
desk where
also
Marco
allowing the
sits.
mayor to enter
That would be
sign
the best live
contract.
stream ever, just to
We
see
should
how
have
they.
them
Place at the
build
last
gingerbread
meeting as
houses.
well. This is a procedural vote, so we have it for the record, so 3 years from now, this body can come back to it and see a clean contract. The ordinance is a brand-new ordinance that's being brought forward. That's why that one requires a vote. So that's why.
Oh,
this
yeah, I love
documentation
those.
was brought as a package, as was brought during the auditor's
Mm-hmm.
contract, during the city clerk contract, and now before the city manager contract. The body already had an agreement with the city manager at the last meeting that we're gonna pay him the salary.
Clarification. So from my understanding is that we voted the language of the contract, and this would be for the mayor to execute signing the contract with the mayor. So can you just clarify if the city manager and the mayor have already signed a contract?
No, I have not.
Okay. I mean, I believe this is what I'm holding, but that will hold whatever I
What's
can
the-
hold and should be
Councilor
able to
Russell?
hold.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a real simple issue. If we have to take a vote, I would think under our rules that any councilor can hold an item. If we don't have to take a vote and the councilor held whatever portion of it, then let's just move on.
Okay, hold it.
But that's the bottom line. If we have
Okay.
to take a vote, it should be able to be held.
Yeah, we're going to hold under privilege. Okay. Okay, now we're on tabled under privilege. City manager, transmitting information,
I
communication.
feel like Project
relative to
Priceless is now holding their own meeting in the back of the chamber.
Project, we'll send that to traffic and parking. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Morrow Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Did anyone see that?
Councilor Russell?
Did anyone see the flex?
Councilor Toomey?
Yeah,
There it is.
Yes.
That's a big one. Keep it going.
Request from
Rip
manager,
the
work
shirt.
preservation, Worcester, and the Worcester Historical Museum.
Marco, everybody
Hero.
send Marco a message right now.
Chamber desk, podium,
We
and
love
Senate
you.
table. Said plan
Congrats
should
on the new
also
job.
include- Consider including students from Worcester Technical High School.
Au revoir,
Participants for
Shoshana.
the Project. Council Bergman has recused himself. Council Toomey.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Bergman has recused himself. Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Morrow Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Councilor Talhadi requests the city manager, requests interim commissioner of inspection service and fire provide council with a summary of discussions with the Washington Heights architect engineering team related to installation of the fire sprinklers for the buildings that were arranged in the line for June of 2023. Said report should include any enforcement abilities that inspectional services and our fire department have to enforce the installation of automatic fire sprinklers in the building damaged by fire in June of 2023. You want two of them? Yes, request the manager work with the fire chief and the city solicitor to provide council with the draft language for a home rule petition that allows the municipality to opt the Mass General Laws, Chapter 14B, Section 261, pertaining to automatic sprinkler systems and buildings rehabilitated for substantially renovated, and that's going to the manager too. 10C and D,
As it reads.
roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I
Councilor
asked
King?
to be heard.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yes.
Hang on, Councilor Russell had his hand
Mr.
up.
Chairman, I'm sorry, but I know the hour is late, but these items, I just want the manager to know, I'm requesting on these when they come back for some real details on dollar amounts, because I understand my colleagues' concern about the sprinkler systems and this whole thing, but I want to make sure that we're not pulling the plug on smaller buildings that might fall under this financially, because the numbers are so high. So I'm just asking for the administration just to give us the different options on it. That's all.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor King,
this is 10C, correct?
10C and D.
C and D. Just regarding 10C, I know that I believe myself and others had spoke about, as the councilor just mentioned, I know this is for a certain subset of buildings, but if we could get a report back, regarding financial assistance for folks who have to put the sprinklers in who are starting up their businesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. All set? Roll call. As amended by Councilor, along with Councilor Russell's motion.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Morrow Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request city manager provide council with a report detailing the timelines associated with a is known relative to the short spotter and short spotter connect contracts.
Mr. Chairman, can we take 10E through H collectively?
E, F, and H?
E through H.
Okay. Request city manager conduct the equity audit of the city every 5 years.
Just do them separately, please.
Okay, that's fine. 10E as it reads.
Roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Excuse me, what item are we on?
Okay, we are on E. with the
Donna
short
just
spot.
woke up.
Asking for
Thanks for
timeout.
joining us, Donna.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Calorio?
Yes.
Counselor Haji? Counselor King?
Yes.
Counselor Merrill Carlson? Counselor Nguyen?
Yes.
Counselor Ada?
Yes.
Counselor Pasillo?
Yes.
Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, what are we on?
Mr. Chairman, can we take 10G and H together if there's no objections?
We're on F right now.
Oh, okay, I thought we just
Request
did
city
that one.
manager conduct an equity audit of all city
Sorry.
departments every 5 years. Councilor
Motion
King,
to hold?
you want to hold that?
Yep.
Okay, Councilor Toomey has held that. We are on G. Request city manager provide council a
Chairman,
copy of all
84 votes.
memos,
You need a roll call.
notes, and recommendations the city receives from the Human
They're
Rights
just gonna let him steamroll that.
Commission. Councilor King,
As it reads.
what's that? Is that something you can deliver on?
Did the hold not need a 4 vote?
Right.
Say that again, Councilor Nguyen?
The hold needed 4 votes.
There's no hold on this one, right?
Counselor Toomey's
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry, you're right.
On which one?
He heard it. He was just trying
You're
to
right, Councilor.
steamroll it.
Scan the late.
F? Oh.
Yeah, F. So let's go back to F.
Councilor
Motion is to
Bergman?
hold, roll call.
Counselor Calorio?
Yes.
Counselor Haji? Counselor King?
So again, just let me clarify, this is to hold an equity audit, the idea of an equity
Held
audit?
under privilege, yeah.
The idea of an equity audit.
It's not held under
Every
privilege. You don't need a vote for
F.
held under privilege.
Okay,
Holding
no,
it under privilege for more information.
no. They're trying to hold 10F, my request for
Okay,
equity
go on,
audits.
continue, no, not having a discussion, continue with.
So, no.
Counselor Merrill Carlson? Counselor Nguyen?
No.
Counselor Ojeda?
No.
Counselor Pasillo?
No.
Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I totally apologize. I said yes without fully understanding, so I would like to reconsider my vote.
Okay, okay.
So Counselor Haji is going to be recorded as a no, and Counselor Bergman, yes, Calorio, yes, Russell, yes, Toomey, yes, and Mayor Petty, yes.
Okay. We are on G. Request manager provide council a copy of all memos, notes, and recommendations the city receives from the Human Rights Commission.
As it reads, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We will send that to the manager. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman, Counselor Calorio,
Yes.
Counselor Haji,
Yes.
Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor Merrill Carlson, Counselor Nguyen,
Yes.
Counselor Ojeda,
Yes.
Counselor Pasillo,
Yes.
Counselor Russell,
Yes.
Counselor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 10H, request manager provide council to report detailing all boards and commission applications and denials.
As it reads, Mr. Chairman.
Is that something we can do? Can we get a legal opinion on
It's
that?
on the agenda, Mr. Chairman.
God.
Through the chair, can you repeat the question?
I just want legally, it's just something we can do, that's all.
For
This-
what item 10?
10H, provide council to report detailing all city boards and commission application denials.
No. Through the chair, it would be a major undertaking. We have several boards and commissions, so I don't know if we would even have that data. We could look into what data we have.
He's asking
that is
legally
available online, but
if
I
you
mean,
could do
there are
it.
some boards that didn't even go fully, digital.
It's not asking you an engineering question.
Yeah.
It's like,
Okay, Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I believe this is a personnel matter, even though with a volunteer. So I would just question that part of it.
Yeah, she didn't address the thing that is her job to address. She addressed a collating question.
The item calls for
Does this
information
involve
about,
pivot tables? Because I'm terrible with
applications
pivot
that might have
tables.
went into the manager that he didn't agree with, and he put other people in positions. So I believe the order, if the council wants to correct me, but my interpretation is that the council is looking for information about applications that the manager might have passed on or given to other folks, And I considered my gut reaction was it was a personnel matter, even though they're not paid positions, they're volunteer positions, it's still personnel issue.
Through the chair, yeah, those would be the records of the CAC, and there might be some privacy concerns, but these are applications that are, submitted to the CAC, and the manager can, consider those or not. He does not have to take those and.
Yeah, Trainer's gone. They dumped his fucking body in the Port of Worcester.
I mean, we could look into that matter, but again, there's personnel issues, there's digital, if the records exist, we can come back with a report on the process and the information that we have.
Well, she's putting together a spreadsheet. Did you guys notice that while they opened the Amazon distribution center over by the Greendale Mall, they closed the one up by the airport?
These things.
I didn't notice that. I just noticed today that they shut that one down.
Yeah.
The names are submitted.
Yeah, they're just swapping them around,
They'll reopen the other one when Christmas is still.
Council or given as informational with regards to who is selected and who isn't in some of those instances, depending on the composition of that particular body. So there's no reason that there'd be anything preventing this. Mr. Chairman, this is, in municipal operations, it's routine that we take a look at composition of boards and commissions. Did that for many years, the 4 years that I chaired it. We had the person that's charged with that come in, talk about their efforts to diversify, their struggles with quorums, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. This is not a reach. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So you're not looking for names, you're just looking for.
Mr. Chairman, it says denials also. They're not asking, the item doesn't ask for the makeup of the boards or commissions as they exist. That's a legitimate issue. But if you're getting into denials, you're asking the manager why he decided to deny something.
I didn't ask that question.
I again
So,
think that's,
are you-
in our charter, it's not allowed.
Do you have a motion to file them? Or?
So moved.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor Nguyen?
I would just like, a clarification, because right now I'm really, the law department and their explanation of things is really making me question a lot of stuff, because from what I know and what I understand, these things would be just considered public record, no?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if there are actual denials that come from the city manager. There are applications that go to the CAC. The CAC has those hearings in public and makes recommendations to the city manager. Whether there are actual denials, those documents may not exist, but we could, come up with a report regarding approvals and appointments to boards and commissions based off of the CAC's recommendations.
Okay.
Yeah, so to me, I understand most of this stuff as public record. And so whether they're huge undertaking or, the administration has no will or desire to do it versus it being legally to not be able to provide it is two different questions. And so just going to put that out there is that, that's the type of answers that I would like to hear and not just an automatic, oh, no, we can't quite provide this. Thank you.
Through the chair, I was just clarifying that all that information may not be available to provide, but we can come back with a report on what is available to us.
Okay. So we have a motion to file, a roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Calorio? Councilor Agia? No. Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Morrow Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Ojeda?
No.
As not a lawyer,
Solo?
and as also someone who's
Councilor
terrible
Russell?
at Excel,
Yes.
I would like to
Toomey?
propose that applications
Petty?
to boards and
Yes.
commissions would
Motion
not be public
fails.
record, but the CAC's determination
Motion
on
is to,
applications that they
send
choose
to
to
city
hear
manager, roll
would be
call.
public record. It's only public record if the city
Councilor
creates a
Bergman?
document,
Councilor Calorio?
not when the public submits something to the city.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Morrow Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. We're on Councilor Russell's item, provide counsel for the draft ordinance that bans commercial vehicles over 11,000 pounds from parking throughout the city unless a commercial delivery driver is in the process of loading or unloading a vehicle or conducting similar commercial activities.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Council Bergman, Council Calorio, Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Mara Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ada.
What if I have a very small but
Yes.
dense
Council
car?
Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request made to provide council with a report detailing what metrics will be used to evaluate effectiveness of initiatives such as Worcester Mobility Action Plan and Vision Zero, whose responsibility will be to evaluate such programs, how often such
I've
evaluations
never,
will be completed,
I've
what
never
kind of
gotten enough
options will be
anesthesia
available,
for
and
any,
the desired
during any
results
procedure I've
of
ever
the
had.
plan. Councilor Bergman.
It's never
Thank
happened.
you, Mr. Chairman. Try to be brief. I know the hour is
I'm always
late, but
flailing.
We're engaging in all sorts of action plans and programs. Some of them have been with relatively split votes on the council, so they haven't been with unanimity. But at the end of the day, it would be, whether somebody who supports something or doesn't support something, it's important to know what the results are, because otherwise we're flying in the dark. Are we gonna have regular reports on whether or not programs are being successful?
Has Mo never been on a plane
Who's
at night?
responsible for those reports?
Flying in the
we
dark,
as
baby.
Counselors gonna dig into the data, or are we gonna get department heads to give us the data so that we can digest whether or not there's a success? And also, how often is that gonna happen? Is that gonna happen at a 3-month interval?
This is
6-month
Mo's first
interval?
statement. He's been busy getting heckled by the
And
Project
lastly,
Priceless
what
folks all
happens
night.
if we determine that despite the fact
He doesn't
we
know what the
spent a lot
fuck
of
we're
money,
even talking about.
what we've intended to do isn't successful? I mean, are we gonna say that we've already spent the money, so it's too late, or are we gonna have?
I got a hernia surgery one time, and I woke up like crucified to the operating table. They strapped me down and had two guys laying on top of my arms to hold me down because they said I kept trying to get up.
Questions, and I would like to get some answers with respect to that. Thank you.
One time they gave me ketamine at the dentist, and they didn't give me enough, and I woke up not screaming but yelling,
Yes.
just yelling like ah.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Mara
So
Carlson.
that was a pretty fun one too. Jess was there.
No.
Council Ada,
Yes.
Council Vasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request city manager create a place of appropriate monument marker at or near the location of Pearl Street, which came
Ah,
up
dog, I'm drug-free.
145 years ago.
That can go to the manager. I could just say that I've been in touch with some organizations that, represent a number of candlepin bowling facilities, and they're excited to hear more about this, so hopefully I can have some conversations with the city manager and others. On a night like tonight, I think it's important to remind ourselves with some levity that with all the serious topics we've had tonight, that there's a lot of history in Worcester that should make us proud. And although we have our challenges, much of which is very serious, there are things that we should be proud of and we should look towards celebrating. And maybe candlepin bowling isn't the most important thing on the agenda tonight. It certainly isn't. But at the end of the day,
That was called
there's a
candlestick
history
bowling,
here
you
in Worcester
dum-dum.
where candlepin bowling spread throughout New England into Canada, but nowhere else. And it's uniquely New England. It's uniquely a Worcester invention. And I think it's good to remind ourselves sometimes that there's a lot of interesting, positive, unique things that came out of Worcester.
Yeah, so stop creating the conditions in which none of the historic candlepin bowling lanes have been able to survive in the city.
So that's the manager.
And now we're hoping for a 4/1
Yes.
like development to have like 4 lanes of candlepin bowling, just so we can have it in the city.
Yes.
Council Ada,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Tabled items, Councilor Ojeda. Tabled item, you said you wanted to.
Yes. Thank you, Mr.
Bill,
I forget which one it is.
What's up?
11J.
how you doing?
11J.
I'm fine. I couldn't take it anymore. I'm in my car.
Engage city manager
getting brutal.
recommend the adoption of the order transfer a city.
Were you still there when Marco double flexed?
5161 Seaver Street from Department
No,
of
but that's
Public
so sick.
Facilities.
Oh, he gave us a big one.
City manager
Double
for
flex on the last
preservation
day. Love to see it.
purposes
You
and
know?
authorizing
It was coming off.
finance of properties.
Mr. Chairman.
Roll call to take it off the table.
Yeah,
Roll call.
that was a fucking.
Council Bergman,
That was a whole ass
Gloria?
thing,
Yes.
dude. It was so
Council
fucking
GA?
scary when all the
Council
cops were
King?
there.
Yes.
Council Mara
Like legit.
Carlson,
Like
Yeah.
I feel like some of the counselors
Yes.
were even shook by it.
Hoyda?
Yes.
Yeah,
That
we've
was,
been talking about it all night. It's the it's the
Toomey?
threat. It's the threat.
it was such a threat. It was like they weren't even being like
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
sly or subtle about it at all.
Bill, did you notice how many were in uniform?
Should really just look into
Or had radios
None of
on?
moving it. I believe it
Maybe
to,
4 or 5.
development, where it
Okay.
needs to go.
Like the amount that you
I've
would
had several
expect to
meetings
be
with,
there
residents
for
in the neighborhood, and they're
like
concerned about, you know,
a
the
big
property
attendance
there, and they would like
city
to see
council
it,
meeting.
Got it.
The rest
moving
were
the
in
direction,
their Thimble Lab
hopefully,
uh,
whoever's interested in purchasing it,
sweatshirts
that it would
with
be
their
beneficial for the neighborhood.
wives.
I've had several meetings, and people have asked me in the neighborhood. So I
Yeah.
really would like to get this moving for the
When I
residents.
showed up
They've
there
reached
and
out
I
to me,
like heard the chatter and I
probably at
got
least
to that
once or
floor
twice
and
a
it was
week.
just to
So,
see cops, that was like, oh my god, this is gonna
Council Russell?
go so bad.
If it's gonna
Yep.
go anywhere, I think it should go to
And
Public
all 3 of the
Works
police
Committee,
union
which
officials
is, responsibility of public
fucking
buildings.
freaked out.
Yeah.
Wildin'.
On this item here?
And like I don't know how like
we
Eric
ask
and
for
Joe
the
are not
adoption?
looking
The
at that
motion
and
is to
seeing like
adopt,
they have a
right,
fucking
Councilor
rabid
Duda?
dog on their hands. Like
Yeah.
Okay. Councilors,
like
as referral to
do they
committee,
like this
Councilor
is
King?
the question right now is like, do Mayor Joe Petty and City Manager Eric Batista
Thank you, Mr.
honestly
Chairman.
believe they're in control of the police department? Because I'm saying no.
A couple of things.
I mean, they have to know they're not, right? They
Through the
can't
chair
be
to the
that
administration,
dull.
Could you read
Right, but any
the recommendation?
right. The cynical
from,
view is that they never
the
thought that they
Commissioner
were
of
in control.
Facilities
Right.
But I think that tonight
during this matter?
probably disabused them of that notion. And I think that Christian did a good job, like making them say it out loud, but they're just quite obviously not going to do anything.
No. No one is anywhere. I mean, like that's like that's what it is in this country. That's what it is to an extent everywhere, but especially in this country.
Mr. Mayor, I'm actually pulling it up right now. If you can bear
Yeah,
with me 1 second.
and like
So, Counselor, are you asking for the full?
they're just gonna have each
report?
other's backs like cops always
No,
do,
just
and
the,
that's gonna be it.
What's asking me to be adopted. I think there's language pertaining to Worcester Public
And
Schools,
that's unfortunate.
and the city of Worcester and the
But it was
non-use of
very
that
sick to hear Christian
property.
call
So
Kate Toomey
inside the
impotent
report,
at
there's
running
an
the
order
police
for
subcommittee.
them, relinquish
He did
the
more
first
police
First time
accountability.
she spoke the entire night was to
Just to say
defend
be
herself.
nice.
Know what part of it
Yeah,
you saw
she
the
just
Worcester
said,
Public Schools.
you know how we make changes by being nice.
Carly, thanks for the follow. Welcome.
Right, okay, so after a further review of the analysis with administration,
But
including
like,
Department
in
of
terms of a
Facilities, the Worcester Public
demonstration, I
Schools,
think Roderick Priceless did a great job.
and the Worcester Public Schools, we do not
Like,
believe that
this
utilizing
really,
these properties long-term for
I
the
think a lot
initial
of people are
stated
going to see
purpose is
the
in our
police
best
for who they
interest at
are
this
in
time.
a new
Could
way
you repeat that and just read a
after
little bit
this.
slower so folks can
Or
understand?
at least I hope.
what's pertaining
Of course.
to the two aspects that we're looking at here.
So after further review.
The way
and
that they filed
analysis
out, though, you
within
really have to be in the
administration,
room for
including the
that.
Department of Public Facilities.
It was
and the
very,
Worcester
very
Public
coordinated.
Schools, we do not
Yeah.
believe utilizing
And Rick
these
Cipro
properties long-term
went back
for
and
this
made sure
initial
everybody
stated
was out
purpose
and did a sweep.
is in our
And
best
then
interest
they all
at
left
this
together.
time.
And then
Like,
Roderick
what-
Priceless
Chairman,
girls were
this
chirping at
particular
him.
matter
Hell yeah.
says
They
that
were like,
these
get a real job,
properties
which is
are
awesome.
not in the interest of Worcester Public Schools.
And he exchanged some
addition
words
to
with them. He
not
pointed to
for
everyone wearing one of the red
municipal use.
sweatshirts.
We
Yeah,
had
you get a real
quite
job. You get a real
process
job.
here
You get a real job. And there's a
where
whole
we were
shouting
looking
match in the
at,
stairwell.
and we
He's
had
such a
presentations
fucking
before the
psycho.
council and in subcommittee
It's crazy.
of archiving
He's a complete
Unhinged.
fucking psycho.
over there to the chair, to the clerk.
I mean,
That was the
that's
office of the clerk.
that was a
to share
crew.
what those
Like
plans were,
the guy who spoke from the
communication
sheriff's
we had
department.
that
We had
came
the
from
link in the
administration
chat
that
for a
ended
while
those
there.
plans.
But I mean, Kevin Carlo, he was placed on leave when he
I do
first got
believe
hired from the sheriff's
maybe 3 years ago,
department.
4 years ago when the first
When
properties were
he got into an
bought,
altercation
for
with somebody who
purpose
was
of
walking down the
having,
street outside Irish Times,
the
like
city
this was
archive
probably
there.
15 years ago, ran him over with his F-250, and then split the guy's skull open with a maglite flashlight, like until the guy was unconscious, and like the police just found him bleeding from the head. Like the sheriff's department put him on leave and then hired him back. Now he's head of their union.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, like, that's unreformable. Like,
yeah, that's not one you bring back. Like, it's
What Christian said about how it's going to require buy-in from the rank and file was true, maybe not in the way that he meant it. There's never going to be buy-in from the rank and file.
Right.
So
There was
it's
no
not going to
discussion
work.
between you and the administration that eliminated the archives being.
Yeah,
I mean,
George,
that
I was,
yeah.
it was, I would,
Commissioners,
I'll agree
Council,
with you,
I've,
George.
you know,
That was
had
extremely
spoken with the city
intimidating.
administration and with the
I was
manager
shook.
as well
I was
about,
legit like
possibly
nervous,
having different purpose
like
for the
raised
building.
heartbeat, like, oh my
But I
God,
don't
I'm gonna
know,
get the fucking
I
shit
don't
kicked out of
recall
me,
if it was
like
3 months
type
ago, 4 months ago,
response. It
take a
was
look
not
at
fun.
I did hear that
And
there was
imagine,
another
just fucking
purpose for the
imagine
building.
being
Part of
like
it, I think it was maybe maintenance, but
a
again, I
woman
don't want to
who's
speak for the
Through the
administration.
chair,
victimized
I
by
only
one
had
of
a piece of it, which was the
one of the
archive.
police
to the
officers.
clerk's
Like, Jesus
office.
fucking
So you
Christ.
heard.
Right.
Gio, Cipro
elaborate
is not a
for me.
landlord. He is a brigadier general in the Army National Guard. Similar to landlord vibes, but different vibes
I only
altogether.
was dealing with the archive piece.
But it
My
is true that
understanding
patroning is
that,
a big time
was going
landlord.
to be part of the archive.
He owns a
Oh,
bunch.
yeah, he's that too.
Required extensive work to be done in order for
You can be both things.
for that to
Yeah.
be
Both
purpose
things can be
for
true.
the
I
city
think that's the
archive.
same.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to.
I really
state
liked
a
all
couple
these
of
people
things.
who are not
One,
going to do anything at all about
I've
this,
been
say they're going to
contacted
roll up their
by
sleeves and get to work.
a
I
number
thought
of
that was pretty
folks
nice.
who are interested in this property.
Um,
We
I mean, it's
know
just
that as
like
City Council,
it's just
we have taken votes
I don't know.
to pay for renting space.
Yeah, we're going to roll up our
for
sleeves
Worcester Public Schools.
and
We know
do
that they have a facilities plan. The Mayor Petty is chair
something.
of the school committee. I've reached out to a number of school committee members who didn't even know this was an option for Worcester Public Schools, Mr. Chairman. I'm not quite sure.
Certainly nothing the DOJ
I
proposed
know
would
that the schools
come
that
close
are
to
interested are
reforming what we
private
saw in that
schools.
room tonight.
I'm trying to fathom and understand and wrap my
Yeah, and
brain
they're-
around how
I'm
is it
curious if there's more
in those
that's going to
buildings
come or whatever,
good
because they
enough for
seemed
a
like
private
real intent
school
on
and
heading
private
off
school
consent
students,
decrees,
but not good enough for
when
Worcester
that
Public
doesn't
School
seem to be
students, Mr. Chairman.
on offer at all so
That's what
far.
I'm trying to figure out. Mr. Chairman,
Um,
again,
yeah.
elected officials
Oh,
of
one
the
second.
body.
I don't think that's going to
not
work,
gonna
Gio.
have
No,
any
and I'm
awareness of this.
I'm
I
I'm
support
totally an advocate
Councilor
for
Russell
violence.
not
Like
going to
but
public
that's the
facilities,
problem. Is like
but
you
also
have
going to,
people who drawn to authority who are just
Committee on
adult bullies,
Education
and
as
that's
well,
totally
Mr.
different to
Chairman,
somebody who
so
can
we can sit
actually
with those folks
use
and
violence,
make
right? Like that's
determination, Mr.
I'll,
Chairman.
I will
also know
die
Clark
on the hill
University
of
was in that
anyone who
building
says
a
violence
year
is
ago.
not the answer.
I've
Has
toured and
never
gone
been
through the
asked the right
buildings. There's a
question.
number of,
That doesn't fucking apply here at
offices
all. Like
functioning over there.
you do just have some broken
half
fucking
of the
people
city,
there,
I know
and
that
I don't
we
know what you do with
have
that other
limited
than
space here.
way better fucking psychological
When
screening.
I need to do
And
meetings, when my colleagues
yeah,
need to
I
do
don't know.
meetings.
I mean,
And, you know,
just
to again
the ballooning
convey
like
this and put it
budgets,
up
like year over year over year,
purchase
are also
when we
just
can be
making it so
using
that they're
spaces. We've had
untouchable as an
motions on this
organization
floor
as well.
for,
So like,
youth centers.
Yes,
Yeah.
no, and
cultural
it's
centers,
and it's a weird
and things of that
revolving. I mean,
nature.
I'm only
Right
mentioning the
now,
backgrounds
we
of some of
just,
the union officials who
with this
spoke.
new
Like, I mean,
hotline, we're sending
Duffy,
folks
who's
over to
now
see
in
the
charge
street,
of the patrolmen's union, he's the person
to
who got into the
Office of
accident
Equity
with a
Inclusion
woman leaving
regarding
her job.
complaints and the hotline that was just implemented
She may have been
for police
drunk. We'll never
concerns.
know whether or not he was drinking because
And
his
it's
father was a
a
state
very
trooper at the
good
time.
place
Showed
to
up,
do
was the
business.
first
It's a
person
good
on the scene
neighborhood.
and made sure
There's
nobody gave him a
concerns about,
breathalyzer.
but he was driving
zoning
20 miles an hour,
that
20
go
miles an
over
hour
the
over the
over
speed
the
limit.
speed limit, right?
You
I
know
mean,
that.
there is a
again,
clear
properties,
and easily
from
identifiable
my
cycle of the
discussions
people
and my
who end up
discussions with
representing
individuals that are looking to
bad
get on it,
cops are themselves bad
that
cops,
they are in good
or have
enough
been
condition
had
to get
problems in
into
the
the yard.
past, and everything just
If we're going
cycles
to do
through.
anything, I certainly think we should explore.
And it's
not
the
using
worst
it
part
for
is
all
that ends up being the
purposes, perhaps
voice
renting
of
it, if
the
it's
police
for
department.
school use, but I am not going to be on a council where, you know, we're providing that space for private school students when we have public schools that need them. Mr. Chairman, I've been over to the Fanning Trade Building in the course of my work as a social worker, the old girls' trade building over there. It's probably one of the worst conditioned buildings in the city. And there are folks that go there are young people with lots of disabilities and challenges. To say that they don't deserve that space, I'm not willing to do that, Mr. Chairman, right now. The explanations I've received are insufficient. I'd like a report back on any and all options that were ruled out from the administration in regards to that property and why. And if it comes to it, I know that there's a private school that's looking at this because they're expanding. They're adding girls to their program, and they need the space. We need to move this for them. Perhaps there's an interim where we can be generating revenue while we're figuring out what to do. Because once that location is gone, it's gone.
There's also something funny too that I know it's not what we're discussing tonight, but it came up a ton because of this report. Like just the idea that in 2024 we have a vice squad. Like that's some Victorian era bullshit. That like what are we even doing in the city? That like that's where our resources are being spent with something that's actually called the vice squad.
It's so crazy. It's literally
it's a morality police. It's just the American version of morality police.
And what it is in practice is it's a team of cops that want to cheat on their wives and have an official reason to do it instead of just doing it like the rest of them do.
That said, like I'm like in my head, like I feel like there is something to be said for having like, if you're going to have law enforcement, it should all be like specialists who are like focused on a thing, but that has measurable results, right? Like bagging corner boys with hand-to-hand drug trade. There's nothing you can measure from that, right? Like we know that the Americans' palate for fucking narcotics has not changed one bit because of the billions of dollars spent on the drug trade. But like, you can measure clearance rates on like murder, like that's a thing. Like that's something you can actually measure its impact. Like, well, we should have a catalytic converter team, right? Like save Bill Shaner from having to get a new car every 6 months when his catalytic converter gets sought out. Like there are things that can actually be measured. It's whether it be, and I don't care what your interests are. It's pedestrian safety, sex crimes, homicide, like violent crimes, like. But those are all things that require a degree of specialization and focus on actual clearance rates, not just pictures of like shit on a table that looks good for your next grant cycle.
Right, and is just the entire like goal of it is to keep one population downtrodden while skimming fucking money for corrupt cops. Like even I'm not even saying just people that are literally stealing money. Like civil asset forfeiture is just like it's just wealth redistribution. Like it's just it's all like there are things. There are things that need to be like quote unquote policed. We talk about like investigating murders and stuff like that. But there's no reason that the people that do that need to be the people that carry guns and ride on horses and kick the shit out of like college students. Like there's
they need to be like nerds.
Like there's no reason that that we need one group of things that's called the police, and they are given authority to do whatever the fuck they want, no matter what crime they're quote unquote investigating.
I felt as though it would be better for us to invest in the library and bring the archive to the library than to create.
One of the things I can't get out of my head too, because it didn't actually get a lot of attention and it wasn't the primary focus of the DOJ report, but they did do a fair job of highlighting that we still have some significant disparities in terms of race and ethnicity when it comes to traffic stops. Like that's another one that like I just can't shake out of my head. I know I'm not talking red light cameras, which I know can be played with in terms of timing, but like we just went through like 2 years of talking about what the right speed limit in Worcester is. It's 2024, right? Like there are cameras everywhere. The idea that like you speed anywhere on earth and don't automatically get a ticket for it, and it doesn't have to be like a mile over the speed limit, right? Like we could just have traffic cameras everywhere. And then like nobody's getting pulled over. now you solve a big budget problem, and you also solve a disparity problem because whoever that car's registered to is getting a ticket, and that's it. Like, why do we have people rolling around being sneaky? Like they're somehow changing the world. Like we are
right. And again, it's like it's the stuff we talk about too. Like when with stuff like that, like obviously like.
If it's a problem, right? Like that's for society to figure out.
But I'm saying like the unequal like application of that is just like rife with. I mean like not taking like not even going into like the race thing, not even going into like cops like helping each other out. Like people put fucking state police stickers on their car,
right?
Because it might help you get out of it. Like it's just so fucking like.
Yes.
The state police limits how many of those little the windshield stickers, how
Yes.
many each trooper can get now because it was becoming so problematic.
I think that's the end of the meeting. Council Bergman?
That's why, Miss Muffin, I'm not talking about like traffic cameras for the red lights because like that is a total problem.
Roll call.
There's like when red light cameras are an issue because most municipalities will shorten the yellow light, causes accidents, and then whatever. But I just mean like on streets, like we can have a lot. Why have we spend a fortune on LiDAR for the front of every cruiser? You could put LiDAR on poles and you could just issue tickets.
Right. I will say they have speed cameras. I feel like it's a big very common in like Washington D.C.
Yes.
Yeah, I got my first one driving back from Texas over the summer. I got nailed in one Virginia. Like Massachusetts, it's currently you can't do it in Massachusetts. Like you can't have automated ticket writing.
And I'm sure there's like, I'm sure there's concerns involved, and obviously like, but like
yeah, the concerns politicians don't want to get dinged when they're banging their mistress and they're like on the other side of the state when they told their wife and they're in a committee hearing. That's initially why they didn't allow them on the Mass Pike.
The surveillance state thing is like kind of done for. Like we've already like that's over and done with. So if that's the case, then we might as well get something that like actually helps us out of it.
But one of the most disappointing things
yeah.
councilor can hear is when another
listen, I'm a Catholic school flunky.
Their committee inept. It's not my committee.
And I just do what I did. Be unsuccessful in every venture that you ever try. Just desperately move from one thing to another in the hopes that something eventually will happen, and it never will, and your girlfriend will support you because she's wonderful, and I wish there was a stronger Catholic school flunkyism.
I've been on the council 11 years now. That's not something I've ever done, and I'm proud to say that, and I expect more of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so motion is adjourned. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Elmo's getting in the scolding business.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Unless they were going to start fighting, I can't even be fucking bothered.
Councilor Solo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
I'd agree with your word too, but I think you said
Oh no. Damn. We were about to get a real sassy reply from Mo on that one. Yeah,
Bill?
hey. I don't know if Bill is here or not. I will looks like we probably did. What a night, everybody. Wow. More than we could ever have hoped for. Beautiful, wonderful.
Thanks for sticking around with us, though.
Yeah, that was. I mean, listen, it didn't feel like 5 hours and 17 minutes that we've been online because of the chat and because of the audience. You guys make it all worth it, and it was pretty fun overall. I gotta say, for as mind-numbing as parts of it were, we learned a lot. We talked about a lot. We got closer as a family, I think.
Thank you again to Kevin Cassen for coming on too. There's there's so much of this that I feel like it has to be viewed outside of just like what's happening right now. Like this is literally a conversation that we've been having in the city since day one, or day one of policing, anyways. But we tend to only view it in the moment, and it's just I don't even think the council realizes, because most of them been around for so long, like their paper trail is so long in defending the same people over and over again up through their career. And the history, I think it matters more now than ever.
Yeah. If you're not, I don't know, if you're on Twitter, if you're still on Twitter, follow Kevin. It's PDMT99 is his handle on there. I don't know if he's on Blue Sky or any other networks that you can follow on there as well, but he talks about this stuff a lot. It's a great follow. Go to the meeting tomorrow night at the YWCA, 6 p.m. 6 to 7:30 at the 1 Salem Square. I'm gonna try and make it down there. Because I think I want to see what they're gonna say, and I'm not confident that there will be any real addressing of these issues, but I'm hopeful that at least they'll be forced or scared or something into doing something. But you know, I don't know. We'll see. And it's yeah, it's gonna be an interesting year. We're gonna have a really interesting 2025 here in little old Worcester, Massachusetts. And we hope that you guys join us for the entire time because we love doing this dumb bullshit. And we couldn't do it without you. So make sure that you're subscribing to this Twitch channel. Follow us, subscribe, send us cheers, whatever you want to do. Also, make sure that you're subscribed to Worcester Sucks and I Love It. BillShaner.substack.com, WorcesterSucks.email. Follow at Worcester_Sucks for all the updates on all of Bill's work. Some really incredible pieces lately from not only Bill, but from the whole team over there at Worcester Sucks and I Love It. I know he's got merch available right now. So buy, go to the website, click the link, buy some stuff. He's got some shirts and things and some great stuff. Always quality merch, I gotta say. Follow Wooten Indie Comedy. We got some fun stuff planned for the new year. We're trying to get some new shows together. We're bringing Hot Dog back on a monthly basis. We're trying to land some dates right now, but we're very excited. We're bringing back our resident hot dog, which was a thing we used to do where one comic would do every hot dog show for the entire year. And every single person that was resident hot dog has now quit comedy. 6 in a row. They have quit comedy. So we stopped doing it for 4 years, I think. And now our friend Logan O'Brien has requested to be resident hot dog. We told him he's just allowed to quit comedy, but he hasn't agreed to that, but he will be our resident hot dog. So stay tuned for that. There's a lot of different things coming up. As I said, I still no job, don't know when one's coming. So I am looking at more stuff to do on this channel. With that being said, I think there's a new Indiana Jones game that came out last week. And because it's exclusive to Xbox, nobody can play it because nobody has Xbox except for me. So I think I'm going to try to figure out what day to do it, but I'm going to try and beat the game in one day. Nice. And in a celebration of Xbox's 25th anniversary, I will also be drinking a weird Mountain Dew every hour on the hour. So I think that sounds like a pretty fun time to me. So I will follow Wooten Indie Comedy to find out when that's going to happen. Make sure you're subscribed here. It's just you and me, Miss Muffet. We're the only two on Game Pass.
You guys should play together.
Yeah. I think
you'll be the only people on Twitch playing that game.
But yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming up. I'm meeting with Eric Yankees Franco about a new show we're going to be doing too. So stay tuned for all that. We love you guys. We appreciate you. Have wonderful holidays. No meeting next week. Is there one before the new year? Do we not have one until 2025?
I don't know.
I think we might be off. I don't know, but we'll just follow us. You'll find out there. WCT 3000 on Instagram is the best place to find out when we're going to be streaming.
Thank you for being down there, Bill. We lost Bill, but he's
Bill. With I think it's great whenever time we have somebody in the room, and Bill does a great job broadcasting from there. So,
but I just noticed Gio's comment. Look, Gio, it might not be aliens. I don't buy the Iranian mothership thing, but if you're into flight trackers, keep a look on the East Coast for all the Air Force's P-8s. All the ones from Jacksonville have been just cruising the coastline, starting at 9 a.m. Every morning, and then going back out at 6 p.m., going from Jacksonville up to Boston and back down in pairs of 2. Boeing P-8s, those are submarine hunters, which is like very fucking weird for those to be cruising the East Coast so regularly. And it's been happening every day for the last week. So I'm not buying the Iranian mothership thing. We know where all the Iranian drone ships are, and they're all currently right where they're supposed to be, but
Did you see that video I sent you? Did you watch the video I
I
sent you
did.
earlier?
Yeah.
So
I'm going straight outside now just to stare at the sky until the sun comes up.
my friend sent me a video of the drones, but in the classic triangle pattern of an alien sighting, which makes me think it's either a hoax or it's actually aliens. So yeah, they're here. They're here in Massachusetts, and and as my friend Doug said, they found the Mass Pike. I hope they blow it up. So thank you all again for sticking it out tonight. Thanks for all your comments, and we love you guys, and we will see you very soon. Goodbye.
Have a good one.